Oh, that's weird. It's a Thursday. I'm sitting here streaming. Oh, dude, I got my icon here on the left on purpose. Yeah, we'll see if anyone else wants to hop in here in a bit. But yeah, let's check in on how shit's going for now because man, you guys, you did great here, man. Holy shit! I thought, man, let's see if we could get to 130K, and well, guess what? Guess what happened? Well, look, we just hit 130K. I am going to be so busy, man. I'm going to be so busy with this. Yeah, going to be yeah, gonna be a first off. Got to get everything finished coloring and lettering. Got to have the mouse pads and the dockies printed out, which that I should be able to do it when yeah, next week I think. Yeah, everyone should be back to work by then. Yeah, let's see here. Still still negotiating with some people. Yeah, right. An update. Oh, sure. Once the campaign closes, yeah, that's when updates are going to get started for sure. Although speaking of that, on the topic of fan art, yeah, we got a few people who submitted theirs, like who want to be in the fan art gallery. So let's just put the call out right now, man. If you want to have, or if you got some fan art you want to potentially get included in the book, well, send it our way. Oh man, Ethan mentioned no idea of making two. Really? I put an update in the I put an update for book one. Yeah, I put an update there, and yeah, although I guess email is unreliable. Okay, unfortunately, email is so man, it's crazy. I've wanted to choke people so many times where, and it's not the fault of the person there. It's more like the email spammers. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have overzealous spam filters that go ahead and destroy everything. Is this going in demand? I hope so. Actually, I should probably check. Let me. I did opt into in demand. Let me actually. I'm not checking on this screen, obviously. Let me. Let me check on my other screen here. Yeah, let's see. Oh, god damn it. Oops, if I know how to spell. Yeah, we'll see if it's going in demand. Yeah, we'll find out real quick here. All right, let me see. Funding? I think it's in funding. Okay, no, it wasn't in there. All right, extras? Okay, I guess it wasn't there. Settings? Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay, it should be in demand. Yeah, reach the campaign deadline. Well, we'll see if I could pull that off. Now I guess we play games with Indiegogo because that's what everyone was bitching about previously, that they used to pay out like a few days after the campaign ends. Now apparently it takes a month. We'll find out. Ads are insufferable. Well, I can't speak about it on YouTube, or else I'm gonna YouTube will probably Minecraft me. But there are ways that you could get around that. Yeah, there are even videos on YouTube telling you how to get around YouTube's ad bullshit. It's pretty good. All right, there we go. Just had to send another link out there. I had four local Mike's hard four Mike's hard lemonade, some Stry and shit. Well, was it koala shit or something? Damn. Yeah, YouTube needs money. That's right. That's right. Needs money. You know what? I'm actually not feeling the best myself today. But thankfully, it wasn't a pig roach situation where I had to not stream for days on end and then still beg for money anyway. All right, let's go through this, man. Oh man, 3 book combos. Of course, those are going to sell well. All right, who is? Oh God, who the hell is popping in here? We were just talking about all sorts of crazy shit coming out of Australia, and man, that's I think we summoned someone.
I heard you talking about koala shit, and I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm here. I'm here.
Cool. Oh man, this is the reunion that probably like one person in the chat expected.
Yeah, probably. But
Yeah.
I saw you were closing out. I wanted to sort of come by. I'm really proud of what you've been able to do. I think this is awesome, So like
Yeah, thanks for
without
coming by, man. I mean, no, I will say, like, ever since, I mean, we don't have to get into the whole story, but I do hope you end up streaming the trial. But I guess ever since they caught the stalker, it seems things seem to be turning around, huh?
yeah,
Yeah, I saw you were on
yeah,
Ethan's show like 2 days ago. Like, man, you guys, I mean,
yeah.
you used to like really hate him, so
I don't know if I hated him. I never really hated him. I just sort of it's complicated. It's
yeah.
complicated. I wouldn't say I hated it. But yeah, no, it's things definitely have been way, way better. Like I think that I had this really dark cloud over me and this big stress. And I'm in a new house. I'm away from everything. They've caught the stalker. Stuff's good. And I'm just enjoying things being good.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully, looking at the indie comic scene as a whole, thankfully, your situation seems to have calmed down, but now everyone else is having drama with everyone else. Like, okay,
Really?
it just never stops.
I'm happy to say I'm a
Yeah.
little out of the loop regarding that. So, like, I've just kind of been in my own little
Uh,
bubble, working on Wonder Island, working on Dino King, working on Great. I've got a whole bunch of cool stuff. And I was actually talking with Toxic not too long ago because he popped into the chat. And he was like, "Hey, we're closing out Blade Devil soon." I was like, "It's already like two's already out." I just somehow it had gone completely by me, and I just think he's such a talented artist. Um, and some of the stuff he showed me from book 1 to book 2, like you can
oh
see
yeah, he's gotten a
how
lot
far
better.
he's. Yeah, I love it. I
Yeah,
love it.
he was already better than most people at the start, and yeah,
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
definitely improved. Although part of that is he completely changed. Yeah, he completely upended his life. Yeah, no, so you moved to you moved to a remote rural location, right? Like he
Yeah,
completely he packed up, went to a whole
yeah.
different country.
I know. He sent me some
Yeah.
photos. I was like, "You mad lad, what have you done?" Like you crazy bastard. I love it. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Sorry, I'm
it's
just.
working out well
Mhm,
for him. Like, unfortunately for me,
mhm.
I got to stay in the US cuz a lot of like at least for now, like maybe if I became big enough, I can afford to hire good enough lawyers to move like all my business elsewhere. But yeah, I'm stuck here for now, unfortunately. But that's
Well,
fine.
there are some pros and there are some pros to being in the land of the free. Like
Yeah,
it's not all bad.
yeah. There are some, but we just get butt raped high when it comes to taxes and regulations. Like
Oh,
it's basically
oh
like
my
living in a
god,
communist state, really. But
dude.
it's not all bad, obviously. But like eventually, like you hit the point where you have to do the math. Where like how many of the benefits do I take advantage of when I'm paying for all of them in my with my ridiculously high taxes and everything?
Oh, the
Yeah,
taxes, man, are
yeah.
nuts. You know, I've always sort of been of the mind like, pay what you owe, pay what you owe, fair enough, no drama.
Oh
But
yeah, well
because of
that's
what
what
was
I
going
do.
on with
Just
yeah, because
yeah,
of what's
like
been going
I
on with the stalking, right? I had to sell a house to buy a new house, and I bought it outright because I risk of sounding all Looney Tunes here. I've been worried about the banks going, we're all out of money, guys. Like I've got,
well, it happened
there's
to
been
multiple banks here in the U.S., so you're not
so
that
I pulled
crazy.
everything out. I pulled everything out of the fucking banks and bought property, right? Um, and then along came the tax man and said, yeah,
Yeah.
he owes like $24,000. And I went, that's a little bit more than I'm used to paying in taxes. And then I had no savings anymore at all.
Oh
And I
wait,
was
wait,
like,
wait, wait.
oh,
So in Australia, they charge you taxes for withdrawing your savings, or was that investments you pulled out?
that
Like if
was
it's
no,
a,
that was investment. It's like it was a whole bunch
oh,
of
okay,
stuff.
okay.
But
That's no,
just
that explains it then. Because I was
yeah.
gonna say,
And
you
they
know,
upped rates.
if it
They
was
upped rates in a
savings, they
couple of
shouldn't
places
take.
too. Yeah, no, it was they upped rates in a couple of places too as
Mm,
well and stuff. It was a nightmare. And I was like, ugh. So I've just been fortunately Diner King's doing all right. You know, we're getting there on it. It's almost $10,000. I think it's about 6,000 or
yeah.
something like that. But but yeah, I was really there and worried for a bit, you know, because I was like, okay, I've just moved to a whole new state, like, and now I've got like, if there's a medical emergency, I'm not going to be able to cover it. You know what I mean? So I'm just right now trying to build back
Mm.
up to, so I have a bit of a security blanket in case something happens. So,
Yeah, like that right there. That's one of the biggest problems I'm having. It's the medical. That's one of the reasons I keep my day job. And this
mhm.
wasn't a problem until Obama fucked it all up because like we used to have like high deductible plans that were like a
Mhm.
very low monthly fee, which is basically like if it's minor stuff, you'd have to pay for it all out of pocket. But like if you get into a train wreck or something and you need like millions of dollars of surgery, it would cover that. Like that's pretty much really all I
Mhm.
wanted. Like I wanted medical emergencies covered. I could just pay for the basic shit out of pocket. But Obama destroyed all that with Obamacare. Like you don't have those high deductible, like low monthly fee plans anymore. Like that piece of shit just ruined all of my plans when he did that.
We have Medicare here in Australia. We have one of the best universal healthcare systems in the world. It's fantastic. It also didn't cover any of my cancer treatment stuff, so that all came out of pocket. Um, and it doesn't cover dental. It doesn't cover a whole bunch of stuff. Right now, they're lobbying for it to cover transgender reassignment surgery for children, though, which is getting a bit of
At least they got
pushback.
their priorities straight. Yeah,
Yeah, not dental though. Not
yeah, yeah.
dental. Not any. Not essential medicines for anyway. But but yeah, they've so that's sort of all right. But it's just you never know what it's going to cover and what it's not going to cover,
Yeah.
and then you're stuck with $3,000 to $5,000 that just comes out of nowhere. It's like, oh, you just yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure if you plan, you might be able to tax write that off. I'm not entirely sure, but
Yeah, like,
yeah,
fuck the tax man. And
yeah,
I'm so over the tax man. Like,
yeah.
it never bothered me before, man. It never ever bothered me before. I was like, tax is what tax is, pays for the roads, whatever, you know. But I've just fucking after they just came and stuck their hand out and just took everything I fucking had except for my physical holdings, and I was just like, I'm just fucking over the tax man, you know. I'm just fucking over it. So, sorry, rant.
Yeah. I mean, no, I have the same attitude Rush Limbaugh did on this. Like he this I can't even remember. This was like fucking ages ago. Like he was on the radio for decades before he died. But like one of the things he said before was oh yeah, well, I just tell my accountants like if there's any question, like how we should do something on the tax forms, always pick the option that results in me paying more taxes. Because like especially like if you're a politically charged figure, especially if you're not a far leftist, they will target you. Like they will go through all your shit with a fine tooth comb to find some reason to fuck with. Like, look what they're doing to Trump.
That's what I
like
felt like happened to me, man. That's what I felt like happened to me. It was like, you know, I made money at the wrong time of the year. In two instances, I was earning too much at some point. I was like, well, that's just, I can't control when I make money. I have to make money year round, you know? And they're like, oh, because you made money here, that's an extra this much here. And I'm just like, this is fucked. Like, it's like a.
Yeah. Oh, Australian internet strikes again. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, let's actually get through. Let's get to that's Rojigami's story right there. Oh, his passion story right there. We might be adding something else. Yeah, there is cover A. Hope y'all's enjoy that. All right. Oh, we're actually getting something in here. Oh, what was that ping?
Sorry.
Musk hates you, huh?
Elon Musk sometimes bumps me out when I get really angry. He just
Yeah.
cuts my internet off, you know.
So other than the occasional cutout, how is Starlink anyway?
Good. It's great because like I am literally in the middle of like nowhere. I'm like hours and hours away from city, and I have internet that was comparable to when I was in the city. So that's cool. But it does knock me out. It makes it hard to stream, you know. So I never know when I'm just gonna lose a signal.
Yeah, and that's another reason I didn't follow. Like I didn't do what Toxic did. Because like the area where he lives, everything is perfect except they have shitty internet. Like, nah, if I want to live stream, you know, multiple times a week, I can't have shitty internet like that. That's
definitely, man.
That's a deal breaker.
Yeah.
Oh, see, here you go. Australia didn't like you talking shit about paying taxes. Yeah, that's why you got knocked off.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but no. In my case, I'm sure this happened with you too. Like, although you know, you actually had a much higher turnaround time. You know, I think I'm going to be hit by this again this year too, where all the money for Blade Devil Book 2 I'm making this year, and then all the expenses are going to come next year. So for this year's taxes, I'm probably going to owe like 40-50K more. And then I'm going to get it back next year. And the danger is if you ever get anything back, the government like immediately flags you. Like, wait a minute, we're supposed to be taking this fucker's money, not giving him money back. We got to investigate this.
Exactly. And then
all right, audit his ass 3 times just to be sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to run another campaign next year just to make sure that doesn't happen. Like, oh man, I got to make sure I lose money or else the government's going to fuck me again.
I wish there was some way that we could just sort of cover our expenses straight off the back of the campaign. But the only way to do that I could sort of figure out would be to have it done beforehand. And then
you can sometimes, so like with the printers for some printers will let you like reserve the job so you could pay them like a few months ahead of time.
That's what I'm doing.
So,
that
like that
to hold the the station, and that keeps you within the same. But the art and stuff is where a lot of the expense is, and the shipping, man. Fucking shipping's how they get everyone. That looks fantastic. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's the card that's going to come with the first cover there.
Yeah, it's great. So what's it like going from, internet talk person to manga creator, comic book creator? What's it been like for you? What's your journey been like, Rage?
Oh man, like it's really weird for me just because like I've been working multiple jobs like since I was 14. So like even now, like when I was just a random idiot shouting into a mic on YouTube, I still had a day job. I still had a few other sources of income. So now I'm like, it'd be cool. I've been meaning to I've been meaning to tell this story. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Like Comicsgate kicked off, and there was all sorts of artists, and like Toxic actually, he was one of my viewers for a while, and he actually hit me up like after Comicsgate started. I was like, hey man, you want to do a project together? Like, you know what? I think now's the time. Yeah. And now,
Toxic's
yeah,
one of the guys that just is great to work with. Being out here in the Indies, I've worked with a lot of people. I've worked with a lot of people, and not all of them have finished their jobs. In fact, only a handful of them have.
yeah. So
So
I
Toxic
know.
is good. He gets everything done in a really timely manner.
Yeah.
He's really talented. You got really lucky there with him. He's a great creator.
Yeah, and I know you had you have your issues like with Cal, but people could learn from
Cal.
him. Like yeah, Cal Jameson, yeah, for
Oh
Shinobi
right, he's
Sasquatch,
Shinobi
yeah,
Sasquatch guy. Yeah,
yeah. So his biggest mistake was he paid his artist in advance in full.
yeah,
And then so that what happened? He spent the money, and now he's putting other commissions that bring in money ahead of the work he was already paid for.
yeah.
And yeah, and that's the
I
flip
don't think
side of
he's
what
even
often
working.
happens as well, because like a lot of times
Mhm.
like a lot of artists actually get fucked over, like they get promised payment later that just never comes, like they work for
Yeah,
free and then get nothing. So yeah, the dildo, it's a double-sided dildo, it could fuck you both, you got
it
to be
could do.
careful.
You got to be professional and stuff. I don't think that Rob or whatever his name is even working on Cal's book anymore. I think he's got a different artist if I remember correctly. I think he dropped
No,
off.
I
I could
I
be
don't.
I could be wrong. I don't know. I just that's last I heard. He wasn't working on Shinobi Sasquatch anymore.
Yeah, I'm not I mean, I know
5 years now
yeah,
since
yeah, there's been
450.
a few people I've had to switch artists. Yeah, I mean, I think with him, like they were still he was still doing updates until recently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm
Well, I
not too
fully
sure.
believe that he wants to get the book out. I fully believe he intends to get the book out. I just think he's running the development hell. So, but
Yeah, I know, man, and as I could sympathize with him in that regard. Like that is there is nothing worse in this field, in this profession, than the entire project grinding to a halt because of somebody else, and yet it's all your name, your reputation
yeah,
on the line.
yeah, yeah,
And then sometimes, and it's actually even worse when you're not mad, like, because that's what happened. Like in the first book, we had massive delays just because like all of us had full-time jobs, we all had lives, we were doing this as a side project.
hmm
And of course, real life happens and other shit has to take priority. And I'm like, I don't blame any of these people for what they have to do, but at the same time, we promised, we gave an estimated deadline and now we can't hit it. And I didn't want any of them taking heat for it, so I'm just like,
yeah,
I'll take it. That's fine. That I view that as part of my job.
yeah. I suppose it
Yeah.
is in a way. It's like, but I think you did a beautiful thing, and you've got a pretty good turnout. Like, how did your funding go compared to your first book? Like, how where were you then compared to where you are now?
Well, actually, we'll see now because I know at the end of the first 2 months on the first book, we just got up to 200K. But that's
Hmm
because there was a lot of like crazy people out there that they were dumping massive amounts of
Yeah,
money just to get it to that milestone. Like, damn,
yeah.
we appreciate that. But
That's
yeah, I
that's
was
still awesome.
yeah. So it's still fine. I mean, we'll if we get really lucky, we might hit like 140K or something today. So
Oh, that'd be amazing.
yeah,
I mean,
once
I'm over on Diner King, dude. I'm like pushing getting above 6. Like it's we reached 75 backers, which is awesome because I was sort of stalled out around 50. Because I don't really have much reach anymore. I don't have the time to
oh.
YouTube like what you're discovering real life.
Oh, yeah, I guess
Uh,
you were right. Yeah, Chris Graves is apparently doing Shinobi Sasquatch now. Yeah.
yeah, I thought they had to
Okay.
change over.
Yeah, I mean, in my case, yeah. Oh man, if there's going to be any delays on this book, it's probably going to be my fault this time because like my day job completely went to shit. So I've been having to do way more overtime than I had to in the past. And on top of that, the fucking HOA was picking a fight with me too. Like, oh come on, I don't have the time to deal with you fucking Karens. so, so yeah,
What was
I've
there?
been
What
having
was
to
there?
use my PTO just so I can get shit done.
Mm. But I mean, you've got a pretty good team. You've got a pretty good
Yeah.
team of people. You're pretty competent. I think you can keep things on the tracks,
Oh,
and I think
oh
you
yeah. I
can
mean,
get this
we're
down.
oh, we're still going to make the deadline for sure, unless
Yeah,
now the last thing I'm fully expecting it at this point. Like we send the book to the printers, and they're like, "Oh, we'll get it to you in 7 months." Like, okay, I guess we need to find another one.
dude.
So,
Are you signing all of these? Are these being signed or anything like that?
oh no no, I actually I limited the signed ones this time because I know it's the same lesson Eric July learned because like that. Oh man, like
Look,
it's
if this,
so
if
you
you've got a
learn.
problem, if you've got a problem with your shipping and stuff, like we'll talk about this off air. But if
Yeah.
you've got a problem with your shipping, if they're gonna like fuck you around and be like, oh, it's taken 7 months,
Oh
talk
no
to
no,
me. I'll get
that's
it. For,
the oh that's the
I can
printing,
do it.
but
I can do it for you. I'll do it at cost, just because you're a mate. And like my printer's not
yeah.
going to make you wait 7 fucking months. They'll turn it out in 2 weeks,
Oh yeah,
right?
I
So
was just I was using that as an example. Like I could always
yeah,
go for another printer, but no, like
exactly.
you know,
So yeah, if you need, mhm.
you I'm sure you learned this lesson yourself. Like when you actually ship a campaign, you learn where all the costs are and
Yeah,
actually where the time is. And so yeah, like
that's right.
in my case, like signing the books, like signed copies take like 50 times as long to ship out than an unsigned copy. And I'm not even
Mhm.
joking. Like if it's just one unsigned book, so I get them shrink wrapped from the printer. So all I got to do is, throw the extras in a bag with the book and pack it up and send it out. That's done.
Mhm.
But if it's signed, I gotta, gonna pull it out of the shrink wrap, put my gloves on so I don't fingerprint the whole thing, sign the book, wait for the ink to dry so it doesn't smear,
So it doesn't
and
smear.
then
Exactly.
then
You've got to have your
pack it
row
up.
all
Yeah,
sort of stacked out in a certain way, like a
yeah.
hexagon, so they will dry quickly. Like yeah, I know.
Yep. Yeah. So, and it's not hard work. It just greatly increases the time it takes to get them out. Like that was part of the reason shipping took so long for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Well,
was.
like I
It's
said,
crazy. Like just the
if you
things
need
you
help,
learn.
yeah, if you need help with shipping, I'm happy to do it because you're a mate and you've helped me out even when it would cost you a bit of reputation to do it. I'm happy to help you out, and I'm very fortunate that I got a really fucking killer shipping deal here in Australia because of how they mismanaged the fulfillment on Xenotype. So, as compensation for their employees being fuckwits, essentially, they offered me a deal that allows me to ship at rates comparable to Amazon. Even though I'm a small little company and I can subcontract, I got a really killer printer who are really thrilled to be doing comic book work, and we do all Australian paper. That's how we avoided the paper shortages, all of that shit. So if you run into a bump at all, I can't do the ones that you want to sign because that ends up costing too much. But I'll send you numbers and everything over. You can have a look. And if you need a bit of extra help, you need a bit of extra manpower, Conquest is happy to throw in. More than happy. More than happy to help.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes, man.
Yeah.
But I know you want to talk about shipping too. Like one of the things that like when it comes to international, I know you got that deal with the better international shipping, like you were just
Yeah.
talking about. But like my favorite is how people don't understand how the prices are split
The
up. I
prices are
guess.
retarded. I
Yeah.
was just
Yeah.
over on Ethan's stream, right, for 5 minutes
Hmm.
before this one, and he's like, "Yeah, it's going to cost me like $150 to like send it to you," and I was just like, "Jesus H
No, and
Christ!"
and he's not wrong. But see, here's
No,
what's
yeah,
funny. Yeah, so I had someone from the UK, like they were telling me like, oh no, you say it cost you like $60 to send this to us, but it would only cost me like 20. Like, yeah, that's how it works. Like
yeah,
us in the US, we basically subsidize. Like the rest of the world gets to ship cheaper international because we subsidize it. Like we get fucked up the ass. And by the way, that's allegedly for our benefit. you know, like it makes it easier to import than export. Yeah, I guess they did it on purpose. Like they want the U.S. importing, but they don't want us exporting anything unless we're a big corporation.
Yeah,
Like yeah, they did it on fucking purpose, I'm sure.
yeah,
But
it's
yeah,
sus.
it's crazy. Like
It's
and it's
sus.
just gone
Like
up since.
$150 for like what, 2 kilos? That's fucking insane.
No, oh no, it wasn't that. So I was actually watching that stream too. It was for that honeycomb box. That
Yeah, but
shit's like
that's only
10
like two.
pounds.
That's only like, oh, is that ten
No,
pounds worth of book?
yeah, no, it's so it's got all the books, it's got the box, it's got two of those PVC figures and all those other extras. Like
Oh
it's
yeah,
actually a pretty heavy box, yeah.
so it's
And that's
probably
yeah, this is the same argument like when Doug Tenaple was still around and people were giving him shit for charging like $70 for international shipping. It's like, yeah, but he's got two hardcover books, each like 3 pounds. Like his boxes end up being like 9-10 pounds. Yeah, that costs that much. Like no,
yeah,
like so a lot of the people that were talking shit about him, they only had floppies. Like,
yeah,
oh yeah, if you got look, if it's less than a pound, even international is not that bad. As
mm,
soon as you, I mean, from 1 to 2 pounds, it's tolerable. When you get 2 pounds plus, like they just
yeah.
bend you over and
That's
fuck you up the ass.
yeah, that's exactly right. When you hit around that 2 pound mark, and
Yeah.
that's been a learning experience a lot as well, because you want to and let me know if this is boring you, chat. We'll talk about something else, but uh, the production weight of your paper, your GSM. You could have really thick pages,
Mhm.
but that's going to bring up the weight of your book. So you sort of got to do a bit of balancing act. If it's really thin, it's going to be garbage, low quality. You don't want that either, and it's going to have all sorts of problems with the colors and the inks. So it's, you got to sort
Yeah.
of find the right page count, the right GSM, and sort of weigh it all up to make sure that you can send out a package within your weight parameters and still
Yeah,
have it,
so
profitable.
in my case, I just said, you know what, I'm gonna go with the high quality shit like I did last time, and I'm just
Mm-hmm,
gonna charge appropriately.
mm-hmm,
And it's
yeah,
like, in the end, it's not us that pay for the shipping. Well, sometimes it is because, like, honestly, I lost so much money on international shipping last
oh
campaign
yeah,
because I
yeah,
vastly undercharged for it.
mm-hmm,
But now, like, my opinion is like, if you're willing to pay for it, I'm not going to refuse it to you. So, and
exactly.
plus,
And you
and then
want
and
everyone to
my
you want everyone to get the book and read it. That's the whole reason we're
yeah
doing this. It's like it's sort of a
yeah.
null point. Where people are like, oh, no, look, if
Well,
you're
and
just
then
gonna have
plus,
to get
like
lost first time.
my view on this is all skewed anyway, just because like I'm used to importing shit from Japan, which is just yeah. Let's just say if I buy something for $40, I'm used to paying like $80 for shipping.
Yeah, we got the same thing
Yeah.
here in Australia, man. Like shipping, if I buy things from somewhere else to import it here, it's like $30-$40 for like a DVD. I want to grab some cool discotheque anime or some shit. It's like I'm looking to pay nearly as much as the DVD box set again to just get it shipped here. It's absolutely
Hmm.
ridiculous. Um, and I think that it's a big part of the advent of email. I think email has made it that everyone's emailing, so they can't sort of make as much of a profit. So the postal companies the post offices are trying to grab as much money as they can.
Yeah,
Um,
and see, I guess I understand, like, because so domestic it's cheap, and actually even in the US, like shipping to Canada and Mexico isn't that bad either, depending on where, like rural, middle of nowhere areas of Canada or like the southern part of Mexico are pretty fucking insane. But as long as they can go on a truck, it's fine. But it's like when it gets to requiring, especially an international flight, if there's like not enough
and you've got the
mail
option
on
for
that
freight.
flight to be worth it, then
Mhm.
yeah,
And you've got
it's
the option for freight, which is more affordable, right? But the
uh,
shipping time on freight right
sometimes.
now is like 3 months delivery. 3 months delivery to go by freight if you're looking at that as an option. Because I've got that as an option on the stuff that I'm doing. I sort of look at it, I can't use freight. Like I can't like
Yeah,
ask people to wait three
we
months for their book. Like,
yeah, we got something like that in here in the US. It's just that it's only up to like 4 pounds. If it's over 4 pounds, like then
oh,
priority mail is the cheapest you can go with.
hmm,
At least if you're going through the post office, like if you go through a different carrier, it's a different matter. But
yeah,
but through the U.S. Postal Service, After once you get above like 4, I think it's actually 4.5 pounds. Like once they got some arbitrary limit on international shipping. Once you go over that, international priority is the cheapest you can send it.
That's insane.
Yeah,
that's nuts. International priority. Oh my god.
Yeah.
They just want to gouge everyone. It's like you want your like everyone's been on eBay or Amazon or some bullshit and not bought something because of the postage, right? Like you've been there, right? It's not just me.
Well, when it comes to Amazon, like I buy all my packing material and everything that I use for fulfillment from Amazon. So I have Amazon Prime. I don't pay postage from Amazon.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
Yeah. And you know, even when they jack the prices up, look, did you have any idea how many, like, so I think Prime is like $140 a year now or something. Do you have any idea how many thousands of dollars in shipping I saved? Like, yeah, you know, Amazon is paying me to have Prime.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because all of my packing shit, I got all the boxes, the bubble wrap, the padding, everything I get from Amazon. So yeah, that's thousands of dollars in shipping I didn't have to pay because I have Prime.
Lord Dante wants to know if they're going to be able to grab a copy after the campaign closes.
Oh yeah. I think I mentioned that previously. We are going into in demand, so at least I checked. Unless Indiegogo fucks up, so we should still be there.
But backing now helps with the algorithm and Indiegogo guys, so don't sleep on it. If this closes out on a bigger number, it's better for the whole thing. Better for the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think so. When we launched the campaign. Yeah, that look like right now there's all sorts of, you know, $10,000 projects on the front page.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're not. This is true. I think so. Indiegogo has gone pay to play now, where like you have to pay them extra to get them to advertise for you.
Yeah, or they take a cut of you, or they take a cut of the sales. I was in negotiation with, because I got a guy in Indiegogo. I got a guy. That's how we got Vinny on Shadow Band, and I got a whole bunch of people on Shadow Band because, you know, I am the Liam. And so we were sort of looking over everything, and essentially the best sort of deal that they could offer us was, actually, I don't know if I can disclose this, but we didn't end up taking it in the end because I couldn't get a guarantee that it was going to
that you weren't going to take it in the end in a different way.
Yeah. I just don't know if showcasing things on their website is going to translate well into sales. You know, like we've experimented previously, like with Xenotype and stuff, with buying ads on Facebook and stuff like that. And you get click-throughs, but you don't get sales. It's like all these people, they'll come up if you're looking to run a campaign, they'll come along and they'll say, hey, I can get you more sales. I'm a marketing expert from Asia land. And,
I got those too, actually. Even my Twitter was being spammed. Like, hey, give me money so I can make you more money. Like, no, I got this.
I'll make you rich. Well, I just for shits and giggles found a prominent one and went, okay. And I gave him a few little dollary dues on Kakashi Murder Dolls. That's available now. That ships. If you guys haven't picked it up on Indiegogo. I got 0 sales through them. I said, okay, you can market it using this referral link. That way I'll be able to determine all the sales that you make me. Zero.
Yep.
For the entire 6 months it was up. So
yeah, that's something I was trying to tell people, even like before I launched my first campaign. Like, you know, there are certain very specific industries where maybe paying for a Facebook ad will pay off, but comics isn't one of them.
It's not. No,
yeah, like that's just no. You don't. You're literally throwing your money away if you're paying for Facebook ads for comics.
Better off to just hang out and find out, you know, like what Merry-Go-Round likes. What do you like, Merry-Go-Round? Here, I've got this book, which you might enjoy, and then they'll buy it, and or they won't.
Yeah, that's a better way to sell. It's a tipping culture. Oh man. I know what he's been working on.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
actually doing stuff, is he?
Well, if he wasn't, I'd have to crack the whip a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's your okay. Alrighty.
Yeah.
I just picked a name at
Got some
random.
designs for something else. Yeah, allegedly. Yeah,
Interesting.
allegedly, we're may or may not be getting something else planned here.
Okay, this is cool. So I always see the nerd in me wants to be like, "What's this?" and pry and pod you. But as a respected professional, I will allow you to not tell me everything. But the it looks interesting though. It looks interesting. Decent concept art. Is that some sort
Yeah,
of veil over her face there, or is that like a mask? Or
yeah,
I can see the
it's a
hood, but
mask. Yeah,
just here. So
yeah. Wait. Oh
chest
shit.
plate, shoulder plate. It's called a poltoon for those of you who don't know. The got a bit of armor going on, so it's clearly another fantasy
Yeah,
thing that you're working on. Is it going to be connected to Blade Devil? Can I ask that, or is it going to be a
yeah.
standalone thing?
Oh, this one, nah. We were gonna do something completely different.
Cool.
Ah, shit. Now he just jumped in.
How you
Got
doing?
sick of us talking shit about you. Is that it?
Yo, hello. I
Hello, hello.
don't. I can only hear myself, so let me source stuff out.
Fucking boomer. Well, now's the time. If you want to talk shit about him, he's not going to be able to hear you. So
Yeah, what should I say? Gosh, I don't know the
nothing
guy well
good.
enough to hurt his feelings. How long's he been an artist for? Is this his first project?
Oh no, we've been working together for years.
For years.
Yeah,
That's
for
one of my
years
catchphrases
exactly.
now. Yeah, it's one
Yeah.
of my catchphrases. I don't even know how it
Yeah.
happened anymore. It's been
No, no.
lost to me.
Merry-Go-Round's like the perfect example of just getting noticed just by doing decent work. Because I know,
Yeah,
like
that's good.
he did a bunch of fan art for the first Blade Devil book,
I do know
and
who
then
this guy is.
yeah, and then after that, he even did like this whole like dojin of a scene in the first book before it even came out. Like, oh, there we go.
I just got tired of waiting.
Yeah. You made your own, right? Yeah, that was
Yeah.
great.
Nothing wrong with it. You didn't get sued. He didn't sue you, so gave you a job.
Yeah,
It's
Oh,
Yeah.
a good
that's right.
indicator.
I should have gone full real company and sued his ass. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I think that's great. He got himself a job, and I think this is a great message to other artists out there that might be watching that want to do manga or comics or anything like that. Like, get out there and do stuff. Don't just draw Batman 100 fucking times. Don't just draw like 4 different versions of Sailor Moon. Like, find the indie guys that you like. Give them a bit of fan art. Put a bit of time in. Get yourself a job. Get your foot in the door. You know, that's great. It's
I mean,
fantastic.
and to be fair, like I hadn't even, you know, intended it to be that way. I just did it, you know. Good old
That's
Shia
right. You
LaBeouf,
gotta
just do
just
it.
do it.
Yeah.
Just do it.
And I did get like I do remember like I got a message from Marjorie. It's like, hey, if anything comes up in the future, would you be open for that? I'm like, sure. It was like a whole year until that, I think, if I remember correctly, that he's like, hey, so I have something going. Want to work on it? And that was last in the world.
Yeah, and you're
Yeah.
lucky because Rage is a good boss. It's good. You're lucky. You
Yeah,
managed to get yourself into a good place.
yeah,
It's
he
good.
gets me some whoppers.
So have you been working on this long?
No, this is actually very, very new. In
We're
fact,
talking like we're talking like weeks, days,
Yeah.
month. How
Well,
long?
yeah,
I've actually had this in the back burner for years,
For
but yeah, this
years.
only a few
Feels
weeks
good,
of
doesn't it?
legitimate work on it. Yeah.
yeah, like it only started very
Yeah.
recently.
Yes. So this story in particular, actually, I already have multiple chapters written out for it, except it's further along than this one's gonna start. So initially I wanted to do almost like what Berserk did, right? How it started in present time, and then we flash back to the Golden Age arc, and then we're back to
That's the
present
better way
time
to do it.
again.
Yeah, you want to
Yeah,
start at a point in your story where your
yeah,
character's relatively established,
yeah,
unless you're willing to do like a long drawn out series. Um,
yeah.
because if you don't start with your character in their most iconic incarnation of themselves, like their base, how you want the audience to perceive them, there's going to be like drift. So like Berserk did just this phenomenal
Yeah.
job with it. It's a good place to go by. So sort of
Oh
go
yeah.
like, boom, this is how I want people to see my character, and then you get to reveal more in flashbacks and stuff. It's good.
Yep.
It's a good way of doing it.
Yeah, it wasn't bad, but then I saw a few others. Like I saw Faraway Paladin, for example, and I actually kind of liked how they did it too, where
Okay.
it started when the main character was a baby, basically, and it just showed how he grew up and became what he is, and then so for the first half the story, like the characters that were there for the first half of the story, like they were all gone by the second half, but except that was, I guess, relevant in establishing how the main character became who he is. So, okay, maybe we can try something like that. Yeah. So we're just like, all right, so let's just dig a little bit into the main character's past first. I think as long as the story starts out well, yeah, in a way that'll hook you, I think it's fine. I'm quite sure. I'm quite sure we're gonna do that here, though.
Mhm.
I just wonder if the designs are actually what RG had in mind from the get-go. He knew what he was getting into. Getting
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. I knew
hentai
what I was
artist.
getting into. Well, no, see, hentai artists are the like, I don't think I would be very reluctant to hire anyone who didn't draw hentai at this point, just because with like I I'm not I can't be the only one that noticed that some of the drama among other creators is like the writer wants something done, but the artist refuses to draw it. Like, no, I'm not going to draw that. Like that personally offends me. I'm not going to do that. Or like vice versa. Maybe the artist wants to go somewhere the writer doesn't want to go. So hentai artists, they'll with a few exceptions, they're pretty much whatever you want. Like, hey, you pay me, I'll draw it. Like that's what I'm fucking looking for right there. Like I don't want to I don't want to have to be fighting with my art team. Hey, I need you to draw this kid that for dramatic effect. This kid has to die. Oh, I don't draw kids getting hurt. Like, well, this
Yeah.
isn't going to work out then, is it? So,
Yeah. I think that there's a certain level of professionalism that needs to be sort of considered. I understand not wanting to get your brand tarnished by doing certain things, but at the same time, like, look, we live in a pretty, like, we're in indie comics. This is the world of Preacher. This is the world of Spawn. Like, you're going to have to try to shock people at this point, right? So, like, people that are got their little fucking prissy lady pants on about stuff, I just sort of shake my head. I just think you just got no scope. Just not for me. Not for me. Like if I give you a storyline, you got to draw it. If you're like, oh my god, this is shocking and horrible, good. That's what it's meant to be.
yeah.
It's like, you know.
Yeah, that wasn't that the meme like when Human Centipede 2 was banned in the UK for because and the director was laughing at him. It's like, so my horror movie got banned because it was too horrifying for them. I guess that means I succeeded. Yeah.
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 Takes him back. Yeah, it takes him back to the old Manga Entertainment days where like, oh, this Hellwind is too unacceptable. You get cannot do it. No, ban it. It's like they're banning turtles, and they've got to be hero turtles. You got to change all this like prissy little fucking handholdy shit, and then along comes Manga Entertainment with why can I not remember the name of the anime? Why am I remembering?
Well,
Goblin Slayer or Redo. I mean,
oh no, that was way in the past. No, we're
I'm
talking
talking
like the 90s.
I'm talking old man Liam. I'm old man Liam here. I'm talking like it's a Gona Guy work. It's seminal. I love it.
Devilman? No.
No, it comes off Devilman.
Oh.
Violence Jack. That's why it was
Oh,
two
okay,
fighting
okay,
P's.
yeah.
Violence Jack comes along and they're like, yeah, no, we're gonna ban it. And then you've got, you know what happens? All that happens is the VHS goes up to, or at least the DVD, the media goes up, becomes highly desirable, goes up to like $120 to $200 a fucking tape, and then they ban everything. And all that happens is the audience just bootlegs it all.
Yeah.
It does nothing.
See, that's what I'm hoping for, actually. Like, that's it doesn't, now that I'm making my own, it doesn't really bug me when the censors, censor stuff anymore. Because like when I see my competition putting the kid gloves on to not offend the fucking idiots on Twitter, I see that as a business opportunity. Like, oh, you idiots, you're gonna castrate yourselves and put your balls in your wife's purse. Okay, well, in that case, I'm gonna come over and fuck her then. You're just opening the door for me. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Like, I don't even get mad anymore. Like, fine, you refuse to do this. That's more money for me.
Yeah, well, that's exactly, and that's how it should be. And I mean, like, the Japanese market wants nothing to fucking do with the puritanical crap. Like, it's had it. It's had
well,
it.
they don't. But on the flip side, Japan isn't exactly in the best financial position right now. So I think unfortunately, I think Japan will bend the knee if it becomes like a matter of like financial survival. If they think they could, well, although that I think is their biggest flaw, though, because like me personally, I liked anime way better when they ignored the West completely, when it was made for a Japanese audience.
That's how it should be. Yeah. Yes.
Now that they're altering it to appeal to a Western audience, I don't like it as much anymore, and I'm buying less of it. Like, I'm spending less money on it.
For sure.
So
I can relate to that a lot. Yeah.
Yes. So if eventually, like, no, they think, oh, we're gonna Westernize this and we'll make more money. Like, no, you won't. You might get a few more. You might get a few Western investors to give you some more money, but the investment money is running out. Venture capital's drying up, dude. You really want to do that? Okay.
I've got a friend who works in animation in Japan. Like, they're an anime artist. It's one of the things they do. And the rumblings that they have, we had a very big and deep conversation. I want to bring them on one time, but their English still isn't 100%. But one of the conversations that we had was that she's very concerned that when Ghibli Studio closes, which is probably not too far off, the animation medium is fucked, because they just don't have traditional animators. They're doing everything through CGI. They're doing everything through computers, and it's just becoming really uniform and boring. Like, she was telling me how boring it is, that there's just no good ideas, and it's so bad that in some places they've started to look to the West, to look to other places in the hopes of finding new, more invigorating ideas, because so much of the modern anime in studios, at the moment, is made to just mirror other anime. It's all just a house of mirrors, and it's
it's literally like every other entertainment industry right now. Is that the companies don't want to take a risk on anything. They want guaranteed success. Like, actually, that's like we seeing in anime. Like, the one fad that's really taken off now is like was it like like some girl gets isekai'd into some fucking some game as the villain, and she's trying to do everything she can to avoid her death ending. Like, that's the one manga, one anime hit it big with that storyline. Now they're now you got a million of them. It's like that everywhere, right? It's like
Atlas Press has it here, just perfect in the chat. It's just 2 words: remake mania.
Yeah. I mean, dude, but what people don't understand is it's always been this way. Everyone seems to think, oh, this is a new problem. Like just look at video games. Like going back to the early 2000s, when EverQuest came out, made a decent amount of money. Then World of Warcraft came out and made all the money. Then for a few years, it was nothing but WoW killers. Everyone just wanted to make an MMO, and most of
I
them went out of
think
business. Then MOBAs. After that, League of Legends came out. Then everyone's making a MOBA. Then PUBG comes out. Everyone's making battle royales. Now extraction shooters are the latest fad. Everyone's making an extraction game now. Like they just jump on fucking fads.
I think that the big difference that is sort of being a little bit overlooked is the saturation. It's not that everyone's repeating the same mistakes, that's just and repeating the same marketing habits. It's that there are so many people doing it now. I mean, I'm pretty sure that, let me know in the audience if I'm wrong. You guys outnumber me, right? So you let me know what's reality here. But I'm pretty sure we've all been in a situation where we're looking for a good video game to play or a good movie to watch or a good series to watch, and we'll almost spend more time searching for a thing to watch than
Oh,
watching the thing
I
itself.
am not
Watching
in
the
that
thing
position. No, no,
Oh, you're
I
more lucky.
used to be. You know what I do now? I go to the past. I'm like, oh, you know what? This great anime that was recommended to me from 20 years ago, I never got around to watching it. I'll just watch
Mhm.
that. Like, look, there's here's the cool thing about entertainment. There's already so much good entertainment in existence that even that I can't even get a fraction of a percent of it before I die. If nothing new is ever made again, I'm still set for life. Like I literally don't give a fuck. Like that's what so this all these industries they pissed me off so much with the constant censorship and appeasing the woke hate mob, going after the ESG investors instead of customers. I just completely left. Like, I don't give a fuck what you guys make anymore. I'm going to go back to the good old content. Oh, you refuse to make good video games? Fine. There's games from 10 years ago I haven't played yet. Yeah, no,
I
fine.
suppose
No,
we're
no,
getting
fuck
old.
you.
I had my 40th the other day, man. I was like, I'm a 40-year-old man now. I don't know
Damn,
how that
boomer.
happened. You're right. I mean, yeah, I'm a boomer, capital B. So there is a lot of stuff. I mean, I haven't played proper video games in ages. The last thing I sort of played was a little bit of Conan Exiles and Savage Shard of Ghost because it was created by my friend
Yeah.
Matt Timor, which was
Oh, actually, that's what I was wanted to talking about. So remember when I said when Comicsgate happened, we're like, okay, now's the time to jump in to the comics. I
Mhm.
guess no, you're actually you have an advantage because when it comes to video games, like your Xenotype game is done, right? Yeah.
We've
So
done the demo. We've
or
done the
most
demo for it, but I
okay.
just don't have the audience or anything anymore to really fund it. I think at the level I
Yeah.
would need, which sort of sucks. But it was a
Yeah,
really
but
fun game. It played really cool as well. It had cool mechanics and stuff like that, while being easy to play, and it felt really good
yeah.
when you're moving around. Like,
Well, the reason I brought it up though is here's another thing. Like I already have too much on my plate, and I'm already thinking like, fuck, I need to start making a game right now because video games are going to have their Comicsgate moment in a few years, I predict.
you think?
And Baldur's Gate 3, I think, came really close. Like they didn't fully blow the door open because Larian is far from an indie studio. Like people don't know that, but they're like I'd call them a double A studio, but they've been making games for decades, man. Like
Mhm.
you remember that Dragon Commander game? That's over 10 years old now. Like Larian's been in the game for ages. So,
Yeah.
but it's only a matter of time. Like the industry, every time something like Baldur's Gate 3 comes out, the industry gets weaker and weaker. So I'm
Well,
like, fuck, I need to make
Wasn't
a
Baldur's
game
Gate 3 pretty
so I can
woke?
jump on it.
Like, wasn't it pretty woke though? Like, didn't it have
Yeah, they did put a bunch of woke garbage in there that really dragged the game down, in my opinion.
because I mean, my introduction to the game,
Yeah,
RG, was
bear sex.
bear sex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, but the point is, like, despite the woke shit they rammed in there, which by no once modders remove that, it'll be a much better game, by the way. But it's unlike most woke crap, it's actually a good game. Like it's a good
Oh,
game
good.
that's stained with a little bit of woke shit here and there. So it's a legitimately good game. It's like it's a single player game with co-op. That there's no microtransactions.
Oh, that's
it's
fantastic.
yeah,
They've been putting that into everything,
yeah, hundreds
especially
of
because
hours of game time if you want to. Like it's
cool.
great. Like it's a long, well done. Like it's a good game, single player experience, and that's why when it came out, the whole AAA industry was flipping their shit because they're like, oh fuck, we can't be expected to make all this content. Like, goddamn, it takes us 10 times as long to make half the content. And we charge 20 times as much for it.
They're just too busy in their 30th meeting of the day.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You know, they oh yeah, you know, can you give me a status report on that status report I asked you for? Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, no, the Baldur's Gate 3, like I think that it generated some cracks in the foundation. Like if we get a few more games like that coming out, the industry is going to completely collapse, and like that would be the time where if you have a game ready to go that's decent quality, then no, that's not like obviously like like Steam store asset swap shit. That's when you put it out. Like as soon as the legacy industry trips and face plants, you got to be ready. Like, hey, look at what I got. I could do and AI is the game changer, I think, because using AI, a small team of like 5 people can make a AAA level game. Yeah, AI is going to speed
AI
things
is a
up.
big game changer. It's definitely. Yeah. I'm pretty anti AI, but I also am. I'm not Tony Stark here, guys. Don't meme me with a whole bunch of fucking Iron Man armor on. But I'm a futurist too. I recognize this shit's coming no matter what. I have students in one of my classes, and they were doing a bunch of their AI stuff in the comics that they were submitting to me, and I was like, no, I'm going to fail this person. I actually got a head bump from the person, the director essentially of my department, because they're like, you can't fail this person on the fact that they did AI. I'm like, well, everyone else drew their shit. Like, but so now I have to grade them based on their AI work and what they're doing and what they're doing.
Actually, what was the class though? I mean, was it?
It's for making comics. It's for making comics and manga. It's for making comics.
Oh well, I guess I could somewhat understand then, like, because if it was like a like technical art type class, then yeah, you need to do it yourself. But if it's making comics, you can make comics with AI. I mean, that's just how it is.
And that's what's happening with at least 2 of these students. Well, one of them, but the other one's sort of just copying the other, basically. But
actually, you know what? I'll maybe I can change your mind on the subject right now. I know you're aware of One Punch Man.
Yeah, right? Love me some One Punch Man.
Yeah. So you know the original creator of One Punch Man is a shitty artist, but no. So he released it on Twitter as like a web comic until it was people fell in love with the story and
I was one of the yep. It was a Japanese site. I was one of his original supporters. Original supporters.
So imagine that situation, but instead of that, you can actually get half decent art using AI instead.
Mm-hmm. I fully understand that there's potential for it, and that's the reason. Like, I don't want to shit all over it. I've been sort of wrestling with this demon, looking at it, thinking like, I can't close my eyes to this being the future, even though it goes against my old boomer sensibilities. It's something that I've been looking at for the last, since Midnight Journey sort of first popped up. I've sort of been looking at it and going like, what's going to happen, but I think you're right. Like, it does remove a huge amount of workload. And it is easier to do edits and stuff than produce whole full rendered painted images. And the thing is,
that's how I think it's going to be used.
It's only going to get better. Yeah. I think by 10 years, it's going to be indistinguishable from finished art, like original illustration, and easy to use.
Well, or even if it's not, like I see, there's legitimately good artists that have been posted, like the guy at Shift, like the main artist at Shift Up. He's been training AI art to work in or he's been training AI using his own art, And he's like, dude, I could work twice as fast with this shit. Like I can, I could just use the AI to get me like 90% of the way there, and I just fix the hands and whatnot, and do the touch ups.
You
Like
don't
I
even
think,
need to fix the hands with
yeah.
with enough reference and the right stuff. Like, I've looked for a while, and I'm a huge fan of Frank Frazetta, right? Like, love Frank.
Yeah, he's
Frazetta.
awesome.
And I know now from seeing how this stuff works as an artist myself, that it would probably only take me about 2 weeks to compile enough reference of his work into an AI properly that I could perfectly replicate his work every single time. It's that easy. I'm not a technical person. I'm a fucking technological idiot. But from looking at this program that my student was using and what he's doing, and knowing that there's this huge body of work out there, I could essentially create zombie Frazetta art. I could take any of the old greats and isolate and then have enough reference that we could create masterwork paintings again from artists that are dead. There's a whole bunch of moral quandaries around that, I suppose, but it's just, it changes everything. It changes everything.
Yeah, and it's what people don't realize though is it's still a tool. Like when you, if you have no talent, you're not going to be able to outperform people with talent using AI.
I think that it changes the basis in that, like, you don't need talent so much as you need knowledge. Like, if you have a broad breadth of knowledge and can gather the right reference and know why things work with one another, know which art styles don't work with one another and why they don't.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I kind of lump that in with talent, but I guess it's earned talent as opposed to innate talent. But but yeah, that's kind of what I mean though. Like it's just another tool. Like this, the freakouts I see now, it's the same thing that we saw when digital art tablets became a thing. Remember all the artists flipping their shit at digital art? Like, oh, that's not real art. It's unless it's physical, it doesn't count. It's cheating. This is going to ruin the medium. It's ruining the industry. This digital art is going to ruin art.
It's made my life a whole lot easier.
Physical art anymore, right? Nobody does it.
No, plenty of people do. Plenty of talented people do.
Yes,
but
I'm working on one right now.
Yeah, it's a million times easier to do.
Yeah, no. See, he said that as a joke. He does he does his inking physically. So
I will say that actually, especially when you're painting with inks, you're doing like there's something that like you can do on the page with inks that I can't do on the computer. Like it doesn't work as well. But there's something alive in the art better when you do it with like actual liquids and stuff.
Yeah, I've tried to replicate it as well as much as I can on digital, but I just can't get it. Yeah, there is something different. Even whenever I mess up, I tend to leave any mistakes I make on the art and try to work around it, kind of like as a little, not really punishment, but it's like
And man, no one's going to kick you in the balls if you scan it in after the fact and do a cleanup digitally. No one's going to fucking care, like no one's
has been done many times.
Yeah, no one's going to come down and flog you with a piece of bamboo or anything.
You're not supposed to tell them everything.
No, the vast majority of people won't notice anyway. Like like we're talking about like you'd have to either be a forensic examiner or a decent artist yourself to even be able to tell.
You gotta be cursed with Leonid Shinigami eyes. It's bad.
Yeah,
like, you see mistakes and you can't unsee them, and it drives you nuts. It's the worst. But,
well, that's the trick, though. I mean, you're going to be too busy being distracted by the like technical mistakes in the piece. You won't even notice the cleanups. That's part of the trap.
Yeah, I was worried about that at first. Whenever I first started drawing and making touch-ups, if anybody would be able to notice them, but now it's like now that I said it,
other artists will notice, but your average people generally won't, or if they do, they don't care. And guess what? Like like with me, I've said this so many times. Like I think style is infinitely more important than technical ability. And
Yes.
that's just
Yes.
my
No, you're 100%
for my
correct.
personal opinion.
From a
No,
marketing point and everything, 100%.
yeah.
You're right. Most
Oh,
people
not
don't
even just
consider that.
marketing. Like I'm using the most cultured example ever, like hentai games. It is of utmost importance that the characters look good and be attractive, right? Given what their
Mhm.
purpose is. But like
Mhm.
I've looked through my library, I got games there that I think, on a technical level, it looks like maybe a high schooler could have done it. But they have the basics down, and they have a really good style. Like I just like the art style. Yeah, technical skill may not be there yet, but the style is good. I mean, I much prefer that than a technically perfect piece in a style I don't like. Like I wouldn't buy
Yes.
that.
And you'll find that that's the majority opinion of people. You'll find that's the average that you'll encounter
Yeah.
with folks. But bringing it back for just a second to the AI argument thing, just to sort of another analogy I'd like to sort of hear from the chat and hear from you guys, would be self-serve checkouts. You know, do
I
you?
love those.
Yeah, you love those, okay? Because I was really against them. I sort of really felt like I really felt like we need to give jobs to young people that aren't qualified to do other things so they can learn responsibility and so they've
Uh,
got jobs, you
no,
know?
I agree with you, because I was in the same position. But the problem now is you got people like shit. Like when I worked at Burger King, like Burger King is like one of those jobs you'd consider a starter job for young
Yeah.
people, right? One of my supervisors was in his 50s, and that was his career. So then, like, that's the
Mm,
problem, is like you
yeah.
get people that like, they for whatever their circumstances are, I'm not going to judge, they never advanced out of that job, and then they start demanding like enough of a wage to have a family on at a job that's supposed to be like a high schooler's first job, and that fucks the market up just as bad.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. I can imagine. That's fair. Um I don't disagree there. I just was sort of raising the issue, you know, like
Yeah.
I think that people are going to gravitate to whatever is the most convenient path, whatever that path may be it professionally, artistically, you know, even
Yeah.
as consumers. I think
The
if
path of
something's
least resistance.
easily
Yeah.
accessible, yeah, they're
Mhm.
more likely to access it. Um,
Which
but
is
it
why
does sort of,
you see people would rather consume objective dog shit than put a little bit of effort getting something better. Yeah.
yeah, which is a bit of a shame. But we got a whole bunch of awesome people here backing great projects that
Yeah.
you guys are putting actual effort into.
Hell yeah. Oh,
I'm thankful for my backers every fucking day. Every single day I wake up, I look at my little number. I know that it's ridiculous. I look at my 12 subscribers and I think, fucking, I
12.
got 12 people that believe in me and help me create something with all my heart, you know? And it's great that we're blessed with that opportunity and the
Mhm.
people that aren't afraid to put in a little bit extra
Mhm.
time, put in a little bit of extra effort, see something a bit better.
Yeah.
I like that. It means
Yeah.
a lot.
That's no. Although I like that too, because like I've seen so many things I used to love just go to complete dog shit,
Yeah.
chasing the wider audiences, and so I really appreciate it when they have the balls to just say like, no, we're not going to bend for you.
Yeah,
If you don't
exactly.
like it, yeah, fuck off. But I got a bunch of super chats here I got to get through. So
Sure.
yeah, I don't want see. I do apologize if we're going to be late getting to them. It's just every time I have guests on, it's pretty hard to. That's why Flash takes like 3 hours at the end of every Flashcast to read his super chats. So
Oh, woe is
uh,
me. I have so
yeah.
many super chats to read.
Yeah. Well, even if he only
Oh,
had three of them, it would still take 3 hours, because like, after every one, they break for an hour to talk about something. So,
fun.
so
I'm just having fun.
yep. So Eco, so the two there. This is a dick up with the coochie in the back. Oh, wouldn't it be put the dick in the coochie? Huh. Grayman Media. So the two there. Off topic. Did you talk about Joe Smith and his wife? Actually, I don't even know. Do any of you know what's he talking about there? Yeah, I'm probably aware of the story. I just don't know the guy's name off the top of my head. But I guess the answer is no. Mr. Bentham, so there two there. Congrats on 130K, brother. Oh, appreciate that, man. Wonder where we're at now. I mean, my email's been pinging off the hook. So, Oh, damn. Almost at 135K.
You glorious
Shit,
son of a
we
bitch.
might make
Look
it
at
to
that.
140 after all. And
Yeah.
then so Uncle Sam is just watching this, rubbing one out. It's like, oh yeah, I'm stealing half of that. Oh.
Yeah, half of that money's
Yeah.
coming straight to
Yeah.
daddy government.
Yep. And Mr. Bentham makes another 5. The truth is, RG streamed 5 days this week to raise money for Pig Roach. He needs that money. That's right. Well, this is only the 4th day.
Where
5th
do you
one's
think the
tomorrow.
campaign money is going for?
Yeah, that's right. Oh man, actually, that's one of the things that the haters bring up. Like that just shows how fucking stupid they are. Like they think that all these Indiegogo campaigns are like it's like the same pool of money being passed around to make it look like these things are more successful. It's like, okay, so and every time that happens, like the government steals half of it, Indiegogo takes its cut. They have to print the books too to prove something got made. Like you realize even if that was happening every time the money changed hands, it like they'd lose like 80% of it at least. That is the stupidest fucking scam ever if that's what people are doing. Like just
No, you
saying.
see, RGE. That's why AI is so dangerous. People will be starting using AI to make it look like they fulfill their books.
Well, as long as all their customers were AI, they might be able to get away with it too, actually.
Exactly, we're all Russian bots, remember?
Yeah. All right. Well, so the 2 drop bear holding a huntsman spider falls on guest. I think that's why he had to mute and turn off the camera. That's what happened there.
Yeah, I've been bit by dozens of poisonous, deadly animals. I'm falling apart as we speak.
Yep, that explains it. Mr. Bentham, thanks for the 5. RG streams more and Pig Roach is mysteriously sick this week. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah, you've never seen us both in the same place, right? Even though somehow we can simultaneously stream, though. Yeah, it's that split personality. That's for 50SX. Thanks for the 5. Liam, you going to apologize to CG now for the stalking accusations? Oh, okay. I guess I'll let you take that.
I was stalked, though she was arrested. What do you want an apology for?
Yeah.
Like,
now, actually, I will actually just say this. Just the time to demand apologies might come in the future, but when you stream the trial, if you could find out who she was, like, because you want to find out, like, her online identity.
Username, man. Once I have so if you guys have noticed that there's someone that's not around anymore that used to be around all the time, let me know. I would love to know.
And you see, that's the important bit of info. Like, if you could find her username and maybe get, subpoena in deposition. I don't know how you handle it in Australia. Like, maybe you can force her to hand over all her chat logs and shit. Maybe there were some people that were involved in this. We don't know for sure, but we will soon enough, I guess, if there's going to be a legit trial.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I guess if it turns out it was just one psycho acting alone, I can see why some people might be a little bit annoyed being accused of something they didn't do. But let's see.
For sure. And if I've accused someone that wasn't involved, like I've apologized before. Like I put out $1,000 bounty on the head of Marsupial Gamer. I was like, this guy went on stream and he said, I'm the guy that's shitting on Liam's front porch, and was bragging about it for a week. So I went, fuck this guy. I'll give you guys $1,000 if you can give me his name. And it was so I could take him to court, because I thought that he was the guy that was shitting on my fucking porch. And no, it was her, apparently. So it wasn't him. And as soon as I found out it wasn't him and he just fake confessed, I said, I'm sorry. That was, that was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. And whatever, but I felt pretty cornered, I felt pretty frustrated. We'd taken I don't want to have this be the whole thing, but we'd taken like tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage by that point, and we had very little recourse. So I was just looking for anyone that I could get something happening from, because I didn't feel like anyone was going to take anything seriously until I had someone I could sort of go, this was the person, this is them, and we're sending them to jail, So that's what I was fighting for.
I mean, that's what you got now, right?
That's what we've got now. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We'll
we've got an apprehensive violence order out on her and all this other shit, and the cops are handling everything. So put rat poison with chicken inside my mailbox at my old house, And that's extra bad news because
What
that
the
means it's a
fuck?
federal crime. That means it's federal, and she was all caught on video doing all of it. So they've got her. So
You figured you're gonna eat the raw chicken?
Yeah.
Like what the hell?
no, it was
Or the
threatening.
dogs will.
It was threatening to murder my dogs. It was
Yeah.
threatening to murder my dogs, and a big abusive letter to my wife, basically telling her that she should leave me and stuff.
Yeah, Liam, I got bad news for you, man. Like I doubt much is gonna happen to her because like you just the key word is she.
Yeah.
You really think the manginas in the legal system are gonna
Dude.
punish a woman?
The copper shows up at a house, right? And she confesses to everything, which fucking makes everything a lot easier. You know what she says? This is how fucking unaware the bitch is.
Oh, it's
She
a cry
says,
for help. Yeah.
It was it's a cry for help. It was my cry for help. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And he says, yeah, we're not taking that bullshit. We don't deal with no. And I thought, fucking thank you. I like hugged the cop. I was like, thank you. Like, this is insane.
Now
My
you gotta hope
2-year-old
the judge
daughter-
is the same. Yeah.
Yeah, if she's like, this is a sample of what's to come in the letter and everything. She'd already threw all those razor blades over the back of my house that my dog ran over. I had that like fucking $2,000 vet bill because the pads of his paws got all fucked up by razor blades. If she threw fucking, rat poison and chicken meat over the fucking back fence and my baby was down there, if Elle was there, if we weren't looking at it for a minute, she might have picked it up and eaten it. Like, can you just imagine? Like, but we weren't at that house at the time, so there was a lot off my mind. But still, just thinking about like what could have happened if we were still there. The whole thing's fucking insane. Like, just insanity.
People are crazy, man.
Yeah.
I was DTF thing. So the book. Now we have a lot of people's first robusty, XJ9, aka Jenny Wakeman. Oh man, you're going way back in the day. And Diddy Dragon, thanks to the book there. Bonus day of RG in chat. Yeah, it happens every once in a while. I was DTF, thanks to the book. How many people do you think bought the comic but don't know about your channel? Some of the people that may have been recommended it by others potentially. But yeah, I don't know. I think the vast majority of the people who bought it were at least are aware of me. I mean, I don't know. There was like the first campaign Indiegogo actually helped promote, and we did get a few sales through them promoting it apparently. So maybe they didn't know. Maybe they found the channel later. Maybe that's where all the refunds came in. Like, oh, this looks cool, backed, and then they look up who I am. Oh God, that guy's a fucking asshole. Nope, refund. It's possible. Like I have no way of knowing really. Joe Axel links to the book there. I didn't know RG. RG has a sarcastic or sadistic streak, given what he made Megaron draw for Let's End the World before the break. Yeah, he's so poor Megaron's still recovering from the butter golem from the last chapter.
You're still making me draw.
Yeah. Gonna be back tomorrow.
the real reason why we need AI.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, AI can handle all the shit you don't want to do. Exactly.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, they Loki. So the two there, a 30th meeting of the day. They don't even need that many, more like 1/30th of that number. Well, it's like my sister is she so apparently where she works, they used to just have like one like maybe hour-long meeting in the morning for like the whole department. And now they're like, oh no. Each like mini team you're on has to have their own meeting now too. It's like, great. So I'm going to be repeating the same shit 7 times to people who already heard it 6 times prior in the one big meeting. Yeah, that's useful. Middle managers, they're trying to justify their paychecks. That's all it is. So yeah, that's why I like one of my favorite inventions is that meeting clock. I don't know if you guys have seen that, where it's you plug in like the average salary of the average person in the meeting, and then you multiply it by how many people are in the meeting, and then as soon as the meeting starts, you start the clock, and you can see the money racking up like by the second. The managers hate it when you pull that out. It's like, hey, this half-hour meeting just cost the company $3,000. Are you happy about that? Was it worth it? Yeah, they really don't like that. That could get you fired. Jaxel, another book. Oh, god damn it, I hate when it jumps on me. These days you have entitled cunts demanding master tradesman wages for a job I can teach almost anyone to do in 5 minutes. Well, the flip side to that, how many of you have like hired contractors, like alleged master tradesmen, to do some work, and they did such piss poor work you could have done better yourself? Yeah, you really don't know. Like it's hard nowadays. And Joxel, thanks for the book. Wait, a Whammon's doing disgusting, horrific shit? Surely not. Yeah, there's no way a princess would do something like that. And Con Magnus also thinks another book. RG and Pigos can stream at the same time despite being the same person because AI, just like I Blade Devil was an AI book sent to us by AI bots for our AI money. That way, Gamergates can keep performing evil acts to discriminate against transformer POC pedosexuals while burning holes in the ozone layer and burning the rainforest. They had it coming. It all fits if you smoke enough crack. Signed Hunter Biden. Makes sense. And Mad Mark Heath, I think so. The two. Liam, sorry to hear you had cancer. Tell us how the situation went if you want. And just curious, was it Corona related?
No, it was.
It wasn't.
No, it wasn't. It was. I don't want to get too much into it because I'm sort of healthy and happy now. But I lost some teeth. I've still got them here as a little memory. I lost some teeth and through treatment and stuff, but it was testicular largely. And then I'm fine. It's fine. I had to get a little bit of surgery. We got that sorted out. I sort of just powered through it. I tried not to make it public for 9 months or whatever it was. It was pretty bad. But you guys saw what bad shape I was in, but we're all good now. We're all good. It hasn't come back. I went and got my last checkup. It was a month ago, maybe. I don't know. I'm not good with time. I have to ask the wife. And everything's working. Everything's good. So, all good.
All right. Good stuff. Joxel, thanks for the book there. Bear Bachelor dropped a video yesterday explaining why Whammons are so crazy now. They think they're the leading ladies in their own personal Hollywood films. Makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Yeah, and these are the same women that yell at men for acting the same way, by the way. But that's a different story. Yeah, my favorite thing. So was it everyone is the hero of their own story? I like to consider myself the villain in everyone else's. That makes life a lot more fun. And Mad Mark Heath, thanks for another book there. The only good thing about Gorlock is his taste in axes. I can respect it, not just not his pronouns. Yeah. Hey, Merry-Go-Round, did you do any research on the axes?
No.
Or you just used the one that you had in the basement among all the bodies.
You weren't supposed to talk about that.
Oh. Well, too late now, I guess. And Theologian, thanks for the book there. Also a toast. Oh, yep. Toast to another success. Thanks to you guys. And Theologian, thanks for the 5 there. I know I took interest in Blade Devil when it started getting advertised, paid for physical copy and a digital. And I was very glad when the book for the first chapter finally came in the mail. Had me legit inclined towards getting off my ass, making my own stuff to put out there. Hey, if you can, go for it. The only reason I didn't before is because I wasn't too motivated to do it. Felt I wasn't going to compare to what I felt were the big leagues that would make mine seem like dog crap. Now, I will say, if Marvel and DC were healthy and they were releasing good content, it would have been so much harder because the bar would have been much higher. But given how low Marvel and DC have set the bar to entry, you only have to be slightly better than average or just better than dog shit, and you can at least find an audience. Joxel, so the book. I'm a grumpy asshole that people have no choice but to listen to when they have enough of getting kicked in the nuts by life. Man. Oh, Toxic's apparently on the way too. Oh man, he's gonna jump in here any minute now.
Awesome. I love Toxic. I haven't caught up with him in a while. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, actually, I just told him you were on, and he's like, never mind.
Oh, yeah. I knew it. Oh, well. You never meet your heroes, guys.
Yeah. I mean, I can't help it. He's weird like that. And Lugia Cruz, appreciate the 10 there. Thanks for reminding me about the campaign stats stuff signed edition just now. Love the content, by the way. Just need a bit of levity and clown world once in a while. You're perfect for that. So a lot of people get mad at me for that because they're like, "Oh, you should care more." Like, no. If I cared, quote unquote, I'd probably be going insane. Like, no.
Yeah, it's not
I
good.
think
Look what
most
happened to
people
me.
care too much.
Yeah, look what happened to me. I cared too much. I got crazy because I was like, this is fucked. And I was people that I cared about were dying and the world was so unjust. And it's an absolute fucking clown show, the artistic community. Like it's insane. I come from punk rock where to be offended is to breathe. And now for some reason we've got the same sort of delicate little sensibilities that church ladies used to have back when I was a teenager, but it's now what, everyone, and no one's religious on top of it. So it's
yeah. That's
insane. It's madness.
There's very few people in punk that kept their that kept their attitude. Like most of them were just far leftists that once their side was in control, they no longer cared about authoritarianism because it was their side that was there.
Yeah,
but then
yeah,
then you got people like us that, you know, both sides are our enemies.
Mm-hmm.
We're the only, like, no matter who's in charge, we're going to speak out against people shitting on the stuff we like.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And speaking out against the people, seeking control over people, the hearts and minds of people, like that's got to be free. That shit's got to be free. We got to, got to get out there all Oda style and write a fucking pirate ship, man. You can't fucking.
That's funny. Yeah, Rojigami's just typing in the chat. Yeah, now I find myself tapping Control Z when drawing with a pen and paper. Yeah, it's a hard habit to break, I guess. What? There's no undo? I got to do the whole thing again?
Hey.
Yeah. Eclipse World, 26 months. Geez, Indiegogo's getting greedy. The default tip was $23 for the feature, 25%. Next book, have your own website for this. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's another warning too. So Indiegogo by default like sets a tip. So, but you could set it to 0. You just got to remember to do it because they'll automatically take it. So yeah, they're in case you didn't know, they're hurting for money. So they're gonna squeeze as much blood from the stone as they can. So. Anikami, one thanks to 10 there. Heard you already bought the books, want to get drinks and dockies and mouse pads, but can't do so today. Will you leave those on demand for later? PS, give the great work, both you and Toxic. Yeah, I'll keep them up. I mean, I'm gonna order a bunch extra too, but I'm gonna limit the quantity though once I actually get the physicals in and ship them out. Because I'm not going to be doing any smaller runs later. So, I mean, we may do another, bigger, like the mouse pads, right? We're just doing another bigger rerun now. So we'll see. It's not like some of the shit that Ethan was complaining about, like how he, in order to do one of those hoodies, he had to do like 1,500 of them. Like, oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope. Not doing that. Yeah, imagine having in 2 or 3 rooms in your house just full of hoodies you can't get rid of. Yeah, fuck that. That's one of those things I wouldn't even. I mean, I'd consider doing that, but I'd first have to run a campaign. Oh, unless we get to at least 1,300. Those aren't getting made. And Rojigami, so 26 months. Damn. Hey, there's nothing wrong with being a hentai artist. We know our human anatomies. Oh, yep, that's true. And Bob could probably attest to that too. It's one of the reasons he goes for hentai, even though he's got a different problem. Like his hentai artists are so used to drawing like naked people sometimes that they can't draw them fully clothed correctly, right?
Yeah.
That's
one of the reasons why I like having Phil around, for that reason, because he comes from that old school days of comic drawing, so he has the opposite problem. So I put them in a room together, and look at that.
Yeah, they can was it proofread each other, proof draw, whatever. Yeah, edit each other. That's the word. Yeah, edit. Yeah, Rael, thanks for the 5. Oh my God, did your guest just imply that Mary Sue's aren't the best storyline ever? Yeah. Can you believe it? It's current year, bigot. Yeah, the bigot. I'm literally shaking right now. He is a spreader of misinformation. That's right. And Rael, thanks for the 2. Can you confirm he's dating Crystal? Look, even if I was, I can't really be with something that doesn't exist. Yeah. They keep them. I have all the furries in my audience keep trying to turn me into a furry too. It's real weird.
You'll be okay. Stay
Yeah.
strong. Stay strong, brother.
Yeah, I'm used to it. I'm not even fucking kidding. Like over half the friends I have in real life turn out to be furries. And I had no idea they were furries when I met them, when we became friends.
The
It's
fursuit
just-
didn't give it away.
Yeah, no, there's no that was before. Like I knew a lot of them before all this insanity. Where like, oh, I should be allowed to walk into a job interview with a fursuit and not be persecuted. Yeah, they call it persecution. I'm not kidding, they do. But
They should be persecuted for that alone.
yeah, I know. It's
I haven't heard that one before. I've never heard that one before.
well, you should consider yourself lucky. I guess you don't hang out with enough furries.
Oh, what can I
Yeah.
say? I'm not a very popular guy, I'm just a little koala guy. Probably best I'm not around the furries.
No, it's
Probably
egos.
in
I know you want to fuck Rarity RGE. Well, she is like her and Applejack are the best of the ponies, and their human forms don't look too bad. But still, no, that would be clopping, not that wouldn't be furry stuff. No. That wouldn't be yiffing. That would be clopping. That's totally different, guys. Okay, and Split Second Magician. Thanks for the 2. There you go. Buy the 3-book combo. Appreciate you, man. And Meaty Man. Thanks for the 5 months. And Gurman, 26 months. Not Dragon Tax. Share it with all the other boomers in the stream. I don't know if I can. Envious Yeti, 7100. Thanks for the 2 there. Share attacks for RGE. Cheers. Oh, maybe we could go scroll down and get a better view of her. Oh my God. Yeah, this is another thing that's annoying about Indiegogo is it doesn't automatically load the images. It doesn't load them till you scroll down there. So yeah, whatever. I'm almost to the end here. The Hillian Juggalo, the 5 there. I owe Westboro Baptist a personal apology, and I wish to join their church. I'll let Jesus authoritarians take my gains before I bow to the rainbow. Oh man, I will say though, maybe it's because we got used to fighting the far left authoritarians for the past like 20 years. I would rather have the left stay in charge than replace them with right-wing authoritarians at this point, because at least I spent the past 20 years perfecting my tactics against the far left authoritarians. Like that, at this point, they're the enemy I know.
Can't we just have a world where we're not ruled by authoritarians? Is that too much to ask?
I mean, look, I've talked about this before, that if you want world peace, you have to find a way to Thanos snap busybodies out of existence.
Amen.
But could we really survive without like 98% of the human population, though? Because that's what would happen.
Hey, there's a reason why the U.S. built the neutron bomb.
Well, so we could keep the infrastructure. Yeah.
Yep.
That's neutron bombs are great. It's all radiation, so you get rid of all the pesky meat bags ruining all your cities, but you keep the cities. You'll have to replace all the wiring, though, all the electrical. That kind of sucks, but whatever. We'll deal with it. Okay, and then Envious Yeti, thanks for another 2 there. Will the 150 by 50 cover fit a 160 by 50 inner pillow? If you, I'm sure you could cram it in there, but I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, it probably will, but eventually it's probably going to bust through the zipper. Just, yeah. And Domberg, so the 2, Derpy is the best pony and wife material. the one that was deemed too offensive and canceled, yeah. And Rayo, so the 2, excuse me, RG, I asked your guest, sir, not you. Oh, dude, he didn't even know what persecution is, okay? So
I'm sorry. I'm an illiterate. I'm an illiterate.
Yeah, he's a privileged bigot, man.
Mm-hmm.
And Theoloki, so the buck as well. Well, ain't that ferocious and all that stuff about old friends from real life? Yeah. Speaking of furries.
Hello?
And we got the mouse pads. Yeah, we can hear you, George. Yeah.
All right. Good to be here again, guys. Oh wait, let me get a headset and put on some clothes. I just get out of the shower.
Yeah. Well, you may want to turn your camera off while you're at it too, but no, too late now.
It was on the whole time.
Yeah. Yep, and I think that's it. Oh man, actually caught up. All right, now we're gonna let them gather again for a bit before I can find another opportunity to break away.
I love all the stuff that you make in addition to your books, all your merch and stuff. I love that you've got such a big supporting base that you can do this kind of stuff. I wish I could. Like, I look at this
Yeah,
and
I
I'm
mean,
like, wow, isn't this beautiful? The stuff, like, just fucking fantastic.
yeah, I can't do what Ethan does though, unfortunately. But yeah, and what and I mean, I'm sure you've heard him talking about it, but he still like he lost money on those action figures.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for example, yeah, I'm like, I want to eventually do action figures, but yeah, the reason I don't,
I've
yeah,
nearly finished building a Gumpler for uh
yeah,
essentially what's a Gumpler for Kakashi Moto dolls, right? For number
yeah,
2, I'm going to release like 10 of them as a limited thing. And I've got a buddy who he's one of us. He's been around for a long time, and he's building he's built by this point a 3D print shop studio in America. So I'll be able to avoid having to go through China and stuff. So we're going to do all manufacturing stateside and see if we can build a little industry here. And see what we can do there in that regards. But yeah, I would. It's been a real sort of learning experience. I'm just lucky. Like, I'm friends with Vinny Tartamella, who people in the chat might not know. He's the creator of Shadow of the Kraken and a whole bunch of other really cool stuff on Indiegogo. He's also the former lead toy designer for McFarlane Toys, so he knows a lot about that kind of stuff. So. But yeah, no, it did not surprise me that China took him for everything he had in regards to those figures.
I mean, even then though, like it's 3D printers are pretty much everywhere now.
Mm-hmm.
I want to do both. Like, we actually have, like, we're working on an Ashiara figure that's 3D printed with resin.
With resin, exactly.
There's still a few issues we got to work out in there, like especially shipping those without destroying them. But it's
I
don't think we can make it on
out. You start small, you start small and you do it, and you figure it out, and it's like a puzzle. You solve it. It's fun, and then we get to be like, hey, we made toys,
Yeah, but you see, I think that Ethan might be making the same mistake that your boy Zach did. Or that he was saying that your boy Zach was pointing out that, I mean, he made it himself too, almost, but like the comic shops are dying, and yet there's still creators out there that they want to get their books in comic shops just because, like, nostalgia.
The status.
It's perceived legitimacy, whatever. It's and unfortunately, it's the same thing with those toys, though. Like, because I mean, Ethan was talking about, oh, look what we made. We made these action figures. Like, yeah, but you lost like $250,000 on them, though. Like, I mean, they're nice, but
it's got to be profitable. It's got to be cool, and hopefully he recoups some of his losses after the campaign. Because now he's got the stock, which is potentially money.
Wasn't he making more? I thought I saw that he made a new set.
Yeah, he's making a die-cast car next, and I know he wants to make another set. Mm-hmm. But I think this first one I think was a learning experience. He's probably going to be a lot more careful about the next one. But
and it's good. It's necessary. You got to be bold and take these steps. You've got to take these risks, or else you're not going to learn. You're not going to get the experience. That's what you need.
And the early bird
I'm not going to say who, but people can probably figure it out. But one of the people that I previously worked very closely with is very proud that they're in comic book stores and they haven't been paid. Now, the mainstream has not paid them. And that's one person. I wonder if you were to go around and ask
they paid him in exposure.
Yeah, they paid him in exposure.
Not the good kind.
It's kind of like,
this kind,
Yeah, not the fun kind, So it's like, at least...
Speaking of exposure, I reckon we should remove Barrel Shoulder's faces.
Yeah, not on YouTube or Indiegogo either, for that matter, but... I mean, obviously, the final product isn't going to. Yeah, the final product isn't going to have the barrel shodas on them. Although maybe we should make one with the shodas anyway, just in case. someone might want it. Oh, but yeah, it's I think the attitudes we have towards the legacy industry, I think that's a good way of filtering people out. Actually, like it sucks if you know someone who's being fucked over by him, but
Mhm.
I look. I will. I don't think I will. I'll never forget this moment in my life. I had a coworker like 2 jobs ago who was a poet. I mean that was his. I think he wanted to be a poet, and obviously he found out there's no money in it, so he got a real job, but he still did it on the side.
Mhm.
And he said we were talking once, and he mentioned he was published, and from my perspective, I'm thinking like, he's running his own business. He's probably doing the smart thing. I just asked like, are you self-published? And oh man, the way he reacted, it's as if he caught me fucking his wife. He's like, it's like, what? No, how dare you? They're like, no, I'm published in this journal and this and this. Like why would I be self-published? Like he took it like an insult. Like being self-published was an insult.
Mhm.
So I'm like, okay, yep, sorry, nope, never mind
Well,
me.
to a lot
Yeah.
of these, holy shit.
Yeah, he was way more interested in the clout that comes from some journal selecting him to be published and not paying him shit for it than if he was self-published and making money.
And so, who did you say this was?
No, this was one of my old coworkers. So then no one online. So
Okay.
yeah. And yes,
Anyway,
sadly,
whenever you were done.
There are fucking idiots like that out there, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean,
they care more about the clout than the
it. Yeah, and they believe the hype. They believe that fame is going to come to them. But I mean, look, here's the thing.
Even
I do
if
believe
fame comes, money won't.
Yeah, you've got to tackle the mainstream. I believe that you've got to look potentially into hitting a broader market through distribution. It's cool that we can do this, but there does need to be a step forward. But it's not the victory condition that people think it is anymore. And until the market can change or turn around, it's fucking. You're better off going to conventions and doing the internet. Like
no, it's that fucking boomer mentality, because in the past that prestige also came with money.
Yes.
Now the prestige comes alone, and guess what? It's not even prestige anymore. Like everyone who cares about comics is reading manga now. Like no one gives a fuck about these. Actually, do you want to see how little anyone cares about the? I'm on this book at Marvel. Look at what happens when these pros break out and do their own books and that aren't attached to their corporate overlords. They're lucky to break 10,000.
You know, that's not just an isolated instance, though. You know, a big part of the reason for that is because of how the creative space is being managed by editorial. Editorial gets a fucking free pass, but you got these people that are tackling marketing like, hey, we're going to do Civil War 2, and it's going to be cool because Civil War 1 was, and we're going to reboot the universe, and we're going to have a giant crisis every single fucking week. And so the serialization that made the comic book industry so strong has been basically voided, even though it's still there. You know, they're considering like, 12-issue run's a good run because that's going to be a graphic novel or 2 graphic novels, and like sometimes 3. But it's like, that's not, people aren't invested. People are invested in Secret Wars. They're invested in these old books because everything sort of led up to them. The characters had long established backstories. They had characters that they interacted with on a regular basis. There was humanity and human elements to the stories. I mean, manga is succeeding at such a front because it's essentially weaponized serialization in the way that old Western graphic novels used to. But we've thrown that away. And so how is someone meant to have success when they can't have a huge breakout mega story anymore? Like, the best they've got is these mega stories that are big because they've had a marketing push behind them, but they don't have any fucking fan enthusiasm behind them. No one's going on about how awesome the Immortal Hulk storyline is. No one's like, hey, did you read Immortal Hulk this week?
Well, actually, no, Liam, what's funny is during the first year of it, they were. and then like, I guess his main enemy became climate change, and it all just fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
Bless you.
It's just there are solutions to this, and
Yeah.
these people could do more, but they're having their hands tied by what they're allowed to create, and that's why the
man.
backers. And this is so important because we can create whatever our vision sees. Not we don't have
Being
to check
independent
boxes.
is important, yeah. But
There's a reason that-
Liam, you know the solution to this just as well as I do. What do those manga magazines do? What do every week those magazines came out? What do they package
Listen.
into that postcard with that
It won't
magazine?
work. It won't work in the West, and I'll tell you why. Captain Marvel is why.
Oh, well, I mean, I know it won't work, but I
Because
want to make. I just want to get the point out. Like they're a
they've got
meritocracy
yeah, they've
there.
got surveys. They've
Yeah.
got surveys, and it's very competitive to stay in Jump and stuff. It's very you've got to
I mean,
really
look,
sell and create good stuff, you know.
Yes,
But here in the West,
just to give you an indication of how cutthroat it is, like say there's only 20 manga at a time in Shonen Jump. You could, if you're consistently ranked number 20, you get dropped and you get replaced. You could still be like in the top 99% of manga nationwide, but you're not good enough to Jump. Like they got that level of competition there.
Yeah, no,
and that's why they're so
100%.
successful. And see, we can't have that in the mainstream industry in the West, but guess where we can have it? In the fucking indies.
Yep. You guys like what we're doing? Buy it. That's all. That's a secret. We'll buy it. We'll keep doing it. If enough of you guys do it, you know, I'm invested in what I'm doing. I'm putting money towards myself, towards my art team. We're trying to keep this company open and keep it going so we can do exactly that for you guys. You're killing it over here with RGE. You know, you've got him at $135,000 for a single graphic novel. It's fucking great. It's awesome. And that allows him to speak creatively and put stuff out there that other people are just poo-poo. They go, no, we're not going to do that. And it's like, that's what we need. We need bold people that are willing to invest in the arts. Got to go back to ancient Rome.
Yeah, at the rate this is growing, it may be fairly plausible to reach 150K before the stream ends.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Oh, I guess it depends on if everyone's money runs out in the next like 2 hours, or if they were holding out to the last second. Yeah, I've seen both happen.
But sometimes, you know, people like to be a hero at the very last second.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But anyway, whenever you're done showing the page and everything, I'm ready to play continue Cuphead again for your stream.
Yeah, it might be for a little bit. I mean, well, we actually wait up in a few minutes. That'll be 3 hours left. All right. Yeah, I might be able to do it then. Yeah, I see you're sharing there. Yeah, I'll be able to bring that up in a bit.
Whenever you're ready. No rush.
Yeah, when Toxic's he said he's on his way home. I think he was out at some stripper and cocaine fueled party.
Probably got held up by bandits. It's probably got held up by bandits. They were like shooting in the air with. I won't say more for myself.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, he messaged me a little while ago saying he's on the way home, but then he probably passed out on the bus or something. That wouldn't be the first time. So
he's probably doing his hair for me, so he looks his best.
Next thing he knows, he wake up in a cartel car or something.
Yeah, he wakes up in a bathtub full of ice. Yeah.
I'm sure he's gonna be fine.
Lucky.
Yeah.
He's already made friends with cartels over there.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you know, you just, I mean, just like any gang related stuff. Like most of the time, you just. There's always the chance you might get caught in the crossfire, just wrong place, wrong time. But most of the time, if you just stay the fuck away, actually, have you ever walked into the wrong neighborhood and you had someone walk up to you and just tell you like, yeah, you shouldn't be here. You should turn around and walk away.
I mean, one
You
thing he
got
has
to
going for
consider yourself lucky if they bother to tell you.
one thing that
Or
he
like
does have
no-go
going for
zones in
him,
UK.
yeah, is
Yes.
that one thing that he does have going for him down in Mexico, if it is just, like one of those bad areas, is that he's as the locals who call it, gringo. They usually leave them alone. Like if you're Hispanic, you're the other gangs around, the other cartels around, they're all gonna be Hispanic. So,
Oh,
but if
that's
you're
true.
white,
They may
you're
not
just
want international trouble by
yep,
fucking with you. Yeah.
yeah. That's usually how they see it.
Hmm.
So they don't really screw with them. They're like, oh, we're gonna get into more trouble with him, especially if he's American or something like that.
Wait, just double check. Gringo is a slang just for
White people.
Hispanic people to address non-Hispanic people, right?
No, it's just white people generally.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, it may have started. I haven't looked into the history of the word, but it may have started off as kind of like a slur, but now it just gets thrown around. It doesn't really mean anything.
It's like gaijin.
Yeah, kind of.
I remember Undead Chronic like to use it all the time.
I heard that term being used on American-born Mexicans as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that really pisses them off.
Yeah. It's like if because you can get, they can spot you out basically. They always say, I mean, I'm not Mexican, but I mean, still Hispanic. Basically, you can get spotted out instantly. They know whenever you're an American or from some other country in the West. Like basically, they say like they have like an air around them. So, I have no idea what they mean by that, but
Well, no, it's the same. Like no, as if my white ass goes on vacation in Europe, they may not know that I'm American, but at least they know I'm not from the country I'm in.
yeah.
And actually, no, shit, I could go back to Poland, and I wouldn't fit in at all. So, yeah, it's understandable. Like, yeah, you can tell someone who was born and raised somewhere and someone who's relatively an outsider.
Yeah, I can't go back to Ireland, and that's the closest place. Every time I go to Ireland, people try and grab me and get me to tell them where my treasure is.
Well, where'd you bury your treasure? I won't tell anyone, promise.
Yeah, that's what the only reason you have me on here, isn't it, RG? I just want my treasure. You're not getting my treasure or my Lucky Charms. It's not happening.
Damn. Oh, okay. You know what? Just go drink some whiskey first, and then we could keep talking.
Just gonna
down
give
a
you
bottle,
the Lucky Charms.
down a bottle of vodka for you.
Yeah.
Green goose.
Yeah, you're supposed to be drunk constantly, right? If you want to live up to the stereotype.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still think that Cosby skit was fucking perfect. Like, whatever else you may think of the guy, that skit he did about getting drunk and having a good time, probably the single best bit of comedy I've ever seen.
I don't think I know it.
It's so true.
I don't think I know it.
Oh man, I wonder if I could pull it up here. Yeah, I doubt I'd get into trouble for showing it here. We'll see. I mean, other people have it on their YouTube channels, so
yeah, I'd love to see it.
I mean, yeah, I can. Yeah, it's I'm gonna get flagged regardless. So
this is a stream you want to keep on your YouTube channel for a while, right? It's going to result in copyright claim.
I mean, if it will,
audio.
Yeah, I might manually rip it out of the stream. That's fine.
I should probably ask. Are we going to be here for like 8 hours, 24 hours?
No, it's only like three more hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the campaign's only got 3 hours left, or at least it'll say 3 hours when I refresh. There we go. See, now it's 3 hours left.
Yeah, got some more backers too.
Yeah, I'm afraid that Mr. Eagle's getting old. His endurance just isn't as good anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. You see, oddly enough, it's not just that. It's all the fucking overtime I've been having to do at the day job. So, yeah. And if I could have taken like a week off for this, oh yeah, I could have done 2 all-nighters in a row. I've accidentally pulled all-nighters before. Like, you know what? Let's go check all the new games on DL sites before I go to sleep. And oh yeah, this one looks fun. 6 hours later, my alarm rings. Oh.
6
Oh.
hours later. Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. That's happened to me multiple times actually. That's what makes it funny. Like I don't even realize I've been up all night until my alarm goes off. Like fuck, I didn't sleep at all.
I'll
That's
tell
where
you
you
what,
know a game
man.
is good.
I think that you might be onto something with this MGTOW thing. I'm gonna I'm just gonna be honest with you. My wife's away with my daughters because my eldest is doing a big dance thing. Like she's a famous dancer. That's a thing. And so I'm here on my own for a week, and it's my first time being on my own for a very long time, and I love it. Love it.
Yeah.
No chaos. Everything's quiet.
Well, and actually, Liam, I think I remember you were bringing this up when for the book 1 streams, like when you would say telling no, actually no, I think that was one of the times I went on your channel. Like
Yeah.
afterwards, you're like, oh, that you couldn't understand how I could do all the things I do. It's because I'm single.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I can basically have 3 jobs. It's
Yeah.
because like I have no one else there demanding my time and attention.
Yeah, it's what I used to be able to do to a certain degree as well. And I found that in the last 2 years, especially since having my daughter, who I love, I would not undaughter my daughter ever. It's just like, wow, I wouldn't be able to do this stream and hang out with you guys. I'm like working 3 jobs right now just to sort of keep food on the table and keep everything going and keep the comics coming, you know? And it's, I just was thinking earlier today before you messaged me, actually, I was thinking,
All right.
man, maybe they're onto
Could you guys
something.
hear
with
that
this
audio
MGTOW.
real quick? Could you guys hear that when I played it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just I think it'll be fine as long as we keep interrupting it often enough.
To transform it, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, the person that this is a video on YouTube that someone else who's not Cosby or his agent uploaded, and it's still up. So, I mean, it's got to be okay, right?
Does the original video itself has any copyright claim of any kind in its description?
We could just EFAP it.
No. Well, that's kind of what I was gonna do. So, yeah, this is probably the best thing he's ever done right here.
But I really want to study this whole thing of drinking, getting drunk, and people saying that they're having a good time. Because
yeah, I'd like to know that too.
if you put on a good suit, or whatever, and you say, I'm going out to have a good time. But some people announce it. I'm going out because I deserve to go out, and I'm going to get drunk because I deserve to get drunk.
Oh yeah, they get what they deserve.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's when they're drinking with Cosby, you got to be extra careful. You might get more than you deserve.
And get out of my way.
Just don't eat the yogurt, the jello.
Now these people get up there and they drink and they drink and they drink, and the body begins to tell you,
please, you better slow down.
So now you have a person who came in and they were walking like this. See, there's different kinds of walks for drunken people. Now, for instance, if you just have a regular old raggedy bourbon drunk, they go like. And they're really trying to maintain. And the people keep leaning the room on them, See, now.
That's how I feel when I play certain video games. Yeah, the terrain's against me trying to get gravity on my ass. Yeah. It's a conspiracy, man.
You can get a gin drunk. Gin and vodka, martinis. Now, these are the people, they have their own business. And they just stop off about 6 or 7. And their fingers pickled because that's what they stare to drink up with. And they do a lot of this when they talk. With a drink, so you drink spurts on your shoe, you know. And, you know, and you're looking at your shoe. And they hum a lot when they how have you been? It's fine, yeah, nice to see you again. Oh, pardon me. You know, very smooth people, you know. See, then.
All right, I figured I'd kind of pull this up too, because since we're talking about shots, and yeah, this one, oh shit. Wait, what time is this? 2:27. Yeah, I just got to remember. So I pulled back to the right one. Reminded me of one of my favorite comics right there. Yeah, I'll take 6 shots of vodka. Like 6 shots, huh? What's the occasion? My first blow job. Oh, well, in that case, here's 6 and a 7th on me. Thanks, but the 7th still won't get the taste of penis out of my mouth.
That's
Yep,
great.
not what the bartenders expected.
Yeah. Oh shit! What did I just? What just walked in here? What did I get into? Yeah, Cyanide and Happiness. They still do decent comics to this day. Yeah, it's very rare you got some of these web comics guys that have been around for decades that are still funny. But
My little
yeah,
brother loves them. Yeah.
Yeah, these guys still do decent work. But okay. Okay, let's go back up to 227. That's close enough.
People, you know. So then, of course, the obvious one is the winos. But see, winos, once they get down to where they cannot walk anymore, you know, they just kind of heel toe it, you know. It's just kind of easy going to get it.
Yeah, it looks like I just shipped my pants walk, but maybe that's just me.
Now, you have, like, since the country western thing has happened, you got all these people with the cowboy hats and a buckle. And they just drink a lot of beer. And see, there they are. See, and beer drinkers are really different people because something happens to their hearing. They go almost, they have everything. Hey! All right! Now, they drink a lot of beer, and the beer does not go here. It goes in one leg. And when that leg fills up, then they have to take it to the John, see? And so when they walk, you know, they're... Now, when they come out of the bathroom, then you can tell, see? So it's empty now, you see. They step up to the bar and fill it back up. Now, when it gets so that, you know, it's like, I gotta go, hey! I've got to go again. Oh! But this is always like this, always hanging down. And you keep doing like this, and the thing, then they want to go ride this mechanical animal and fall and bust their face, you know.
Now, that's just a boomer thing in general, isn't it? Like wearing your pants up to your armpits.
Yeah, I think that's just it's just a white guy thing, right?
Yeah.
Have to find the gut.
So, yeah. Yeah.
I do it when I get off the stream.
Oh, you know, maybe that's what happens. Like once you got that beer gut going, like if your pants are at your waist, they keep falling down. But if you could pull them up over your gut,
them up over the gut.
Yeah. Okay, that's starting to make a lot of sense now. Oh yeah.
I think like a drunk.
I rode the bull at Jilly's and bust my face, you know. Picture of an idiot in action. But now, the person who has dedicated themselves to going out and getting so drunk that they're going to get sick is all-time
this is the good part right here.
Person. Yeah. You stand there, is drinking. Now, the body says,
don't take another drink.
Don't tell me what to do.
You don't own me.
So you reach out and you go in the stomach, say, messenger's come down. He's taking another drink. Say, all right, reverse gears. But just take it up to the top of the neck. This stuff comes up to here. Now give him a small burp.
He's about to have a good time.
I mean, if you throw up, it's more space for ball or alcohol.
Turn on the sweat machine. Now people say, are you all right? Of course I'm not saying.
This whole sequence reminds me of Osmosis
Now you've
Jones.
got to go. So you come into the bathroom. Close the door. Now, don't forget, you owe this to yourself.
Yep.
You worked hard all week.
You're having
It's
a good
come to
time.
this.
Yeah.
And they can't come to tab.
Aren't you enjoying your evening?
No, the best part is yet to come whenever you receive the tab.
Ooh. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God.
And the best part is
If
your
you get
buddies
me
in the
out of
next room
this,
over laughing their
I
asses
won't
off at
drink
your
again as
suffering.
long as I live.
Yep. And then they're gonna paint your face when you pass out
Ah. Now
What?
you are ready to put your face in a place that was never built for your face. So now you feel it coming. You're, all right, I'm ready. Holding on, holding on. Going for a ride, yes. Bring it out, yes. Here it comes on, we'll explode. And your muscles lock, everything. And you wouldn't be surprised. You would not be surprised if you saw your shoes come out of your mouth. You say, yes! Now that wave has stopped. You say,
And then the 2
You
hours of
put
dry
your head
heaving.
on the side of the bowl. And you thank the toilet bowl. Thank you, toilet bowl. Thank you so much for being cool on the side.
And then you realize
Only
that
you
drunk people don't have
understand
the
me, toilet
best
bowl.
aim on
You're the
the
only
toilet
friend
bowl.
I have. My
And that's where
wonderful
you've been
toilet
resting the whole
bowl.
time.
Now, people keep coming to the door. Are you all right? And he
Yes.
says, oh, yes. I'm always like this all the time. Just having a little picnic. Just listening to the toilet bowl. And that's called having a good time.
Yep. That's right. That's called having a good time.
I never understand that.
Me neither.
It's only a good time when you're off your
I
rockers.
mean, it's all right if you're a teenager, you know,
At the
and
moment.
you've never had it before, you know, and you say, well, what is this all about? You know, you just keep drinking, get sick, and throw up. But just grown people do that on weekends. And then they come back to work and they go, oh, God, my head. It's strange.
Having a good time at work too.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna say. You only feel like a good time when you're almost out of it that night, and then it's always a whole morning of regret afterwards.
Yep.
Yep. And you know, just the whole act of puking in general is just such an adventure. Like, yeah, I remember once. This is like the last time I got sick at work. Like that's when I was actually no, that's when I was working retail. I was working at that bookstore, and I got yeah I was in the middle of serving a customer. You know, I was in the middle of checking someone out, and I've been feeling bad for a few hours, but then you when you cross the line from when you just feel sick to when you know you're going to throw up. I mean, maybe it's different for everyone, but in my case, like once I started noticed my mouth was watering, like shit, my system's lubing itself up for an evacuation. So I just like mid checking out a customer, like yeah, sorry, I have to go. I ran to the bathroom and get ready. Like I just like barely made it in time, so I'm like, oh yeah, there's fucking people everywhere, but okay, no, that's fine. I might be able to just do this quietly. So of course,
Mm-hmm.
like as loud as you can't control it. Like it's just insanely fucking loud. Everyone there is like, dude, are you okay? Never been better. Yeah, nothing beats food poisoning though. Yeah, because then you're doing it out of both ends at the same time. That's like, especially if you don't have a bucket with you, that's fun. Yeah, then you just gotta do that dance in the bathroom, alternating,
Oh,
hoping
no.
you don't get the order wrong, or else you'll make a mess.
It's
Yeah,
like a constant race against time stage in a
mhm.
video game that your body's stuck in until you feel better.
It's a
Yep.
rhythm game.
Yeah, and then after that, like I wasn't kidding. It was like the dry heaving is the worst part because then because usually like you get all the puke out of your system in like maybe the first two heaves, and then you're just there like for 5 minutes, you're like screaming into the toilet uncontrollably, and like one tiny drop comes out for all that effort. Really? Oh man, yeah, keep a bucket in the bathroom. Yeah, that's
Yeah. I'm not feeling far from that myself. You see me coughing my guts
Mhm.
up. It's all dry. I just can't get this lasted sickness
Yeah.
out, you know? I
It's
gave
like
myself sun poisoning and heat stroke by being an idiot, driving to another town. I got home, went to talk to the hospital. They said, go have a cool bath. So I unloaded
Took it literally.
multiple buckets of ice into the bathtub, and apparently that's not what they meant. So I gave myself a cold. Now I just can't get it out of me. It's just stuck in my chest. It sucks.
Are
it's
you
like
having a good time?
a horrible gotcha game. When you all the effort and sometimes when you put in all the effort and sometimes a tiny little bit comes out. But sometimes when you're not quite ready for it, surprise mechanic kicks in.
I mean, I don't think I've ever played a gotcha game where the surprise mechanics were actually a surprise. You knew what you were getting into. If anything, it's the pay. No, a paywall shows up that forces you to use the surprise mechanics. Like, all these gotcha games have a point where only whales can advance further.
That's why it's a bad one.
Although, no, a part of it is also time, I guess. If you're willing to spend the time, farming up free rolls, maybe you could pull it off. Yeah, there are that is a fucking problem with a lot of these gotcha games, though. But I understand why they do it. I do. Like if you give people everything for free, what motivation will they have to pay for it? But I mean, I would think that paywalling all the sexy waifus might be enough. Like, okay, so you if you don't pay, you get Trigglypuff. So that, you actually got to spend money if you want to have the sexy waifus. Okay, I'd understand that at least. But yeah, they block entire large chunks of the game behind paywalls. Like that's always been a little bit funny.
That would become a scenario of your princess is another castle, but the princess is, another waifu.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, they do weird things too, because most of these games, like there's a Fate Grand Order, Azur Lane, like a lot of them, like they got some stamina system, so they limit how long. And the Action Timing does that too. You have those action points that you gotta use up, or battle points, whatever they call them. But then I actually like how games like Nikkei did it, where you don't have any limit on how much you can play the game, but you will eventually hit a point where even before you hit the paywall, which was at level 160, whatever it was. Yeah, you will eventually hit a point though where you like the campaign jumps in difficulty so high you can't advance. And it's not like you could grind the previous levels either. You actually either gotta open your wallet and buy advancement materials to level up, or you just wait a few days and do it via your daily quests. Like, oh, I see what you did.
That's disgusting.
No, that's how they get you. So yeah, your waifu's behind another paywall. Yeah. Oh, then all these games too, like they keep re-releasing alternate versions of the same character instead of just giving him other outfits sometimes. Like, that's always just weird too. Like in Fate Grand Order, it was funny. You could have an entire party of the same character. Like that's always been hilarious. Like a character has like 7 different versions, and you have three in a party. Yeah, because in general, like they don't let you bring a duplicate of the same character for good reason. I guess it doesn't make any sense. But then they turn around. It's like, oh, but the Christmas version of this character counts as a different character.
Of course it does.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how they get you though. Although in a real weird way, like maybe if you just limit yourself to one fucking game, because I noticed that with MMOs actually. Like when I was addicted to World of Warcraft, like way back in the day, I actually saved money. Like, yeah, I was paying $15 a month to play World of Warcraft, but until I got addicted to WoW, I bought, sometimes 2 or 3 $50 games a month. So I actually came out on top. Like I was saving money, but that was back in the day when the only money you could pay was for the subscription. It's not like it is now, where you got a cash shop with like $1,000 worth of shit in there, and you got like paid server transfers, paid character, like race or faction swaps or whatever else they do. Yeah, it's crazy.
And don't forget about the level boost. You get to skip a whole lot of games.
That's true. Yeah, when it comes to skipping too, like a lot of people say, like, oh, you're gonna skip this game just because of a little bit of woke shit in it. Oh, you're gonna miss out. I'm like, well, if I did play it, I would have missed out on this other great game I'm playing instead. What's your point? Like, there's way more good games out there than I have time to play. I have to be selective. Like, it's great. We're in a good position now. Like yeah, AAA sucks, but we have so much old and indie content now that even if you give me 99% of what I want, I don't have to settle for 99% when there's 100% out there that I have access to. Yeah, when you look at it that way, it doesn't sound as bad, does it? Yeah, and plus that's the only way we can send the message that this woke shit is, well, garbage.
Right? And speaking of playing better games, are we ready?
No.
Or
Well, you said better games, but you want to play Cuphead though. Yeah.
it's better than any
Okay, yeah.
it's better than any it's a modern Warcraft. You can tell at
Yeah.
least you can tell it's a game made of with passion and love, with a
Oh, I know. I
hand-drawn.
was I was just taking the
I
piss,
know
man.
with you gotta love the hand-drawn text
Mm.
savory art style.
Yeah. Well, that was the
Anyway, I
selling
hope
point of the game. So
right. Anyway, I left off exactly where I was last time at your launch stream, beating 2 of the 4 worlds. I hope I can finish the rest of it before your stream's over.
Yeah.
I better bring my A game on.
yeah, you better. I was saying, hopefully, you get to see more of an Noah story. Oh, we want to. I just gotta crack the whip on Hanariel a bit more. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's again, that's something Bob is definitely going to be able to attest to as well. Our artists are a special breed of people to deal with. Now, I see merry-go-round likes getting whipped, but some of them don't take too kindly to it.
Well, I mean, it depends on the background, right? Because if you're and by background, I mean like the artist's background, right? There's a lot of people. It's kind of like we were talking about the whole AI thing a little bit earlier, and there's a little bit of irony there. Well, what was the downside of making it so that it was easier for people to pick up the pen, the digital pen, so to speak, versus the traditional pen? Well, the cost of entry dropped. Okay, so same thing's going to happen with AI. The cost of entry has dropped. But what does that ultimately mean as a possibility? Well, you're going to end up with more hobbyists. Hobbyists like to adorn the idea of being a professional, being a pro, because that's a title, it's a moniker, it sounds sexy, right? Well, the problem, as I see it, is you're always going to have these people who just adorn themselves in these damn titles, but they don't actually put in the work, nor do they want to put in the work. They look at this as something that, well, I just call myself this, right? Because these people call themselves this, so therefore, it's like no, what makes a professional?
And then they abandon projects halfway through because they're not interested anymore. It's like, but dude, it's your job now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but they're doing it for the passion, and money's evil.
Yeah.
And stuff. I don't know.
I mean, I could understand not wanting to work on shit that you don't enjoy, but it's all contextual. Yeah.
Well,
if you already committed to it and then you get halfway through, like, I don't feel like doing this anymore.
Yeah, I hear you, but that's the difference between a pro and somebody else. Is because if you're just showing up because you want to do the sexy part, the part that you find the most entertaining, the most fun, that's the difference between a pro and somebody who's going to see things through to the end, right? It's not just an attitude. It's also the fact that, can you actually produce something? Can you actually finish something? That's one of the biggest things that I've noticed. That is sort of this demarcation point. And you're going to see the same with AI. You're going to see a whole bunch of these guys who are just going to be like basically modern script kiddies who are just going to take sample sets from other people and half-ass it, and they will become the new DeviantArts of the world, basically.
They're basically like the asset flippers on Steam. Where eventually, people will learn to spot them and avoid them, and actually, it's because of people like that and because of all the asset flipping and scams and whatnot. Like, if you want to launch a video game on crowdfunding, if you don't at least have a playable demo, your game's not going to go anywhere anymore.
Yep, correct.
And I think that's good, actually. I think that's great.
Oh, I agree.
Because especially with Unreal 5, because Unreal Engine 5 has made it so fucking easy for anyone to make a professional looking trailer for their game.
Sure, I agree, but that's one of the reasons why it's just like everything in its own time. Like, this is one of the things that I find that's kind of funny with Steam, right? Because everybody is now, like, one of the things that's happening with Patreon as a result of Patreon is that people have moved into this new meta where they want to go early access, but But the problem is that early access is just a glorified alpha. In some cases, even a pre-alpha.
Yep.
And what they ship is something that usually never gets finished. So the only thing that you typically see is that the mark just moves a little bit further ahead. It gets nudged a little bit further because originally what was happening with Steam for credibility was you finish you set out and release a final a final product, yeah, and then people buy it, and if it's buggy, there's an expectation that you're going to fix the shit. It's like, okay, sure. But now with pre-alpha, with alphas basically being considered acceptable for early access, people have twisted it again. So again, it kind of comes back to the whole idea of like metas and perceiving what is okay versus what is not okay and what you can get away with.
Well,
And
you could get away with a lot when the consumers are so fucking stupid that they will immediately rush out to defend all these bad practices. They will, of course, it's not functional. It's still in early access. What do you expect? It's like, well, I expect them not to charge me $70 when it's in that state for one, but
true.
Yeah.
True, because the whole idea behind early access, the whole idea of like what Indiegogo, Kickstarter, all the rest of these guys were doing. I mean, heck, did the SEC step in at some point and just basically said, "You will finish this. This is a contract. Otherwise, we may come after you if you don't finish your damn products." It got to that point where a regulator even decided to come in.
Yeah, I don't think that actually happened, but there was a lot of threats of it. I mean, there have been multiple lawsuits where someone, is either taking too long or didn't deliver what they promised, but I don't think any of them have actually won though. Like they've all, but it's still expensive though. Like I guess that's the issue because I mean, it's not like other parts of the world. Like I think Australia is good for that, where it's if you waste other people's time and money dragging out a lawsuit, they make you pay their bills. Which I think that's how it should be, but like here in the U.S., that guy that made Chronicles of Illyria, he got sued, and allegedly he's still trying to make the game, but the lawsuit was thrown out. I think. I mean, they're appealing it. It's probably not going to go anywhere, but he's still out 6 figures on that lawsuit, even if even if the lawsuit was thrown out. And that was actually one of the funniest things, like because he did an interview with some of his detractors, and like in there, like some of the people asking him questions were the people that were suing him. I'm not really all that sympathetic towards the guy. I mean, I don't think he's a scammer, but he clearly just had no idea what he was getting into whatsoever. He jumped into the deep end of the pool before he learned how to swim. But he's still trying to make his game. But during that interview, like the people that were suing him were complaining at like how long it's taking, and he's like, dude, you wasted like 2 years of my time and $100,000 on this lawsuit that could have gone towards making the game you want me to make. Like, well, you know what? I can't really argue with that.
Yeah. No, I get it. I mean, it's when you get into the argument of who's acting in good faith and who's acting in bad faith. Like, I mean, I don't know how many people on this call have actually had to deal with the legal aspects of certain things, especially when it comes to IP law, copyright law, things of that nature. Like I myself ran into something. I can't go into great details, obviously, because it got settled. But the reality is it was favorable, and in the end, the company did what it needed to do, and we came out ahead. But the other party's going to say their own piece, and so be it. I don't care. But the thing that I just wanted to sort of caution everybody is that everybody thinks it's just, oh, well, somebody did something I don't like, therefore sue, right? It's just, no. There's also the fact that the courts are backed up, so you got to get into the docket for that.
And you're paying for lawyers, like, sometimes on a monthly retainer while you're waiting for your fucking trial in the first place.
Well, multiple attorneys, because sometimes it may overlap into different areas of law, so you're going to need to get in.
George, can you lower your mic sensitivity there? We just hear you banging on the keyboard there.
Oh, sorry about that.
No problem.
Yeah.
Good microphone. Picks it up. But the No, but the thing is that's even before things get into deposition. Like,
Yeah.
the situation for me in particular, one of the things that was really kind of funny that I'd frequently talk to the lawyers about, because it was multi-venue, multi-jurisdictional. The other side was basically like, well, you can't involve us from this. Nuh-uh. And at one point, my attorney basically had to talk to the other one and set them down, saying, look, you can't bring third parties into a suit when you have no legal standing and it's outside of jurisdiction. You just can't do it. It's against the law. Like, he actually had to show the other lawyer not just state law, but federal law, saying, well, you can't do it, right? That'd be like basically like saying, I'm going to sue Steam because they're a platform just like Nintendo is a platform, so therefore they should also be brought into a lawsuit. It's like, no, it's not how it works. That's literally not how it works. There's no this adjacent mentality. I know that sounds a little abstract for everybody. I have to keep it a little vague just because, you know, NDAs and stuff. But the bottom line here is that many people go into things and they expect a specific outcome. They already have an idea as to how they think it's going to go through in their head. But what you don't understand is the process is mostly just waiting. It's not a lot of action. It's just waiting. So
Wasting time.
Wasting time. And the thing is that when you're dealing with it, there's this guy I was talking to, and he liked to quote different things in different lines, like the process is the punishment. Okay, well, with that guy who fucked up and got hit with that lawsuit, it sounds like that's what he was trying to convey to them. They're like, look, you deprived me of not just financial resources to try to get this thing done, but you also deprived me of mental resources, because when people are in that stuff, depending on who you are and your personality, people have a hard time compartmentalizing that stuff. And I know for a fact that there's other people out there that I've been dealing with who've also talked about legal shenanigans, contracts, and I'm trying to like tell them, I'm like, look, just because you have a contract with somebody doesn't mean they can't sue. Just because you go out and you buy you register a trademark doesn't mean you have an obligation to defend it.
Yeah, no, it gets even worse actually with the contracts, because like that's one of the things that happens all the damn time in indie comics. Even, oh, you got to have a contract. Oh, you got to have a contract. Like, none of you have any money. Like, who's going to uphold that contract? Like, you got to think about that too. Like, oh, if you got $5,000 to your name and the other side violates the contract, are you going to spend $100,000 to sue them?
Yep. I can't tell you how many times. Well, I can. 3 times I've had artists that have breached their contracts and not delivered on work they've been paid for. I've been out tens of thousands of dollars. Well, that's an exaggeration. I've been out $7,800 in art that I paid for that was never finished, never done, never completed. And it's like, what do you do? They've like they've been in contracts. They've left my company to go work for other companies or stuff like that without finishing what I hired them to do. And I'd be like, what am I supposed to do? Sue them? They're eating ramen. Like,
well, yeah. Even if you win, how do you collect becomes the question, right?
Exactly. It sucks. It sucks.
Well, in my case, I could just tell you that I got their attention when I put a lien on a whole bunch of their crap. And that forced the issue, and it couldn't be hidden anymore. Like, people couldn't stay away from it anymore. And as a result of that, it brought them to the table, and then the issue could actually be addressed. But not everybody can do this stuff, right? It's expensive, and at a certain point, it's kind of like, you know, the difference between professionals and people who like to LARP as them. You do that as a sense of obligation of professionalism. You do it also out of a sense of you need to sit down and take care of the other people who are working with you, because when it's like, you know, in my case, building and game dev, servers, payment solutions, what else do I do? Publishing, contracts with that. You need to dabble in so many different areas of expertise that you have to operate in good faith. The problem with these people, like these artists that you're talking about particularly, what these people don't understand is that they're contaminating, they're diluting that good faith. Because what ends up happening is people become more jaded, they become more skeptical, they start asking for things in contracts that legally you can't do. And then in some cases, one of the things that I love is I looked at this one guy's contract and I looked at it, and because he wanted my opinion, and I was just like, I think that's the wrong area of property law. And I did him a favor. I threw it over to my attorney, a business lawyer. He looked at it and he's just like, this is real estate law. This has nothing to do with copyright. So he just grabbed the template off of some website and then modified it and thought that was enough. And he's just like, this won't hold up in court. This won't work because it's they entered into agreement and stating laws, specific laws and jurisdictions that don't make any sense.
Well,
So,
it's going to waste both of your time, though. So
yeah, but I mean,
To be honest, that does sound even more scary. Like whenever you said earlier that your lawyer had to basically educate the other lawyer on what things are, that just seems like an even bigger waste of time on everybody's behalf.
well, this
You know?
other attorney made other mistakes. Like they decided to threaten a payment processor. The payment processor obviously didn't like that, and they threatened to actually contact Visa and MasterCard.
Yep. Hey, George, can you
because-
just mute yourself while you're playing? Because, chat's still, the keyboard's still too
Oh,
loud.
sorry. I turned it lower,
Yeah.
but apparently it's not enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you got to have a headset or something, too, so you can hear it yourself. Like, I know you still want to make your own streaming channel, right? So
I am using a headset,
Mhm.
but I guess turning the...
Mhm.
I'll just mute myself for now.
Yeah, it's all good.
No problem. Yeah, but these people, this attorney in particular, tried to bully an overseas payment processor, and they basically threatened to get Visa and Mastercard also involved because of the stuff that they were alleging, because they wanted to bring Visa and Mastercard in as a threat themselves. This other attorney, because they wanted to get access to a merchant account, from which they weren't fully legally entitled to. The issue was that the payment processor has their own in-house attorneys, so that caused some delays as far as the back and forth. And they then responded with, "Yeah, well, if you guys don't cease and desist this crap, we will go ahead and involve Visa and Mastercard, and you will get a merchant ban. You'll catch a merchant ban, meaning that the entirety of the law firm would not be able to do web-based processing with their clients." Like, so
Wow.
yeah, you don't threaten other payment
Yeah.
processors because they have Big Daddy that they can run to, and that's usually Visa and Mastercard. It's not smart to mess with them. There's other stuff behind the
You
scenes.
should have just let it happen. That would have been a lot funnier.
Well, I mean, the thing is that's really funny about all these things is that they always say that they want to talk, they want to negotiate, but this is after they've threatened and tried to escalate multiple times, which is also part of the
yeah.
the
No,
basic bitch lawyers. The really dumb ones will always go to threats, but the smart ones basically just treat it as a business transaction, and they're just like, okay, well, can you provide us with proof? Can you cite the specific laws and articles of law? And usually, what ends up happening is at that point when it starts getting into the actual details, a lot of the threats just come off as hot air, and at that point they realize they're not going to get anywhere, and it kind of
Well,
it takes
a
the
lot of
wind out of
those
them a little bit.
a lot of those threats are hot air. Like, I mean, oftentimes when the side that was most likely going to lose, they think they could intimidate the other side into submission. Because I mean, it's worth a shot, right? They have no other
Yeah.
chance, so may
That
as
might
well
work
try
mostly
it.
on like
Yeah,
everyday people that they don't really know about the law, but
yeah.
Yeah.
whenever you have your
Well-
own team as well, it doesn't really matter.
Well, this attorney actually was the one who also ramped things up originally because, again, I can't go into the details because of NDA stuff, but it was kind of weird because they kind of took a run at me myself specifically, and then I handed them over to the attorney, and they acted as almost like I kicked their dog in front of them. Like the way how they
Did you?
seemed very offended at the fact that it's like, how dare you get legal representation? That's what it kind of felt like, because originally this was supposed to be just a basic negotiation, but the moment they started doing like legal threats, I lawyered up, and they acted offended. That's how it came off as. It was just like,
Yeah.
how dare you? How dare you defend yourself?
You're supposed to just bend over and take it, man.
Yeah. So I know this is a little bit of a weird segue for the conversation, but no, I get it, and that's one of the reasons why when you're doing this stuff with other artists, you got to kind of just figure out it's a cost of doing business, and this is also the reason why you do need to register businesses. Like for those who are listening, it's not just for basic legal protection, but it's also so that you can add legitimacy for tax purposes because you can write down some of that as a loss on the business, so you could recuperate some of it. But it is a price of doing business. Unfortunately, you have to take those calculated risks, managed risks. So, and with the hentai stuff in particular, it's even more so because you're more likely to run into people who are professional amateurs, like they have the persona of the air of being wanting to be professional, and you want to take them at good face value, but what ends up happening is they're just hobbyists, and they're trying to learn as they go either with you or you're showing them, without having to sort of do this top down heavy handedness, which usually doesn't go over well because people then look at it like you're being some sort of, I don't know, overly aggressive, nasty or whatever. Whereas these freelancers, they're typically used to running on their own, and now suddenly they're part of a team and they just don't understand the dynamic, right?
Oh yeah,
So
like there was that one hentai game that was it they were making like five figures on Patreon or something, and then they there was only three of them. That's some good money, right? But
Mhm.
apparently the two of those people couldn't get along anymore, so the whole project died.
Yeah, that just recently happened.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It doesn't take much because if you get personal differences, not professional differences, personal differences, it gets really nasty real quick. Like, wasn't there that what was it the thing you shared me the video the other day about that other video game dev who basically he was part of he was the owner of the business, and I think he had the IP rights for Skullgirls, and that whole sordid affair, and how a bunch of people with personal grievances just steamrolled the poor bugger. Um, but again, this is like he's still in the legal, but
Yeah.
he's managed to sort of pull himself together at tremendous personal and professional cost because like I think the lawsuit started in 2020 and he's still dealing with it. He's still flowing in and out of the court. So like when you're dealing with
Yep.
these
And,
types
and
of
and that's
people,
time and money you're not spending on your other creative projects
yeah,
too.
yeah, exactly. Because like building games, knowing firsthand now, like with the first game that I helped build and publish, Foodafix, it it was a lot of learning and just going on faith of those who you believe that knew what they were talking about and whatnot. And the deeper you get into it, the lessons that you learn and what you can actually figure out from facts versus opinion, which is really important for people to differentiate. It quickly started to dawn on me that I'm like, crap, this is the same thing like with like web hosting and Patreon and all this other stuff. You got a lot of people who, for whatever reason, keep stating opinion as fact. And the thing is that that's really dangerous now more than ever because there's even more higher stakes at hand, right? Because people are putting like a minimum of tens of thousands, whereas with Patreon, it's time and money. So we're talking like what, like I don't know, a couple grand worth of Patreon subs a month for the average artist. But if you're doing these game projects, no, they go into tens of thousands. There's all sorts of different horror stories I hear from people all the time, and I know people who have been told by people who I don't know where they came up with this, like where they got it in their head that this was a good answer, but they you know set themselves up as sort of like these mentors to be looked up to, right? And then they go in and they just dump on these poor buggers. Like one guy in particular came to me and he was just like, "I think I'm done," and I was just like, "What do you mean you're done? You're a good writer. What do you mean you're done?" And he's just sitting me down and telling me about like this conversation he had with this guy who he looked up to, and he was always like, "Oh, he'll be there to give me like good advice and everything will be fine." And this guy
Ooh,
just
big
couldn't be
mistake.
bothered.
Yeah.
And he just said he basically told the guy, "You know what? This isn't for you. You should go off and find a different industry." And I was just like, "Based on what?" Like based on what? Like holy crap!
Yeah,
Well,
we'll
What a
see.
what
you
a
know,
statement.
no,
Because
I
that's
think
competition, no?
well, yeah,
Yes, it turns out
it could
it was
be, yeah,
competition. It was
yeah. No,
competition.
he
Yeah.
he was either trying to sabotage his competition or,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, I've had to tell that to some people as well, but that's just because like I'm sure you've encountered those too. Like some artists like they eventually have to realize they're not as good as they think they are,
Yeah.
and they I mean, dude, I know some people that they spend they've been quote unquote honing their craft for 10 years and they haven't improved in 10 years.
Sure.
Like,
No, I get
yeah,
that, but
maybe you should try something else, but yeah,
yeah, I get that, but the way how you deliver this stuff is just as important,
yeah,
right? And in this case, this guy wasn't even an artist. Like he was also a guy who successfully built a game, launched a game, but the game got nuked by Steam, and it wasn't any of his fault. He just received some really bad advice because they hit him for underage content, and it was because of a Western lens. It was really bad because once I actually took a look and I played the game, I knew exactly why Steam hit him, and that was he had these characters that were um, fantasy creatures, but they had a transformation sequence, and that transformation sequence gave them wider hips, thicker thighs, and bigger boobs. And I was just like, "Oh, buddy, no, you, they're anime-esque looking characters, so you have to be consistent with the body type and structure because if you get a Western sensibility and they see that, you're basically saying that they were an underage character. They were like a lolly or something, and then transforming into like a more buff whatever. And I know it sounds ridiculous, and I think it's stupid too. But that's the problem with the West. Like there's a lot of people out
yeah.
there who conflate anime with underage because they're like, well, it's cute because it's aimed at children. It's just like, no, it's not. You don't know
Yeah,
anything
well,
about the genre.
remember that piece of shit Jason Schreier trying to say that the sorceress from Dragon's Crown is like pedo coded or something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
like that
just
that's the level of fucking retard we're dealing with.
that just made me think, could that be also like one of the major reasons why anything the West does, cartoons and whatnot, it just looks so freaking ugly. It's like they just don't want to deal with with that type of accusation, oh, it's cute, therefore it's a
No,
kid,
I think they just don't
that and
have
lack of talent.
talent,
Yeah, that and lack of
but
talent
no,
then.
well,
Try and give
actually,
them the benefit of the
no,
doubt.
when it comes to slapstick comedy, I think like they make their characters look like ugly because then they could put them through all sorts of torture and the audience wouldn't feel too bad for them. Like that's legitimately one of the reasons they do that. Because like if you got these cute this chibi looking characters getting put through hell, like it's generally not funny. But if you make them like CalArts looking creatures, it's like, oh yeah, I could laugh when they get blown up. Yeah.
Sure. And sensibilities have changed over time, and people are really lacking context. And then add social media into the mix, where you've got a billion different opinions that are all wrong. And these people who are
Yeah.
usually the loudest ones, you all got to do is just check their likes and retweets, and you find out they actually are more likely complaining. What they say, thus protest too much. Well, yeah,
Yep.
because I actually see what you were following, and that's a hell of a lot more heinous than the stuff you're complaining about. So I don't know. There's a lot of projections. There's a lot of weird stuff. But the main issue I would say right now that a lot of people face is just finding the right type of people to work with, because that in itself is always going to be an issue. Like I talk to guys who are
Mm-hmm.
former Blizzard devs, and I actually know one of the guys who used to be part of the Skullgirls team way back when.
Back when the
And
team was good. Yeah.
yeah. He's long since not worked with them. But the thing is that you trade stories. You trade war stories. And in my case, it was IT. Like you and I have shared a bunch of those stories with each other in DMs, and you kind of do the same thing with these guys, and you talk shop a little bit, and it becomes very obvious that it's personalities and just people understanding their limits and whether or not they're willing to try to accept them and grow past them, and that growth in itself in some cases can be actually painful to some people, because you got to accept the fact that what you're doing is wrong, but that doesn't mean that you yourself are wrong. you have to be willing to accept that what you're doing now doesn't work, and that you need to do something about it. But for many people who've made what they do they're part of their identity, that you're basically trying to admit that your current self is wrong and you got to kill them in order to move on. And that is a lot of the storytelling that I've heard over and over again. Um, like I had some really interesting conversations with a guy named Phil. He worked for DC back in the day. He was anchor, and he'd talk shop. He'd talk about what works, what doesn't work, and just the state of things in the industry. And it really reminded me a lot of the stuff of what EVS always talks about. But the common thread is again for me, it's I kind of moved past the point of just talking about like SGWs and amateurs and all the rest of that. It's like people who strive to actually not just become good, but want to become pros. Like even says like comic book, his other channel, comic book pros, right? And the secrets. Well, what does that mean? Well, what is a pro? Well, pro is not just the skill set; it's also how they're going to conduct themselves in many different facets, right? Um, like I'm sure you guys know about the whole stuff that's been going on with Dick Masterson and Eric July, because that's become infamous now. The fact that EVS even stuck his neck out, I thought was him trying to break bread. I was just like, that's that's really good of you to try, but I don't think you understand the nature of what this is, and you should probably just stay out of it. But the
Well,
fact is that he did try to give him the benefit of the doubt.
well, when it comes to why he inserted himself into it, I mean, the problem, I mean, you could be as quote unquote pro and conduct yourself and whatever as you want in this, but you're also your own marketing nowadays, and
Sure.
depending on what your audience got used to, like in my case, I will say that if you're new and you're starting out, I would highly suggest keeping your political opinions to yourself. However, I can't do that because I started out giving my political opinions, and then I went and I made my product. So
yeah,
I can't like if I went back and I just and I neutered myself and I censored myself, and my existing audience would all leave, and I know they wouldn't be replaced by anyone. So
yeah, sure.
yeah.
No, I get it.
And I think Ethan's in the same kind of boat. Like he's got to keep doing this stuff. Like he's got to like he says right when he brings up that story about the Beatles, mach show, put on a show. Like I think that's why he does what he's doing. And although unfortunately, I think doing that has ruined a few relationships for him, which hopefully doesn't bite him in the ass in the end. But
well, I mean,
it happened.
Like I guess the takeaway for me with all this stuff is that I'm always willing to try out new people for different things. Like some people don't need to be like the highest caliber artist. If you need like a really good guy who's quick with storyboards, because if you wanna do pacing or scenes or try to draw together a series of scenes into a chapter, for example, that's one of those types of people where it's like you could be a good storyboard artist, but am I going to give you anything more than storyboarding? And no, not until you can demonstrate the level of consistency that I know the audience is going to hold me to as a standard. And that's that's basically what I also mean by like professional. Everyone's got their own takeaway from this stuff. For me, it's evolved and it's changed. I like again, my first game was in 2020. It's 2023, 3 years later. And the amount of crap that has happened, legal, business development, import-export licenses, dealing with wire and banking regulations to optimize payments for like one region of the world because they're in the European Union versus all the rest of this stuff. Like that in itself sounds like it's really easy, but I think you yourself, said it best one time. I think it was you that said this. That's easier for companies because they can just assign that to a guy.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. If you're doing it yourself, you're expected to do all that shit plus stay on top of everything else you got to do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the trick is to try to do it right and do it as optimal as possible. And part of that means when you're starting out, you're gonna have to take some risks, and that means that those risks may come back and bite you in the ass. Um, and from a legal standpoint, boy, did they ever bite you in the ass. But when it comes to having good faith with people, I think you have to. You have to try it by case and look at the track record of the individuals. Like if somebody comes to me and they want to try something out, or they have a game proposition or something, I check out the Twitter. I take a look at some of the stuff that I know, and there's people that I talk to, and I just be like, hey, do you know anything about this guy? And I will always do a little bit of a background check, so to speak. And that's the filtering out. That's the filtering out that you always talk about, RG, about like, no, we need to gatekeep the shit out of stuff, because they're already not at the gates. They're already inside the walls to a certain degree, and we are now trying to filter them out and push them to their own respective spaces.
Yeah, that's where decentralization comes in. Like they might be inside the walls, but each individual district has their own walls on top of that. So yeah, just don't let them into yours. And I'm sure I again not going to get into any details because of your settlement and whatnot. But I know you learned too that sometimes. And I think just barely avoided a similar issue to you, though probably not on a much smaller scale. Like there was someone I was trying to work with before, but and we were getting started, but then this person was tripping all the red flags, like starting to be worried about like, oh, I need you to censor yourself when we're associating together because what you do affects me too. And I'm like, oh, this isn't a good sign. And it just didn't drop down from there. So I broke it off early. So yeah, you got to be willing to do that too. Like even if you start working with someone, if the mask slips and they start showing their true nature, you got to be willing to just kill that project early.
Well, yeah, or basically figure out an amicable way of parting ways, because a lot of companies will do that too, from what I've seen. And
that's what severance is. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
They're basically paying you off so you don't sue them.
Yeah. It's a combination of that, because then you're getting into a contract for the severance, and it's the contract that is providing the legal cover for the business, providing that foundation. Like this is one of those things that's funny. Like I think I've told you guys in the past, chat is one of the things that I had to deal with. Was I don't come from gaming like video games. I also come from gaming. And you want to see something that's spooky, try talking with like 3 different people from legal, and they're asking you if you've got your liability insurance all caught up and stuff like that before, depending upon the next series of conversations you're going to be entering into. Now that's a butt clencher right there.
And I just want to point out to the chat, when he says gaming, he means like casinos.
Yeah, like OG
gambling gaming.
Like,
yeah,
exactly.
So not D&D tabletop gaming, like casinos gaming.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, dude, this is one of those things where part of the skill set of also being a pro, and I think, I think Liam could probably understand this, is it's also when not to say certain things. It's not self-censorship. It's just like, no, I just don't need to put that information out there. So
no, it's not even just that. It's picking your battles. Like you don't have to fight every. And I've gotten so much shit because other people expect me to fight their battles for them, and I'm a sellout if I don't jump on their battle. And I'm like, dude, I'm fighting my own battles right now. Fuck off. Fight yourself.
Yeah. But exactly. And well, in Liam's case, he's dealing with something where he's legally in the right, but it could be flipped on its head depending upon how this party that's messing with him position things. So you always got to be careful.
Yeah, well,
worked at Lucky 38. I wish, man. All I can say is Bally's Entertainment is one of the people who own a lot of the systems that I had to work on way back when. I'm no longer really under the NDA, but I'm just going to be professional. And all I'm going to say to you guys out there, if you're a gambler, you like the slots, Your best bet is to get really nicey with the local staff at a casino that manages marketing campaigns, because they can give you vouchers and on specific banks of machines. And that's the last thing I'm going to say.
Interesting.
Oh, now I'm probably going to get assassinated. Oh, well.
I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I forgot what you just said. Thankfully, so that's all good. Hey, Mafia, you don't have to come kill me now. But no, like, I actually another when we're on, it's like it might be legal, but not right. Like, actually, that's in the YouTube sphere. Flagging people's channels that falls under that. Like, just because you can, no one's really gonna care, because, like, among content creators, like, the worst thing you could do to someone is flag their channel, which, if YouTube's system wasn't such dog shit, it wouldn't be as big of a deal. But, like, they're basically, like, they overreact so heavily to it. Like, their reaction to just about any issue is just nuke the channel, just nuke the fucking channel. Who cares? But yeah, that's why it's such a big deal. But on the flip side, in my case, YouTubers are expected to allow, like, say, React channels to watch all their content and not do anything about it. And it's fair use. Look, they EFAP'd it. They added content. It's transformative. Okay, you know what? I agree with you. If I do the same thing with a Disney movie, what happens to me? My problem is, it's not a level playing field. Like, see, where there's certain content you're allowed to do that with, and other content you're not, and, like, that's where my problem comes in. Like, it's just such a blatant double standard with that shit.
Yeah. So it's ridiculous as well. It's like you can work really hard. I mean, we had one person here in the chat just when I started out. If you go back and look at the chat right at the beginning, and they're like, "Oh, Liam, I've never seen this guy. I've only heard him talked about on other people's channels." I was like, well, yeah, because 90% of my content is EFAP'd by other channels. No one actually comes and watches my channel because they can watch all of the stuff about me on other people's shows, And that stinks, because I'm still trying to get my watch hours up so I can get this backup channel that I'm doing monetized. It's like, and I can see that there's been thousands of hours that have been watched on other people's stuff I'm not getting any hours for, It's like it stinks. But what can you do? Scoreless violin. Woe is me, Like,
yeah. If what you need to do is you need to be a major movie studio. Then you could then you could claim their content. So it wouldn't be a flag.
If I did that, it'd be the end of the world. It'd be like everyone would be like, "Oh God!"
No, not if you were a major studio. Major studios don't have to play by the rules.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind if I got something out of it too, or if it was agreed upon. It's a whole other thing when it's just, like, no one's actually watching your main channel. You're sort of struggling along, and then you're getting like thousands of views on other people's platforms, like, it's kind of like, come on.
That's one of DSP's main complaints too. Everyone just watches his detractors.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks, but I mean, like in many cases, doing what you guys are doing is the best way to start to try to push back against that, is just networking.
Yeah, for sure. That's great.
Yeah.
It's good to be able to, like, catch up with people. I mean, I consider RG an old friend. We did this closeout stream for Blade Devil 1. It was like 8 hours or something, wasn't it? Or was it 4?
Oh, that was 24 actually. Yeah, both of them were 24.
Fuck,
this time, I couldn't get the time off work this time. I wasn't going to do it.
Oh, that's cool. I don't care. I like being able to spend time with you, honestly. Just catch up and talk manga and stuff. Like,
speaking of catching up, I do got to get caught up on the super chats, though, because they spent like an hour gathering again. All right. Yeah, we can resume this in a bit. I just know I'll never get to them if I don't now. So... all right, Jackson. So the book there, Fame Bob Money Pig, which wouldn't have to beg for all the fucking time. Yeah, I mean, he's famous, but he's not rich. That's right. And Jackson likes to know the book. Here you go. Oh, that was the Cosby link. And then he also did one on drugs. Yeah, I remember that one. I don't think we could EFAP 2 of them, though. Kaimanis, it's in the book. How to collect from people with no money. Ooh, this should be good. Develop a business relationship with the Russian mafia, sell them to the Russian mafia, profit. Oh, that's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, Bob, you're in the hentai game industry, right? How many hentai games basically have that plot? It's like, well, if you can't pay, there's alternate methods.
You will work it off with your body.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Jackson links another 4 there. Reminds you of the ambulance chaser law firms who sue small corpos on stock market for missing profit projections, claiming damages due to falling share price and fraudulent claims of potential profitability. Yeah, all things that the big companies are guilty of, but they can defend themselves, so you're not going to go after them. Also, register as an LLC if the business goes under. Only the business's assets are at risk, not your personal assets. Now that's you could be a corporation too. It's just an LLC is good relative to a partner, like a partnership or a sole proprietorship. But
yes,
yeah, that's
you got to be careful because LLC is limited liability, hence the limited. The thing that also that they will always do, just like when you if you sue somebody, that the other side will always try to dismiss the case. The other thing that you'd also need to understand is that they will try to do what is referred to as piercing the corporate veil. So what they're going to do is they're going to argue that the business only exists as a personal proxy and not as an actual corporate identity. So do your homework with how you do your operations, because if you're just using it as like your own personal piggy bank and not having your own, for example, that's usually how they get people, and then you lose the protections.
Yep. And that's what the whole corporations or people thing means for the purpose of the law and such. And the entity of the LLC is defendant, not the owners, unless said owners are criminally liable. Not legal advice is convoluted, but that's the gist. Yeah, we all know that around here. But like Bob just said, there's always exceptions. Then read Robert Greene's The Laws of Human Nature and the 48 Laws of Power, entire conversation condensed in book form with historical references all around. Well, most of us have already read it or derivatives of it, which is why we can say it. So, oh yeah, Rojigami. I just noticed that I don't think we. Yeah, try saying something again. See if it works now.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We could hear some fapping noises. Was that you?
Fap. Yeah. No, I'm just got to run now because I have some errands that I have to actually do. So need to make my exit.
Well, thanks for hanging out regardless, man. Yep, see you around.
Yeah, those who showed up to watch the stream, thanks for coming, and I'll see you guys around.
See you, man.
Later.
All right, later.
Good one.
See you later, guys.
Yep. All right, then also I'm a gambler as a hobby and for entertainment. Play blackjack, poker, craps. Just take $2 to go out for cards, drinks, and meeting new and sometimes interesting people. Yeah, not a bad way to spend the evening, giving how much people will spend to go to a concert. When I run out, I quit. Other times I walk out with a profit. Yeah. Oh, dude, I one of my old coworkers, he actually quit his day job to become a professional gambler.
Wow.
And he so. Listen, so it took him like 15 years to get to that point. So it's not like he just on a whim did it. Like, no, he was so he started out like he mostly played blackjack, and then after because the problem with blackjack is you're playing against the casino. So if you win, you take the casino's money. So the casinos will ban you if you win too much. So once he started running into that problem, he pivoted to poker because they don't care if you win too much in poker. You're just taking other customers' money. They don't give a fuck about that. So so he switched from blackjack to poker, and after years, he got to the point where he could do that for a living, and he just to give you an idea, this guy. He works one weekend a month. Like, that's it. He just goes down to the casinos one weekend a month, does his quote unquote work, makes a month's worth of money, and goes on about his business. But again, it took him like 15 years to get there, though.
Mm-hmm.
So that is one problem there. But yeah, it's. And part of that buildup too was building up the gambling fund, because obviously, like the more you bet, the more you can make, right? So if you want to play at the high stakes tables, you have to have a lot. So yeah, he has to like maintain a gambling fund of like $200,000, like pretty much at all times. Like that's not his personal money. That's the money he uses to make money.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he had to build up that fund. He had to make sure that he can reliably win enough. And so the way he does it now is like he plays poker, and if he has a bad run at poker, then he goes and he does enough blackjack to at least not have a loss.
Oh, that's interesting.
So yeah, so he's doing great for himself now. Yeah, it can be done.
Also, not going there enough times. Like, if you go there once a week or more, people are not going to be willing to pay with you as much.
Well, it also depends on where, yeah, because I mean he also he said that he whenever he can he does go to Vegas because he normally, like, where he learned to play, where he does most of it is actually at the local gambling area, but it's mostly like other gamblers there, like other regulars, like people who know what they're doing. So according to him, like Vegas is actually like the mother lode for professional gamblers, because it's mostly dumbass tourists who don't know what they're doing, like just begging you to take their money. So he makes bank when he goes to Vegas because like he's playing poker with amateurs that are just there as tourists, just fleecing them for all they're worth. But then he practices in the local casinos, like with people who know what they're doing. So, yeah, if anyone wants to take up that profession, you can spend 15 years to learn it, I guess. Then what's that? 15 years, some hellacious time training and getting a bankroll. Exactly. I'm not going to be at that level at any time. I'm willing to put up with a lot that kind of risks. Hence why it's a hobby entertainment. It doesn't help. There's only 3 casinos in my state. Yeah, got to go to Vegas, man. That's where the easy marks are. But also, next time anyone complains about gacha games, like, I'm still not a fan of that business model. But then I also realized, like, a lot of people that are laughing at like gacha whales spending $50 on a mobile game, they spend like $100 every time they go to the bar. Like, huh? Just something to think about. Oh,
but they're having a fun time.
Yeah. Now, do you have things? So, but there's Liam Gray, his channel name on YouTube. Oh, no, that one's not active anymore. I think not. Hey, Liam, your channel was just Conquest Comics now, or actually, wait up, I have it on my list here. Yeah, let's see. Oh, no. His current YouTube channel is Unintelligent Design. Yeah, that's the one he's actually using. So yeah, we'll wait for him to come back until we we can tackle that in a bit. All right, damn. All right, Ethan. Oh shit. All right. I'm just scrolling back up. Yeah, I gotta make sure I don't miss anything here. Censorship. So the 2 bruh barrel soda print bikini merch. Get to it. Oh, dude, yeah, we should put out like some actual bikinis with barrel sodas on. Oh, that would be hilarious. Yeah. Hey, Toxic, I'm guessing Teespring doesn't do bikinis, do they? We're gonna have to find a place that does.
For a second, I thought they were meeting barrel soda in a bikini. I'm like, what are these?
Yeah, barrel soda with barrel soda print bikinis. That could work, I guess. Yeah. Right.
Gender bend.
Yeah, that's right. Everyone's doing it. Yeah, should do that. Paid in exposure, opens trench coat, use flash. Oh, that works, doesn't it? That is the kind of exposure I pay my artists in. So yeah. All right then. Don Brigham, these are the 5 there. My thing with Western comics is the 300 number ones, and they don't have a main verse. And if they do, they don't tell anyone. Yeah, that's one thing I like about manga. Like, I really love how manga does it, where they have one storyline, and when it's done, it's done. Every once in a while, they'll come back. They'll do a side story. They'll do a spin-off. Maybe they'll do a prequel or a sequel eventually. but it's obvious what it is. So, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, that's right. So the two there. Toxic will be fine. He had Ethan Gunt on his side. Oh, yeah. Gunt's down in Mexico, too, huh? All right. So the two. Sorry, G. I backed as hard as I could already. Oh, well, I appreciate that. All right. So the two. Aqua joins on the Cosby scene. Oh, the rainbow puke. Yeah, that's good. Rico Fancy 5 also thinks the 5 there. That there Cosby did represents lightweights for they don't know any better. Plus, Dragon's Milk could be intoxicating. Yeah, if you want to enjoy drinking, you got to know your limits, and you got to. I mean, you can enjoy it for the taste, I guess, but a lot of people they quote unquote enjoy it entirely for getting drunk. I don't know why. Yeah, people are just freaking crazy like that. But yeah, speaking of crazy here. All right, let's see how crazy we're going tonight. Damn, we passed 138K now. Shit. We might even make it to 134.
I'm sure we will.
Yeah.
You got an awesome little gathering of fantastic people here, and I'm sure they're going to want to jump in on the book.
Yeah, I hope so. Oh, then also Jeff thinks the book there. Hey, let Liam know that some reason his homepage on his channel says he has no content. No, that's probably because you're in the videos. You got to go to the live stream tab. There's content there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I told him your only active YouTube channel now is that unintelligent design one, right?
Yeah, this one I'm just trying to build up and get it monetized. Because what happens is I get struck. You know, I'm famous for being the strike guy, but I get struck a lot by douchebags. So I'm working on just building up my unintelligent design channel, which is this guy here, which is my live streaming channel. And then once I get it to its a number of watch hours, I'm going to move on another. I'm actually developing, as we speak, actually, I'm working on what will be my main channel. I just try to have two. That way, when one inevitably goes down, I don't just disappear from the internet.
Well, you made sure you have both of them under a completely different email and AdSense account and everything. Okay, yeah, because there's a lot of people, they have their backup channel under their same account, and then they're shocked Pikachu when they lose them both at once.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Well, we had to learn how to do this when they sent the Stan Lee estate after us, if you remember that back in the day. Like the SJW, we had Tobor on, and he did a Stan Lee accent, and it was so good that it sounded exactly like the real Stan Lee. And so the SJWs, I think it was SJW Captain America from Twitter, went to the Stan Lee estate, which is owned by communist China. And they issued copyright takedowns on my channel. My channel went down. So I had to talk with the lawyers of the Stan Lee estate to get my fucking channel back. So
yeah,
it's a crazy world we live in.
It's great when they do
that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I can't believe.
Oh, looks like Musk struck again. All right, Joe. Actually, so the book, most profitable gambling outfit, the lottery. At least odds, though. At least casinos have legal restrictions on the fuckery they can pull with the overall payout percentages required by law. The state runs the lottery, and they can pull all the fuckery. Yeah, well, when it comes to casinos too, good luck trying to hold them to any of that. Like they, like we were just talking about with Bob, you really want to fight them in court? Then if Liam gets struck by fellow Aussie Angus Young, doesn't that make him thunderstruck? Sorry, the dad joke was 17 hour days during the week. Yeah, yeah, that's okay, man. Liam's a boomer; he'll probably laugh at it. Yeah. He's fucking old, man. It's okay. Yeah, you're among your own here. Yeah. Flash the Mystic. It's the 10 there in response. Can RG's artists get tips? I was set to enter a contest for a reverse 1999. I was going to draw a silhouette stand of the player main character, but since it's on Twitter, what do you think, RG? I mean, you could make a Twitter account just to do it. Yeah, if you think you could win something, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no time restrictions or anything like that. right?
Yeah, or although Twitter might be a little bit fucking annoying now that unless you're willing to shell out the money for Twitter Blue, because if you have a brand new account, that might cause some issues, maybe, because they might just automatically assume you're a bot. But then again, as long as you don't post, you don't post naked pictures of yourself immediately, yeah, maybe they'll make correct assumptions there. Dawnbreaker, so they're 5 there. Like Diablo Immortal with a $100,000 paywall, or Sims where it costs $1,000 for everything. Well, I don't think Diablo Immortal had a $100,000 paywall per se. It's just one whale spent that much money. From what I understood, he completed all the content in the game just fine. It's just that the problem was the arena afterwards, where like no one was grouping with him, or rather matching with him in the PvP arena anymore. Yeah, because he was just too. Yeah, he was so he wailed so hard he was even steamrolling the second place whale.
Holy shit!
Every time, so no one was willing to match with him, because I mean, obviously, like just imagine the position Blizzard's in there, because like they want to make they're in the business of making their whales feel good and powerful. If like you can't sacrifice your second place whale to appease your first place whale, right? Because either way, that's a lot of money. Yeah, so they're in a rough position there. All right, thanks for the 5. Average normie gamer. Ooh, I can buy a level skip to get to end game now. Does plays just end game is not enough. That's not enough content. Game sucks. Bad game. Well, in all fairness, I think MMOs have kind of gotten fucked recently by that. Yeah, because I'm one of those people. Like I really don't like MMO endgame. Like that's the worst part of MMOs for me. Like I much preferred the leveling up process and playing through the story and doing all that. And then once I get to endgame, that's just boring, grindy shit that I repeat over and over and over again. But there's other people out there that they view the leveling process as the boring, grindy shit to get to the end game. So yeah, it just seems to be different opinions, but yeah, I think modern MMOs are more focused on just rushing to the end game, really. Queenitis, the 10 there, early access, such BS. It got pretty popular with crafting survival games. Yeah, that's right, and it still is. DayZ has been early access almost a decade. In fact, it should be a decade on December 16th if we go by release. Damn. It's like Star Citizen, huh? Yeah, I think early access is fine if it was done correctly. Like I think that's the key. Like for example, Minecraft, I think had the perfect early access. While the game was still under development, you paid less for it because obviously it wasn't finished, and then you got the full game when it came out. Because you were one of the few that invested in them early. You took a risk on them. And then you're rewarded for it by getting the full priced game for like a quarter of the cost when it finally launches. Like I think that's how early access should be. But now it's actually the opposite. They're like, oh, pay us $100 for early access, and then when the game finally launches, they sell it for like 50. Like, yeah. But then again, I think gamers are suckers. Like let's just not beat around the bush. Most gamers are fucking suckers. Once developers found out that gamers are willing to pay to be beta testers, like why the fuck do we have a QA team? Why do we pay testers when these dickless suckers will pay us to test our game? And that's one of the reasons I say gamers get the industry they deserve. They support this shit. They're all for it. So don't feel sorry for him. Just laugh. But anyway, that's my rant on that. All right, Halo K1D4, the two there. What was that game for research purposes? Oh yeah, so Bob, they're asking what was that game that got that writer got banned from Steam? Oh, I think he's taking a wank break right now. Yeah, we'll have to get back to that. Yeah, stay tuned. Dawnbreaker, please shoot the 5 there. Those are the same people that have problem with Lolly in the West are completely fine with Billy Batson and has had multiple relationships. Yeah, not to mention all of those that are reading about Lolly. You go to their Twitter profile and they're liking they're posting all the male characters in My Hero Academia having gay sex with each other. Never mind that they're all underage too. Like they just ignore that. Yeah, just be morally outraged though. It's fine. It's fine. Dawnbreaker, so the 2 looks there with older whammons. Ah, yeah, that's fine though, right? And Dawnbreaker, it's another 5. Speaking of gaming, one company you don't want to find something wrong side of league is Nintendo. They nuke you for looking at them wrong. Yeah, Nintendo. Yeah, they are notorious for being litigious. Yeah. Overload Sombra, so the 20 there. And then finishing off with the membership too. Cool. Something weird happened to me the other day. Was posting a comment on a video. When I tried to post said comment, the page reloaded and showed the message saying my account was suspended. Oh, that has never happened before. Just stared in shock for a minute for reloading and said it was normal again. Weird, huh? Oh, maybe they were testing something. But yeah, I've encountered those bugs before. Like sometimes I just get logged out and I get weird messages, but never got the suspended one, except the one time when I actually was suspended. And Jackson said, so the 2 there, Shara with demon appetite at the steakhouse. Ooh, it better be one of those all-you-can-eat ones. So, all right. Hey, Bob, you back yet? You done wanking? No, he's still wanking. Hey, Bob, you left your camera on. You realize we can see you, right? The Emperor Nero did nothing wrong. Thanks to the book there. So what is everyone's thoughts on the religious right hijacking Orange Man's movement and now cementing their control of the GOP? Do you think this phase of cancel culture will end? No, it's going to be a different one, but it's not so much that they hijacked it. It's that he had to make a few concessions to get them on his side. It'll be just like his first term if he gets elected again, where he's not going to play into their narrative, but he's not really going to go after them either. He's just kind of going to let them do what they want. And Booty Warrior LLC, thanks for appreciate the 3 there. The Booty Warrior should own a debt collection agency. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours. Yeah. Hey, Liam, you were you aware of that story since it's from Australia? Oh,
what happened?
God. No, one of the stories I covered a few weeks ago, there was this guy who was a criminal himself, obviously. He got his house broken into. So he butt raped the home invader.
That is very Australian.
Yeah.
It's like that episode of reminds me of that episode of Boondocks.
Yeah, that's why we called him the Australian Booty Warrior.
Yeah, Booty Warrior.
Yeah.
You know that Australia was a penal colony.
Yeah.
Penal sounds like anal or something like that.
Yeah.
With a penis. Yeah.
Ah, there you
You got a pretty mouth, boy. You like my house? You like my house? Why don't you come and sit down?
Yeah, no. I just like imagine being in that position. Like you're just sitting there watching TV and some dude breaks into your house. You're like, I was just thinking of going to get myself a nice piece of ass, and a nice piece of ass just walks right in. So what happened? A God. Yeah.
What happened? I don't need the gritty details about the sodomy, but like, was the guy sued for raping the guy? Was it like spun around, or did everyone have common sense enough to go, well, man?
Well, considering he killed him afterwards, he did. He did get into some legal trouble for that. Yeah. Actually, wait up. I don't.
Did he commit necrophilia after the killing him?
Yeah,
I forgot.
Yeah, you see, no, that's the part I was just gonna say. Like, the article didn't specify whether the butt rape came before or after the murder.
I really hope it. No, I don't even hope anything. This is terrible. This is terrible.
I mean, it is, but you know, if he wasn't robbing the guy's house, he'd still have his anal virginity and his oxygen
his
addiction.
Life. This is true. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's one of the things I love that Eric July always says. Like, oh, are you saying you value your property more than human life? It's like, no, when he decides to rob me, he decided that my property is worth more to him than his life. That wasn't my decision.
Do we have a picture of this guy? Do we have
the article didn't have a picture either.
We need to find out what this guy looks like, man. Like, do you understand?
The kind of guy that he's a bogan.
Yeah, we gotta find out what he looks like. We gotta. Like, this is gold sitting there, just internet gold that someone's like, guys, in the chat.
Yeah.
Use your internet detective shit. Find us what this guy looks like.
They had his name there, so maybe you'd have a better luck finding him.
Yeah, see if you can get like a police photo or something of this guy. What's this guy look like?
Yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, I know they do got a photo.
Oh, good.
Oh wait, is that? Oh no, was that no, that was from August. I think that was the guy. Wait, let me see.
Could we bring this up? Because this could potentially be fucking the biggest laugh I'll get all month, just depending on how this guy looks.
Oh wait, no, okay. No, that is the story. Okay, so they all right. So they didn't find. So the guy did end up dead, but they didn't find him guilty of manslaughter. But they did convict him for the rape.
Was the rape so bad the guy died? Is that what happened? Like,
wasn't the story that he kept him?
But yeah. Hey, Liam, just you watching, right? You watching the screen right now? I'm going to show you this guy's photo. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to look exactly like you expect.
Look at those ears. Oh my god!
Yeah,
sure looks like a face you
can school with.
Sure looks like a face you can trust.
Yeah.
Just imagine that head slowly rising up from behind the couch with the glow of the TV on.
Yeah.
Gay porn blasting. You sort of break in. You got your mask on, your balaclava. You break in, and that head comes up in silhouette against the TV over the couch. Looks straight at you.
That's a nice ass you got there, boy.
Yeah.
I can imagine that voice on him.
Yeah. Oh my god.
You got a pretty mouth.
Yes. Oh fuck.
Yep.
The guy died, but he wasn't done for manslaughter. That's awesome.
Yeah, he spent at least 4 years in prison. Yeah. So let's see. And look, his the guy the burglar that he snuggled to death, his last name was Cox. You can't make that up. Yeah.
Sorry, you're gonna kill me. I can't laugh. This cough. You're gonna kill me, RG.
Hey, you realize now I'm gonna try to make you laugh on purpose, right?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah. So according to Cox was beaten. I'm sure it's on the screen. I'm not lying.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. Look right there. Cox was beaten with a baseball bat. Ooh, you got a fetish. And was incapacitated on the floor when Holland then went booty warrior on him. His body was found at the scene under a pile of blankets a day later by police who arrived at the property on an unrelated matter.
He left him there. He beat the fuck out of him, raped him, and just throws a little cigarette on the guy and walks away.
Even better, he was hogtied. His mouth was duct tape, and his pants were pulled down to his upper thighs. You know what went down there.
Oh my god!
And then you see, here's the part. The jury convicted Holland of one charge of the struggle snuggle, but he was found not guilty of manslaughter. Yeah, so, you know, we understand why you had to kill him because he broke into your house, but the butt fucking was a step too far. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You know, none of this would happen if he just followed a certain Simeon's advice. Just get a doll, man.
Australian booty warrior went hard on Cox.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why get a doll when some nice booty just shows up at your house? You know, it's
Yeah,
free.
that's
No
a good
delivery
point,
fee.
man.
No
Yeah.
shipping.
Well, if he goes to prison, hopefully he, for his own sake, he'll be the one committing all the act.
Well, probably he's got experience.
He went there looking for booty.
Yeah.
I just can't believe it. Like,
Yeah.
This is fucking karma, isn't it? It's like,
Yeah. This.
What are
this
you in
is
for?
Australia.
I raped a burglar. Oh,
Yeah. And hey, I'm surprised this slipped your attention, man. I mean, this is.
I've been in my own
This
little
was
comic book
hilarious.
world. I know it's hard to believe, but I'm not looking up deep,
Yeah.
sodomy crimes. Maybe I should be. Maybe there's more comedy out there than I.
Yeah, I mean, I posted the link in the private chat in case, in case you want to. Maybe next time you show up on Bancroft's stream, you can have something to bond over. You know.
Yeah, I should take it over there, and I should set up a meeting with him about like comics or something, and then be like, could you share my screen for a minute? Not telling him.
Yeah,
You know
but
about
tell
this?
me, like, did that guy look like you would expect him to look?
Oh man, no, but he does look like a kid that I went to fucking school with. I'm not even kidding you. Like, he looks.
Well, was that kid called Clay Holland, by chance?
No, surely not.
Yeah,
Probably
this-
not.
yeah, I hope not.
I'll how old is he? He's 36.
He would have been a few.
I'll have to
years
ask
your
my friends that I went to
junior,
school with because I've got a pretty shoddy memory. But I'm gonna this will be great. What a funny story. Oh my god. I just love the fact that he left the motherfucker lying there. I guess he was going to rape him again later. It was like, just what, did he go back to playing fucking Xbox or whatever afterwards, and then cops show up in the morning? He's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, this guy was a criminal already, right? So like the article said, the cops were there on an unrelated matter.
Yeah,
imagine the shit luck. Like the cops are there to bust you for something else, and they find you committed an even worse crime that they didn't even know about until then. It's like, oh man, couldn't you have shown up 2 hours later after I disposed of the body? What the fuck, man? Fucking
well, I
RNG.
was gonna say, considering that there wasn't some additional charge to his arrest, what kind of luck would that be? The cops need to show up to his house for something not related to it, not anything crime related, but then they happen to find the body.
Yeah. There's someone called in a wellness check or something. Yeah.
I can't believe this. It's fucking hilarious, man. Thank you for that. Stream has been worth it for that alone.
Nice to know. And it's actually another 7 there. If Liam gets struck by the PvP has always been bullshit. PvE or get the fuck out for my money. At least Star Trek Online is a solid solo campaign. Doesn't require whaling to enjoy. Yeah, I tried to play that game. I just didn't. But then I think my issue is I tried to play it when it launched because I still was playing MMOs back then, but not anymore. All right, then those reading about Lolly often do the meat space Shotokan. You've covered them enough on your streams. Yeah, there's like Bob was saying earlier. There's plenty of thou doth protest too much around.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this. If you see someone on Twitter that just injects themselves into everything and has to virtue signal, there's 100% chance they're covering for something.
It's guilt.
Because I've mentioned so many times on my streams that being a good person and a virtue signaler are mutually exclusive. Because if you're a good person, everyone knows you're a good person. You have to go around telling everyone what a good person you are.
Yeah.
That's what pieces of shit need to do. They need to gaslight you into thinking they're a good person. So,
yeah.
And just really quick, a quick tip for Cuphead, if you're going for high score or perfect score. On the airplane levels, instead of using Miss Chalice with the Astral Cookie, it's best to take a heart ring, because it'll give you 3 extra hit points. Because when you're in airplane mode, you cannot use her second supercharged weapon, which gives you generate a 1 hit point shield. In airplane mode, she doesn't vary that much than the regular Cuphead or Mugboard. So having more hit points is the best way to go when facing airplane level. And I believe this one's the worst one out of them all. It's definitely worse than facing the devil himself.
So you're having an airplane level in the toilet? I mean, that makes sense. Yeah. All right. So then, it's at the and for more laughs from Liam, it happened in Brisbane, which is no surprise to anyone passing knowledge of Australia. Yeah, is that where all the bogans are?
I'm not too far from Brisbane. Like, I was going to do a stream there not long ago because, like, I moved states. I'm like,
you could visit that guy in prison.
Oh my God, should I? No, I'm serious. Will they let you film it?
Don't accidentally show up for a conjugal visit.
No.
Yeah. Oh shit! He already just turned his whole internet off for that.
No, he's already on his way.
Yeah. Oh shit! I gotta go. Yeah, was it? Oh, imagine getting into legal trouble just for beating cocks. That's tragic, man. That's a face that comes with handlebars, no pigtails needed. No wonder he went to prison when prison started on the home invade. He's just paying it forward. Oh yeah, his ears. Yep. And fuck, it happened in Melbourne. I'm gonna headcanon it as being it happened in Brisbane just for laughs. Oh, okay. Yeah. Close enough. It's Australia. It's all the same. And at least the guy had some street cred from the other prisoners. I'm in here because I struggle. No good. A fucker broke into my house up the ass. It's like, oh, you'll fit in perfectly here, then, won't you?
I had to rush off.
Yeah,
I had to rush off to make sure I could set up my conjugal visit. I mean, my visit with the.
Yeah, it turns out it's actually in Melbourne. So yeah, you're gonna have to drive a lot further. So
yeah, no, Melbourne's too far. That's where upward near where Oz and Risey live.
Well, maybe they could visit him.
I wonder if Risey knows the guy.
You sure that's not Risey? Have you seen him in real life?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Though, it's man, I got to tell Risey. I got to get Risey. I'm gonna get a lot of fucking leverage out of this story. You're gonna have a lot of laughs, man. We're gonna have a lot of laughs over the next week.
I mean, I just thought that was a daily occurrence in Australia. Like, is it? Not?
Yeah, but people don't write about it in the news. Nah, to be honest, there aren't that many people butt fucking other people here. You know, it's like at least in my
usually not a newsworthy event. Yeah.
Though, do you know that kangaroos will rape you?
Dolphins too.
Yeah, no, but dolphins can't run up onto land and knock you down and drown you if you don't. I guess they could drown you if you don't play ball, but kangaroos. If you're abroad, right? If you're a woman, if you're on your rag, you're having your period, you shouldn't go out into the Australian bush because bull kangaroos can't tell the difference between a female kangaroo on heat and a human on heat, and they can smell it up to 2 miles away. So they will come and beat the shit out of you, like literally pummel the shit out of you, because this is how they mate. They will beat the shit out of you until you submit, and then they will rape you. Not even joking. Not a bit. That's literal bush safety for women.
And just think about how jealous that'll make your dog.
Savage.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about white women, right? Yeah, so
I mean, I get that. I don't think that the kangaroos are picky.
That's true. A hole's a hole. So the book there. What made newsworthy the circus struggle wasn't coming out of Canberra. Is that it? Huh?
Damn kangaroo fuck, says Mark Anthony.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to make your dog jealous, man. You gotta be careful there. All right, Halo County 4, thanks for the 2 there. But was the game what was the game that was kicked off of Steam? Yeah, I asked him before, but then he seems to I think he's having a wank break right now. So and
He's
Don
trying to
Breaker,
meet
thanks
God.
another 5. Yeah, the 3 game recommendations for the Steam and panel is first Moscow Invasion, Shelter 69, and last but not least, Friendship with Benefits. Oh man, I actually haven't played those. I've been getting most of my my games from DL site. Oh wow, just bombed him.
Mm.
Hey Bob, you done wanking yet? Yeah, he's really going at it. Holy shit.
He's trying to see through time.
Yeah, DSP would be proud.
Yep.
All right, then I was talking about the fucks in the Aussie Parliament since Canberra is the capital. Aussies are so good, used to getting fucked that it happening elsewhere makes international news. So that's
Oh,
true.
that's
You used
funny.
to just bending over and taking it, huh?
Fuck you, man. No, but with the Aussie spirit strong. The Aussie spirit strong. We just the problem is people don't give a fuck about the government, and then when things overstep, we end up. No, I can't say that. But yeah, no, Australia has a very, how do I put it? Without sounding like I'm a redneck.
Frontier justice.
Yeah, it's things will get to a certain level of badness, or the average Aussie man, he doesn't give a shit at all until it reaches a certain point. And then when it reaches a certain point, then a bunch of blokes will get together and it'll be dealt with, whatever it is. That's how we've always done it. That's how it's done. And so right now things are bad, but they're not as bad as when the Brits were trying to march us into war and giving us shitty strategies. You got to go and do this and this and this. And it's like, that'll get us all fucking killed, you idiots. So we shot those guys. We shot all our commanding officers, and we did it our way. And that's very much how we run our government and our law enforcement as well in a lot of ways.
Well, if you're out in a rural area, unless the feds get involved, law enforcement is generally okay to deal with.
Yep.
Yeah.
I do love my country. We get a lot of shit. People say we're like a totalitarian place, but we get a lot of bad rap for Victoria, Victoria and Canberra to a degree, I suppose, but especially fucking Victoria. Like they've got a lot of, that's where they run the literal Marxist conventions, and the Marxists are involved in the government, they've sort of got a monopoly on it, because the average Aussie, they don't want to fucking run the government. They don't want to tell other people what to fucking do with their lives. That's bred out of you when you're a child. That's like
they're going to have to start getting involved though, whereas if they don't, other people will.
That's exactly what's happened. That's exactly what's happened. But what'll happen is it'll get to a certain point, like it always does, where people get fucking fed up with it, and then there's going to be people getting their ass kicked. Like then that's what'll happen.
Yeah. Hey Bob, you done wanking yet?
I'm back. I hear you now.
Okay. Yeah. So we had someone asking, like, for research purposes, what was the name of that game that got banned off Steam?
Giving Imp a Chance.
Oh, it was still that one. Okay. I remember that story.
Yep. I just did a little bit more digging, and then I looked into it, and I was just like, oh. It wasn't a rogue mod as what people were led to believe. I was just like, no. Like, you got to understand that when it comes to people, the notion of a puritanical people in Washington State, where Valve's Steam auditors are, you're not going to get Puritans in that sense,
Oh, you will. They'll just be left-wing Puritans.
Yeah, but they don't go after, like, the criteria is not the same, How do I put it? The problem is trying to explain this. It requires a hell of a lot of nuance, and part of the problem with that nuance is that you're never going to get a definitive answer one way or the other because of confidentiality and TLS, right? And the other thing too is that they tell you enough that you can fill in the blanks if you compare notes, especially when you take a look at that list of. There's like this Google sheet, spreadsheet of all games that have been banned. You can quickly start to figure out the correlation of what got banned and why, just by taking a look at it. So, and the problem is when you start pointing this stuff out, people just call you like a show for Steam or whatever, and it's just like, no, dude, like it's their playground. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm not gonna go to
The
war with them.
first and only game I heard about getting banned from Steam, this is how out of fucking the loop I am, was that one they did way back in the day about the serial killer. Do you remember? Like where you play a fucking serial killer?
That game wasn't banned. Like Hatred is still on Steam.
Oh, really? I think it's
Yeah.
banned here. I don't think you can get it here.
Well, everything gets banned in Australia. That doesn't count.
Australia has its own version of the ESRB, and it's actually they modeled it after the EU's. And the thing that's funny about it is it's kind of like a shakedown operation, because what they do is they basically say, hey, pay a fee, we'll review your game, but if it has anything to do with adult content, we're going to ban the game. Thanks for the money, stupid.
Well, it's exactly the same as here in the U.S. You have to pay to get the ESRB to review your game, and while technically getting an AO rating doesn't mean your game is banned, it does mean that if it's a console game, because the console manufacturers won't publish AO games. So,
correct. Yeah, you will have to do it. Australia has no adult policies. Germany does. South Korea does, and everybody else for the most part is fine. And China, it doesn't matter with China, because China they either change their region and buy shit, usually from Argentina, or they just pirate.
So have you heard that Argentina now, like Steam in Argentina now switched to use USD? I wonder why.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But
Argentinian players are not happy about that for obvious reasons.
Well, yeah, I mean, dude, like, cost of living just shot the hell up for them based off of, the fact that it's an external currency. But no, I mean, it's the same thing. Like all those countries that got forced into using the euro, as opposed to their local currency, except for Great Britain, for some reason, got a pass on that when they were still a member. You can still do shit with the pound. But what I think that was actually kind of funny about, like what Laughing Man is saying. Yeah, no, an imp is not a lolly. The problem was that there's nothing wrong with fantasy characters, but if you put it in a context, a narrative context, a potential narrative context of where it's a petite person that could be fill in the blank for like adult, they will say, nah, what you're doing is trying to do the 9,000-year-old lolly crap.
No, haven't you heard, Bob, that's legitimate now? Because every time these fuckers find a character they like Rebecca from the Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Oh, she's not a lolly. She's like 20 years old. Like, hey, wait a minute. I thought we don't get to use that argument.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's stupid. The thing that pisses me off about Steam the most is when they get too much bad PR backlash, then they'll go ahead and arbitrarily ban stuff because it falls under their nebulous terms of services, which it's just like, like bad reputation.
Every company has something in their terms of service that's a generic, we can kick you off for any reason. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I mean, like the game Rape Day, it was a controversy for that reason, and then it got banned, and then the guy who made it used the negative PR to become like his own little weird puritanical and point out like a whole bunch of other anime and stuff. It says that's underage, that's bad. So he was one of those people who was almost like a troll, who tried to use negative PR to feed his own brand after that. So it's just like, dude, we know what you were trying to do by putting that in the name. And yeah, I mean,
but when it comes to Steam, and I mean, it's just like any company, right? Like I think we talked about this in private before. That if it was like a major AAA game that had that same controversy, nothing would happen. Because like Steam is not willing to risk their business relationship with a major AAA publisher. But if it's just some no-name indie that got dozens of sales, they're not going to go to bat for you. They're not going to risk a court case for you. They're like, I am not going to risk losing millions of dollars for your game that sold 5 copies. Like that's unfortunately the reality of the situation.
Well, yeah, no, you're right. Like Foodafix, for example, sold over 500,000 copies. But that in itself doesn't mean anything. to something like Steam. They just don't care. The AAA guys, they'll get some sweetheart deals. They get dedicated contact managers, like liaison managers, things of that nature. You don't get that unless you're making like millions
Tens of
upon millions
millions
of
at least. Yeah.
tens of millions of dollars basically in order to do that. I know people who will get like a person, like a support contact, where they'll give you an email and you can reach it. That's not the same as an actual rep. A rep will speak on your behalf to Steam, and they can actually get certain things dedicated and assigned to them. You need to be pretty big for that to happen, or you need to have a very bigger, larger release before they'll do that. Because it's like the team, they do some outsourcing, but for the most part, they're not that big. They're just over there in Washington State, and they've got I think about like 100 people or so working that stuff, reviewing the games and such. It's not as big as people think it is. So the idea that you could just go ahead and sell like 10,000 copies of the game or something, and that's somehow going to give you special treatment, nah. No, there's thousands upon thousands of titles up on Steam, and if you want to think that you're going to get special treatment because you crossed like 1,000 sales, 10,000 sales, it's just not how it works.
No, you got to get into the millions, man. Like yeah. Yeah, when we say big customer, we mean like actual, like AAA publisher levels, and plus, it's not even just that one game either. It's the entire, the whole publisher. Like like if EA released a game on Steam and it was causing Valve some trouble, they're not willing to jeopardize their relationship with EA as a whole and risk all their other EA games, right? Like it's that too. You can't just look at the one game, right? It's the whole catalog. Like if you got a whole catalog of games that make tens of millions, and these companies are vindictive too, and for good reason. Like if one of these companies fucked me over and I had the option to pull all of my content from them, I would. And it's like, well, you're going to treat me like shit. I'm not going to make money for you.
Well, the other thing too is that Sony and the rest of these guys are going to get special treatment no matter what. Mostly just because of the fact that they know that, like, Steam knows that they have their own. These guys have their own distribution platforms as well, right? And they're at scale.
Yeah.
So, no, people are going to get special treatment. It is what it is. You don't have to like it, but at the
you
end
have
of the
to
day,
know that's what happens. Yeah.
That's what's going to happen. But as far as like other people getting certain types of special treatments or certain types of features and stuff unlocked, there's a lot of controversy over that too, because like here's the thing. You've probably seen it. Like everyone says like trade secrets, right? Well, what is that code for? That's code for I need a competitive edge. I've seen publishers who basically allude to that they get access to extra features inside of Steam for their games, but that's just not true. Steam in itself, its backend is kind of spaghetti. Like its GUI is a little bit spaghetti. You need to know where everything is and enable it. And that basically means you need to have to learn how to read. And that means
that's a step too far for most developers, unfortunately. And I say that as a developer.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. So this is one of those situations where a lot of people will kind of, they do that fear of missing out, but in this case it's like fear of messing up as a marketing strategy. And I don't like that kind of stuff because I've seen that in IT. You've seen that too, I'm sure of it. These IT guys who, rather than just show the client how to do stuff and have confidence in their work and knowing that, hey, if I do the job, they're gonna have to come back to me because it's one thing to support the code. It's another thing to be able to build on top of it. They can find somebody who's competent enough to do it, but you never hold back from a client, right? You give them the proper documentation. Well, there are people in the IT profession who don't do that. They deliberately leave very vague or incomplete notes for their clients. And to me, I look at that as kind of like unethical, especially when, in some cases the client puts it in the agreement saying you will provide documentation, right? You're not getting into some sort of semantics or rhetorics with these guys. It's just like, no, they want documentation. You'll give them documentation. Well, these guys do the same thing. There's publishers out there who do the exact same thing. They're just like, oh, it's too complicated. Don't worry about it. I'm your publisher. I got it taken care of. Rather than just actually, tell them. Yeah, you're right. Also, Maniac. sunken cost fallacy as well. That's basically it too. There is a fear amongst people that you put in so much and you're not and you may barely break even. There's this series that I used to watch back in, oh god, I think it was 2001. Somebody linked it to me. It was about this guy and his team of indies. Not double A, not even single A. It was 10 years in the industry without a single success. And the takeaway I got from that was just like, no, you got to take it time. You got to be slow. Your wins can be slow, but you're basically reinvesting in the future. And it's by doing that you avoid a lot of the pitfalls that the big guys get stuck into, or on a perpetual project wheel like that of what Patreon is trying to encourage, which is like, hey guys, congratulations, you're now a successful startup, and now you're a forever startup because you're never going to be able to leave us. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I sometimes I got to wonder if that's really a bad thing, though, because one of the reasons companies fail is they lose that startup mentality and they become a real company.
Well,
but I get what like your point is mostly just that you don't want to be dependent on Patreon, which I actually agree with that.
Yeah. My concern is using a platform as a forever platform. Like you will, it's one thing to be a startup on a platform that is aimed at startups, but then the mission statement of that platform kind of shifts somewhere along the lines, and it's just like, no, you're just going to run your business from us forever. But at the same time, the mentality of startup, like doing the grind, trying to do right by the customer, that goes away. Yeah, and then what ends up happening is it's complacency on a walled garden, and in this case, it's with a big orange P.
Yeah, that's why I like you've seen the drama going on with that Grey J app that Lewis Rossman made. Yeah, that's that I think is we need more of that. Like because like with that app, I mean, unfortunately, it's got its issues. Like I'm going to get into that in a bit, but it's more focused on allowing you to follow an individual person, like not a platform. So like the issue is like if you follow someone on one platform and they get banned from that one platform, that's the end. But if you follow them, just it's almost like that, like Linktree in app form, I guess would be one way of putting it. But that is its own problem in the end, because like I do appreciate what that app does and what it was meant to do. Like my only problem with it is then what if you get banned off the Grey J app? Then it's the same problem. It's just another centralized point of failure, unfortunately. But it's still better than what we got now.
I'm not familiar with it. Do you mind just giving me a brief summary of what the Grey J app is?
No, it's just an app that like I just described. It allows you to follow creators instead of platforms. So like if me as a creator, like I could set up an account there and link my YouTube, my Rumble, my BitChute, like all the places I'm at. So then if people followed me on that app, it would have easy access to like all, like if I streamed in 5 different locations, they could choose which of those streams they'd want to watch.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all just right. It's like an app version of Linktree. Like that's basically the better way of putting it. Which is nice, because if you're the type of person that gets banned from fucking everywhere, it's great to have a place where everyone knows, like, as long as you follow me on this app, wherever else I pop up, you'll be aware of here. Like that's one of the biggest problems is like people, like if you only have a community on YouTube and you get banned on YouTube, how are you going to talk to your people now? Like that's really the only reason I got a Twitter. So I created my Twitter account like a day after the first time I got banned from YouTube. And that was back when YouTube was reasonable too. Like it was just one of those, it's almost like this last time. I just wake up one morning and my channel's banned. I filed an appeal, and then 3 days later, they're like, oh yeah, our bad. We made a mistake. But that taught me a lesson, though. Like that taught me a lesson that I needed to have some backups, and that's why I created the Twitter account, so people know, like, okay, if I ever get banned from YouTube again, I'll be able to talk to you guys through there. And the GreyJ app just makes that easier. So, if you follow me on this GreyJ app, regardless of where I'm at, I mean, I'll keep the app updated, and you'll know.
Yeah, it's cool. Makes me wonder how many people are actually really invested in that many creators on an individual basis, though. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, well, that's something that I've been. The reason that these alternative platforms never really take off is, like, say, yeah, Liam. Let's just say you follow 20 people on YouTube.
yeah.
One of those people leaves YouTube and goes to some other platform you don't have an account on. What's the likelihood you're going to follow them if the other 19 are still on YouTube? Like, I think that's the biggest
zero.
problem.
That's what I tell everyone. And I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like, I like convenience as much as the next person. So it's like, I'm not going to go over and look at like Rumble or do anything like that. Like, I've got enough stuff to try and keep track of as it is without needing to like go to all different platforms and stuff. That sucks because I miss the old Angel Fire days of the internet when everyone had their own website and stuff. But I just don't think that, I mean, like, YouTube's cable. Let's just be real. That's what it is. It's the new cable.
It's the new cable TV, exactly. And it killed cable TV, then it became it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I've been saying this too, that we're slowly going back to the days when people have their own site and their own forums. Because man, I saw so many communities fall apart, like when they used to have their own forums, and then they shut the forums down to like make a subreddit or a Facebook group or something. And then within a few weeks they're bitching about how they're getting censored over there. It's like, you chose to go there. So.
Yeah.
I mean, I would understand if they had a financial incentive, but they didn't. I mean, it wasn't that expensive to maintain those sites either. Like, if it was just a forum, dude, if like a video hosting site like YouTube, that would be expensive. But if it's just a forum, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. A forum and like usually a little chat room. That's what it used to be, for most sites. I was honestly like, this is what a boomer I am, man. Like, I saw Reddit come along, right? And everyone used to show me Reddit. And I'd think, but we have forums. Like, it's fucking 100 times better than Reddit. Well, this is like, Reddit is like a step backwards. I don't understand.
I was the same way. Like, why the fuck would I go to Reddit when the forum is better? And then, now the reason was because there's way more people on Reddit and you could grow your community. But that's back when people naively believed that growing your community was a good thing. And then when they found themselves getting kicked out of their own community after the tourists replaced them, then they realized they may have made a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to gatekeep, man.
Yeah, people don't like it when I say that either. They're like, "Oh, Liam wants gatekeeping, so he should be gatekept." I'm like,
well, that's a fair attitude, though. Like, you know what? People say that with me too. They're like, okay, fine. I don't gatekeep me out of your spaces. Then I don't give a fuck. That's literally what I'm pushing for. Like, you just complete separation. I'm fine with that. Like, you know what?
The problem is when the people decide. The problem is when the people deciding that are not doing what's best for the community, and they're just trying to sort of. But anyway, it's a multifaceted argument. But I agree with gatekeeping. I think that you've got to keep bad actors out. Bad faith actors will poison and destroy something. And I mean, my first big exposure to it was when emo came along. I was huge in the punk scene. That's like that's where I'm from. And I just watched emo completely dismantle it. It bloated so big from going mainstream. And then emo came in and just sort of made it all cringy. And then the fucking scene died. Everyone left because it wasn't trendy or popular anymore. Everything fell in on itself. And it was just constant drama and bullshit. And it's like,
yeah, I mean, I guess it's not at the same scale as an entire fucking music scene, but I had that happen on multiple forums. Like I was a moderator on some forums, and then of course they the infiltrators started getting in, and I was warning them about them. It's like, no, we got to keep these people out. You can't do this. And then sometimes I was successful. Most of the time, the community turned on me, like, oh, I was the problem. Okay,
Yeah.
so I just let. They kicked me out. I left. Whatever. 3
And the
months
community's
later,
died.
yeah. 3 months later, some refugees come by to my new forum. No bitching about how the old community completely fell apart. Like, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, who could have predicted that, huh? Man, if only someone was warning you fucking idiots that this would happen.
Amen, brother.
Yeah.
Amen. It's like, it sucks because it's harder to build something than it is to tear it down,
Oh, by
there's
far,
a certain type
yeah.
of person. There's a certain type of person that really wants to just tear shit down because they've got something wrong in their life. And like these fandoms and stuff, they're not just bodies or groups to be exploited for money. Like they're people. They're people who love the stuff we have. Like just a few hours ago, or an hour or so ago, someone was like, oh, I'm looking at Liam's channel and he's got a video on Megas XLR. And then people are like, yeah, Megas XLR is awesome. Do you know how often I run into people that like Megas X?
Can't talk about things he likes
often.
anymore.
Yeah, that topic is taboo for Elon Musk, apparently. That was a great cartoon, though. And it's proof that duct tape fixes everything. So there you go. All right, I'll next to the two there. Dog gets jelly. Wait, jelly of Rue equals box of Rue to save it. Yep, he's got to protect his Waymans. And the community for the 5 there. Is the Google Doc public for everyone to see what was banned? Yeah. So Bob, like Steam does publish the list of banned games, right? Like I've seen it before myself. Like it's not like it's a secret.
Yeah, the Excel file is just a sort of a publicly traded thing that people do themselves. If you Google for banned hentai games list, you'll find it. You'll find it. It's pretty well known, pretty discoverable.
Yep.
But yeah,
and the fact that Steam is still fucking around like that's why, like, when it comes time for me to make mine, I'm not even gonna risk it. Like I'm leaning towards making a lewd game, and the adult content is add-on. That's off Steam. There you go.
I tell you, chicks dig giant robots, but Elon Musk does not.
Giant robot cars, even, man.
Yeah. But yeah, no, and I just sort of bring it back to what I was saying before I was quickly bumped out, if it's okay. Like, I don't get a chance to meet people like that. And I'd be shouted out and cancelled and called all sorts of mean and nasty shit by people that don't know anything about the same sort of things that I love. Before I'd find a community of, that appreciates the things that I enjoy. It's sad because a lot of those old communities have been dismantled and systematically destroyed.
Yeah, and the people. Actually, I will tell you. I'll tell you this. I don't know if I don't know about the communities you're a part of, but I routinely I see this attitude constantly about how what happened to all these communities? Where are they? A lot of these communities have gone into private, invite-only underground forums.
Yeah.
Like if you don't know where they are, it's because they don't want you to know. Because like they got like you could only get infiltrated so many times before you just like, okay, I know these like 20 guys have been with me to the past like 3 forums.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are cool. So we're just gonna make our own group and fuck everyone else, and they just shut the gates completely closed. And
then there are groups of people, man, and I won't name them, but there are groups of people that are like, hey, let's fuck everyone else, and their whole thing is going around trying to infiltrate these other groups and cause fights or like like grab screenshots or honeypot people and all sorts of gay shit.
Fake
like,
screenshots, yeah.
Yeah, fake
Oh, dude, I know.
screenshots, yeah.
No, I run into those exact same. I know the kind of people you're talking about. I run into them all the time too. Like that's why I'm real careful. Like if I see someone in the chat talking shit, I always, go to their channel to see who they really are. Because yeah, like these fuckers, like they will create fake accounts to try to, create beef. Like, oh, did you see what this person is saying about you? Like, no, that's a fake account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason that
constant.
I've got over 127 accounts blocked on my fucking channel, man. 127.
And it's probably the same 3 people.
It's pretty much the same person, or one of the few same people. It's ridiculous. It got so bad that they literally started making accounts, and every single account was just a different Sonic the Hedgehog game. So if you go to my block list,
I remember.
Sonic,
and they were just spamming the N-word constantly under the different Sonic games. I remember that.
Yeah, and then reporting it so that I have to so that they're trying to get my channel struck and stuff. Yeah, it's fucking disgusting, man. It's ridiculous. But these people, they just want to destroy any sort of happiness that anyone has, any sort of connection and fandom, because they're miserable, misanthropic, broken people, and you got to feel sorry.
Misery loves company. Yeah, I'm sure you know that saying, right? So yeah.
They just sort of band together into groups that try to destroy other groups. It's like no one comes online to be miserable. We all want to have fun and connect with other people that like the same things we like, or some sort of connection, especially when you're into like niche things that you're probably not going to find most people liking.
Yeah, then it causes even then, like sometimes with all these damn groups, then if you don't want to participate in their group, then something's wrong with you.
Yes,
like a lot of the times with me though, like I don't try to be the quote unquote antisocial. It's just a lot of these groups, like they're full of people who are terminally online.
Yes,
like these people, like they're allegedly creators themselves, but they never actually do anything. Yeah. All they do is that they sit online just bitching constantly or causing drama, whatever. And so if you don't participate in their chat rooms 26 hours a day, something's wrong with you. Are you too good? Yeah. Or are you too good to hang out with us? Yeah. It's just like, no, unlike you, I'm busy working. Like, look, I got a day job. I got a YouTube channel. I got Blade Devil. I got multiple other projects. I don't have the fucking time to just sit in a chat, just chatting with you guys over, honestly, shit I don't really care about, because it's usually just drama. So.
And it's usually just, let's find a reason to be upset because we're unhappy in ourselves. It's like, well, I mean, I got a 12-year-old, I got like a nearly 15-year-old daughter and a motherfucking, and a baby, a 2-year-old fucking baby that I'm dealing with, like my daughter's just starting to date, like fucking, I don't have time to deal with shit. I just want to make my comics and hang out with people that want to talk about fucking Megas XLR, like that want to make manga and do creative things. I'm interested in hearing about people's experiences and their creative ventures and their dreams and aspirations. I don't want to sit around and like with misanthropes and make up fake drama and fake stories. Like, I hate popularity contests as well, man. Like, so I'm not made for YouTube, but I've got to do this. It's the only way I can sell my books.
Yeah, that's the trade-off. You don't want to fall into the same trap as the legacy comic industry pros. Yeah. You actually expect me to promote my own book? How dare you?
Yeah.
Like, well, you can lose then.
Yeah. Got to do it.
Yeah.
And hopefully I'm making enough stuff. And if you guys in the chat are wondering, I've got Dino King, Edge of Extinction, which is available now on Indiegogo. It's got 11 more days until we start. Well, I think it's about 20 days because I've got to wait for the Indiegogo money to come through. But then that'll ship. It's pretty much finished. And I've got Kakashi Murder Dolls, which is completely finished. You'll probably enjoy that one. That ships on purchase. and Wonder Island, which is still a work in progress. It'll be fulfilling around the same time as Diner King as well. But those are my books right now. I've got a few others, but yeah, I've been doing this for a while. I got this awesome cover by Toxic Man Baby, he did way back in the day. That's the reason I'm here again, because of this is a fun little thing. You can't buy this, so those of you who got it, congratulations. And yeah, I'm just doing my best to keep making great manga that people are going to enjoy, and you know, that's what it's all about to me: manga and comics and positive vibes. You know, like I'm here to win, not here to fight.
Yeah, and that is sadly what happens in a lot of times in these communities. Like the people who feel they deserve more all just group together and start trying to fuck with everyone else. But
yep, couldn't have said it better.
Yeah, that's it. I am so fortunate. I have a decent group of people here, so that I can just like I just keep to myself and my group, and we can call it good. So same thing with the artists I work with too.
Yeah, you're so lucky, man. You're one of the few people I've met in the online space that I just feel is a normal person and who gets it. That's why I'm always really excited when you send me an invite or say, "Hey, you want to catch up?" Like. Everyone that you've had that works with you is really easy to get along with, chill people. They're like my people, just easy people that want to make books. I just wish that I had a following like a third the size of yours, you know, like if I could get like 300 backers on every project I did, I could do like 4 or 5 books a year. It'd be fucking fantastic. Right now I'm just sort of, you know, my hands are tied by my exposure.
Well, in my case, I just got lucky that I was doing this for years before the comics thing even got started.
Yeah. No, but you've done awesome. And there's people that are, like, they'll be jealous of you and shit. I'm like, can't we just be happy for other people's success? I know that sounds really fucking gay, but like, can't we just be happy for other people's success? Why do you have to be jealous? Why do you have to sit there and covet? Like,
there's an entire Discord server of people who've never done shit that sure talk a big game.
Because
honestly, from my own experience, how much you can truly just feel happy for others, for your friends, your acquaintances, or even just strangers online, it's how boils down to how happy you are with your own life, without lying to yourself.
That's really wise. That's really wise.
Yeah. It looks we got it. We passed 140.
I knew we would.
Boom.
All right.
And then of course there's gonna be people coming in tomorrow morning. Yeah, we're still gonna be in demand. It'll be fine. But yeah, like actually, I guess going back to the topics at hand. Yeah, I want to try like all the different business models, right? Like so with Blade Devil, we're doing the crowdfund route. Let's End the World is just a web comic that we will translate into merch sales, hopefully in the future. Yeah, this new project we're working on, that one we're gonna keep safe enough to maybe sell on like Amazon, even, for example. So maybe we could give away 1 or 2 chapters, and then hey, you want to see the rest of it? Well, you could buy just order on Amazon, and the advantage of that is until we get banned from Amazon anyway, someone else handles the fucking shipping. So there you go. Yeah, that'll make things so much more efficient.
Wait, we're supposed to keep it safe?
I love that you've got the freedom and the backing behind you that you can really experiment. That's one of the things I always think you're very blessed with. You know, I think it's awesome, and I get to like see what'll happen. Like if RG does this, what happens?
This is why I kept the day job, because it's actually my day job pays for most of this. So. Yeah, I wish I could quit, but and focus on other stuff, but I need to have
just
the funding,
longer, man. Endure a bit fucking longer, keep saving, keep building, you know, like you're young. And you've got the time and the opportunity to do it, and you're not going to do it later. And it's going to be better to be able to sit on your ass and be lazy later, you know.
Young, I'm a boomer, man. Yeah. Oh, actually, no. Now that you
Listen
bring that up,
to the
yeah.
useful spring of step in your voice, you know, like.
No, so you bring that up, right? Yeah, you can take it easy later. Like, man, I learned that lesson hard when I was younger. In that, like, actually, when I was in college, like the life I lived was fucking sick. Like, I worked full time so I could pay my way through college, which I was attending full time as well. And I made sure I had a few hours a night to play World of Warcraft because, again, I was addicted. And yeah, it was bad. And then even then, I was all like, okay, this is all for the future. I'm going to work hard now so I can rest later. And then one of my friends died in a car crash, and I just like, well, what if I don't have a later? Like that's what taught me it's important to have balance. Like you definitely like you can't live in the moment like you because otherwise like you'd starve for the winter, right? You have to prepare for the future, but you can't let that take over you because like yeah, imagine if you spent 10 years suffering for a payout later and then you die. Like it's man, like that.
Yeah.
That made me think about a few things.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when I had the cancer diagnosis, man, I was working on Wonder Island and I freaked the fuck out. You know, I freaked the fuck out. That's the reason that the book, people bought it. And it's like, you know, it was a 60-page book. I upped it to like 200 pages because it was like, all right, I want to like say a certain thing with this book. I want to do a certain thing. I've been building towards this for a long time. And I was also using it as a training project for Yuka so that she could learn a bunch of things she needed so that she could be a professional mangaka.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm going to run out of time. I'm going to fucking die. You know, I've got to put everything into this one fucking thing and, or it'll never get done. You know, I won't be able to do everything that needs to be done so that my affairs are in order. It scared the shit out of me. Now I've got a sort of fresh lease on things. Things are doing good despite my whole coughing to death here.
Oh, you're not
But
dead
yeah,
yet.
it really makes you think. Exactly. It really does make
Yeah.
you think about, you know, everything.
Oh man, apparently on Toxic's end, it's saying that he's got 0 hours or days left. No. So the campaign is still up for another 25 minutes. Yeah, it's not over yet, man. All right, okay, I got him. Let's get caught up again. So another line between 4 things. So the $2 there. Our community is getting stronger. I think so. Community, yeah. And Dawnbreaker, so there's 7 there. My take on entertainment is if it's fiction, I don't give 2 shits about who or what's depicted. Why? Because it's fake. It doesn't affect anyone. Yeah, unfortunately, the majority of the population are fucking retarded, though. So, yeah, that's not going to fly. That's why like I'm in full support of technology that renders the government impotent and by extension anyone else who'd want to censor. Like that's our best option is, you know, just it doesn't matter what they want to do, just make them incapable of doing it. But we'll see. I wish more people were like that. Yeah, if only we lived in a perfect world.
I've got a really good printer and everything's working there, but the dream would be to have your own press, you know, like be able to print your own shit directly, like get it all out there, not have to worry about just remove as many moving parts as you can and be able to run it all yourself. Like that'd be the dream for me. Like
yeah, and that's actually the problem because like people have to work together because no one has the skills to do everything. No one has the time for everything, right? And so yeah, we're supposed to each get together and play to our strengths. So the more shit the more like say if you're doing all of this yourself, that's less time for the stuff you'd really rather be doing. Like that's what pisses me off about this cancel culture shit. Like that I think is the biggest crime right there. Is that they're forcing me to waste my time doing shit that isn't my strong suit.
Yeah.
Just so I don't have to worry about being canceled.
And just so that you can't perform as well as you could, because then you might show how useless they are at something, rather than them actually having to compete or aspire or anything like that. They just want to tear everyone down, you know?
Oh man, like I still remember before I even launched the first Blade Devil campaign. Yeah, there was a certain group of people that are like, oh, why are you even doing this? There's no point. Like it's not going to make anything. They all disappeared after the first day, and even this one too. It's like, oh, the second one's going to be a failure. They're all gone now too.
Yeah, they've all moved on. Well, you fucking showed them, didn't you? Eat a bunch of dicks, you fucking haters. You fucking poser hater dickheads. Like, I believe
they're just
in you
projecting their own fear of actually starting something. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of them started it and already failed, and they just they may not be saying anything publicly. They're just coping and seething in Discord servers now.
Well, they just never get anything across the finish line. And speaking of finish line, I think I'm done, guys. Thanks you for the chat, and
thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, it was good.
Bye,
to meet you,
Bob.
Later, man.
I showed up
right,
just momentarily.
Oh, I see. You're tagging out. Okay. I see how that is.
He's got to get back to beating the meat.
He didn't even acknowledge me.
And you know what he just said too. That's so true too. Like they just can't get anything across the finish line. Like, oh god, there's so many. Look, I have friends like that. Like, God, I got this one group of friends. They've been trying to make a video game for at least a decade now, and they every few years they repeat the process where they're like, oh yeah, we're going to work on this game. And I'm like, okay, what engine are you going to use? Oh, none of them do what we want, so we're going to make our own. And then a year later, like, hey, how's your game going? Oh, we got like a quarter of the way through making the engine and got burnt out. Like, yeah, I figured as much.
God.
Making an engine.
What a waste
That's too much.
What a waste of creative energy, though. Imagine if those people were working on something that got done, you know? Like,
yeah. Hey, it looks like George completed it, huh? With A+ all the way.
Well, A+ I've seen, yes, but actually not Island 4 yet, the DLC world. I'll go as far as I can, but I know you're ending it in less than half an hour, right?
Yep. Yeah, and I did kind of want to. Yeah, we could just save that for the next stream too, because I did kind of want to have the actual page up for the last moments. See how close we can get it.
Yep.
Oh God, 14. I wonder if we get to 1500. That would be a nice one. We got to 141K.
I reckon we'll probably get around 191.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Maybe. We should have probably done another stretch goal for like another card or something. Maybe we can. Yeah, we could. We still got time. We can still do that. So Daniel Davis, thanks for 13 months. Congrats on 140K. Oh, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, yeah. I wish. I just wish I could actually partake in a lot of this. That would be nice. Yeah, that last one, like, again, pretty much everything in the first campaign and then some went into making this one. Like, that's fine. Yeah, this is the only way no good shit's going to get made without investors. So
that's right. But we've got the best investors of all. We've got the chat, you know, the backers. You know, how much is Blade Devil going for on the secondary market? I mean, Xenotype.
I didn't even.
Yeah, check it out, man. I'm not swinging my dick around, but Xenotype, it was selling on the secondary market for $120. So, like, Blade Devil's probably fucking got a whole bunch of people out there that are backing it and selling it and making their money back in stuff.
I think it was only like 50 or so last I checked, but we there's a lot more copies of Blade Devil floating around out there, though.
True. Still, $50 $50 is pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know if Toxic's the one that usually checks eBay for that. Like, I wasn't checking. So, and then plus, actually, we still have a few copies we sell. Well, at least of the main two covers, anyway.
Yeah.
Wait,
the
now
biggest difference that sets a professional apart from a hobbyist having discipline to see things through to the end. That is so fucking true.
Amen.
Yeah, another artist we worked with in the past. Yeah, that's learned that was a mistake because got halfway through and then just I don't enjoy doing this anymore, so I'm not gonna.
Oh
It's like,
no.
and it's one thing if it's like if it's if it's any non-creative job, like if it's coding. Oh, I don't feel like doing this anymore. Okay, fine. You could just hire another coder to finish it. But if it's something like art, if an artist bails halfway through a project, you have to redo the entire thing from the start with a different artist. Unless you do, I think like Michael Beacon did this with his book because he had an issue of an artist bailing, so he like reworked his book into like a flashback segment or something, and so that's how it justified it being in a different art style.
That's the
So
problem I've got with that's the problem I've got with Xenotype 2, dude. Like, I had a guy who was a backer, and he might have actually been one of your fans, actually. And he was like, "I really want to work on this book," and he sent me his style, and it was good. It was right. I was like, "Okay, you can do this." So I gave the guy a gig. I paid him an excessive amount of money. We got on well. He was a huge fan first. Then he goes off and joins basketball for the weekend. Next thing I know, the motherfucker's in an international basketball superstar. And I'm sitting there with like 34 pages of the book. And he's like, I still want to do it. I said, dude, don't throw away a professional international career to work on my book. Like, finish your career, finish your basketball.
Make sure you save all the money you get.
Yeah. And it's just like, I've got these pages and it's just like, I can't, unless he finishes them, I can't fucking release Xenotype 2. I have to get another artist. And it's like, I'm going to have to write it off. I didn't think about making it a flashback or something. Like, that's...
Yeah, well, in your case, I mean, I guess maybe the best thing you can do is you might be able to get a discount on those pages for the new to have the new artist redo them. You just tell them, hey, just trace over this in your own style, and then we can continue with new pages afterwards. Yeah.
Exactly. But now I've got to find the guy, and that's I've got to have money to set aside for that and everything. It's like, because I pay the guys as they finish their work. You know what I mean? And the guy didn't do it maliciously. He still wanted to do the book and everything. But it's just like, what are the chances that you end up on your national basketball team?
That's just getting fucked by RNG hard right there.
Yeah, exactly. I was just like, no, you got to do what you got to do, man. Don't like.
Dude, this another project too. Like I forgot the name of the fucking project, but it's another one of those that it's apparently being considered like a crowdfunding scam. This was a game, I believe. And people were asking, like, is this ever coming out? Is this ever coming out? And then so it's like, you realize the guy that was making this died like 2 years ago, right?
Whoa.
Yeah, like, that's there's other ways these projects can come to an end. Yeah.
He died. What the heck?
Quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
What an outcome.
A lot of folks that have been in this space, man, like, we're an unhealthy community. We're all fat guys, fat white guys.
Yeah, that's right.
A lot of them have died. Like, there are a lot of people that names in the chat, and it's like they died. Like, they're not here because they died, and it's crazy.
Yeah, it's something that this becomes the norm when you become a crusty old boomer like us. Like, it's just people you've known your whole life just aren't there anymore. And it's like every year there's another one bites the dust. Yeah.
I've offended the chat, and Toxic Man Baby is trying to convince everyone he's not fat.
Yeah, he's just big boned.
Yeah,
gave him too many burgers.
Yeah, well, he works them off. I mean, he wanks extra hard to get rid of those calories.
Hey, if you're truly not fat, you don't feel the urge to state it.
I'm literally for real not fat. I love you, Toxic. I know you're not fat, brother. I know you're not fat. I'm just giving you shit.
Now, Eagle, you said earlier, sure, I can save the game for next stream. Do you already have a plan for something else, another stream related to the campaign or something for Volume 2?
Hell no! I'm thinking that because I'm gonna have to do something next year just so the government doesn't fuck me as hard. So I'm thinking that I'll finally use that as an excuse to release the Noah plushies.
Hmm.
All right,
Like, that
that's
would be a fun
something.
campaign. It
All
might
right,
be a
then,
while though.
That's okay. This slot will just go rest in my library.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much desire you'd have to play the game again right after mastering it, but I mean, I've done that before too. Sometimes I just back up the save, so even if I overwrite it on the Steam cloud, I could just replace it later. Yeah, it's nice. You got to be real careful though. Like I almost ran into that issue once when like I got my new computer and I just reinstalled everything, and then what one of the games, like, it, instead of just pulling down the cloud data, it tried to upload its new fresh data. But thankfully I caught it right before it happened. Like if I hit the wrong button, I would have overwrote like everything.
It would
As
just
funny as that
it
would be.
would have blank slated most of your game, right?
Only the specific games that because most of them were fine. But yeah, there was like 2 or 3 games where it didn't by default just pull the data from the cloud. It started a new file. And then after I opened it and I saw it was a new file and I exited, that's when I got the pop-up saying that the data doesn't match and it asked me which one I wanted to keep. So like, man, if I would have fucked that up, if I would have like, misclicked right there, that would have been the end of all my shit, at least for that game.
Yeah, I like to copy the backups, my save files in a remote folder, especially for a game like Monster Hunter in the world. Oh,
yeah, any
that
game
too much.
that's that heavy on the fucking grinding, yeah, you gotta like if I lost a game that I had to grind hundreds of hours in to get to where I wanted to be, I'd be furious.
I'm a
Yeah,
compulsive saver.
I usually avoid most game like that. That takes a lot of time investing, and then you have to keep saving it for a long time. I prefer the kind of game where you just essentially you plug in and play. That's the kind that challenge your gameplay. But if you ever have to reinstall it on a brand new device, you don't have to take a long time to grind up to where you were before. You can just all you have to do is pick up your skills in that game again.
It depends on what you like.
Yeah.
Like, you can boot up a GBA emulator, play Mega Man X in one sitting.
Yep. I mean that's most of most of these older games, like, and I get shit every time I bring it up. Like a lot of the NES era games, for example, that are remembered for being notoriously difficult. When you actually put it into context, they're not that hard. Like it's just that that's a lot of those games are before saving. So if it's a 2-hour long game, but if you fuck up in the final 5 minutes, you have to redo all 2 hours again from the beginning. And
Right,
that
but
just like
those
gave it
games
a
are
false illusion of difficulty.
right, but those games are not 2 hours long at all for dedicated speedrunners.
Oh, the speedrunners could probably beat them in 35 seconds, yeah. But
Man, Hollow Knight Steel Soul. Hollow Knight is like a probably for most people 15-hour Metroidvania, but the devs know that people are crazy. There's a Steel Soul version of the game where you die, the save is wiped, and there's speedruns on it. People are just that good at the game now.
Well, when it comes to speedrunning, though, the speedrunners would have, even if the save file wasn't wiped, the speedrunners would have started over anyway. Like, that's just... True. Yeah, because like with Super Mario, I guess, like Super Mario 64 speedrunning, you got different categories, like 0 star, 1 star, 16 star, 120 star. Yeah, so if you're going for the full game, start to finish speedrun, yeah, even if they didn't wipe your file, you still would have, they still would have restarted it. But yeah, like the speedrunners that do that shit, like they basically play the games like we would have played them back in the day. Where and that is just something like, especially like the more old my boomer ass gets, like the less patience I have for that shit. Like if it's a 2 hour long game and I lose in the final 5 minutes, I'm like, if I have to restart from the beginning, I just like, nah, I'm not doing it. Like, nah, I don't fucking feel like it. Like, I'm not going to go through all this tedious shit just to get to the part I'm having trouble on. Because like that's why I like the Souls games. Because with very few exceptions, there's a respawn point right at the right outside of every boss room. So if you die while the boss's patterns are still fresh in your memory, you could go back and try again until you finally learn the patterns and win. Now imagine if you had to do 3 hours of unrelated shit before you could attempt it again. Like, nah, fuck that shit. Like, I don't do that.
Those were designed to suck your dimes, dude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what a lot of those games were hard on purpose. Yeah, because they were originally arcade games, and they were
Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah. Although some of them, like I know the King of Fighters arcade games, they actually they wanted you to give them more and more money, but they didn't want you to like rage quit. So every time you had to continue, you had to put in another quarter. The game got a little bit easier. I remember that distinctly.
Yeah.
Like every time you lose, you continue, the game gets easier. So that they will let you win after you pay like $3.
You hear that, EA? This is the real first case of dynamic difficulty.
The original pay to win.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Well, you could also get good, but you only get good after you spend a couple $100. Yeah, well, once you get so good at the game, you can like perfect 100% speed run it with like first try on one quarter. That's after you've already spent a couple $100. Because you don't just get that good the first time you pick up the freaking stick. Although a lot of the people I knew back then, they cheated in a different way though. Because if you knew someone who was rich enough, people could buy these cabinets. It's not just arcades that had access to them. So there were people like they wanted to master a certain cabinet. They bought that cabinet and mastered it.
You just rip out the money later.
Yeah, no, you could reprogram it to not take money. Like that's what they did. I mean, that's how everyone in the FGC did it back then. Like they either owned the cabinets or they knew someone who did, or they were like, they were buddy with an arcade owner who let them play for free so they could practice. I mean, otherwise, like you'd have to spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars just to learn the game.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's fine if you're a rich kid, but not for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Oh man, I grew up on little CDs of Pajama Sam. I wasn't born during the arcade days.
Yeah, even with me, I was just on the tail end of it. Like but when I was a wee little crotch fruit, like Nintendo was already taking over the video game market. Like Super Nintendo was already out.
Oh man!
So our arcades were already on the way out, but they still existed. And then even then, like every bowling alley had an arcade room.
Yes.
So so I'm not old enough to remember when arcades were in their prime. I'm just old enough to remember when they existed.
I love me some Twilight Zone pinball machine, man. Like fucking, I love the old arcade stuff from the bowling alley. You know, like I've thought about buying it for myself a few times now as an adult, but my wife was like looking at me, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm thinking I'm going to buy a bunch of arcade cabinets." And she's like, "Where will you put them, Liam? Where will you put them?" I looked around my shrine of nerdery,
Wait, no, Liam. How big of a property do you own? I'm sure
Shrine
you
of
could build.
nerdery.
You could build a building for
I
him,
would have
right?
to. No, I'm not
Yeah.
joking. I would have to. Like yes, that's something I'm considering doing. But I have to do that. I have to build a whole new building to,
Yeah.
because they won't fit in the house anywhere. They take those things take up a lot of room when you think about it. Like,
Yeah, I was thinking of getting two. Like if it'll be 2 copies of the same one, just so I could do multiplayer. If I get any arcade cabinet, it'll be the
What are you
Hydro
getting?
Thunder one.
Hydro Thunder. Okay.
Yeah, because like that's I mean Hydro Thunder Hurricane is available on the Windows Store on PC and on the original Xbox, I think. But the original Hydro Thunder, and I mean I still have it on my Nintendo 64. but I wouldn't mind having the arcade version of it, because there's like no way to get the original game outside of emulators now.
Yeah. And you got a whole argument about whether or not emulators are really going to emulate it right and all this other shit. It's just like, just have fun with the game. Like, it's
that's what that's what I like about emulators, though. Like I like save states, for example. So
you
motherfucker. No, save states is what exposed these games, though. Like they were just artificial. You remember the game being 20 hours long. That's just because you were replaying the same 5 minutes over and over again until you beat it. But if you got save states and you don't have to replay from the beginning every time you lose, you could beat that game in half an hour. Like,
shame.
It's not that bad.
Finger of shame. You got to earn your wins, not save state your way through them. For shame.
Hey, if I was a speedrunner, I'd agree with you, but I don't really fucking care.
The opposite. They're the opposite. They don't enjoy it. They just turn it into a soulless.
No, they do enjoy it, just for different reasons than we do.
Reasons to me.
Hey man, I would speedrun Mega Man X in between classes. In between classes during university, like I literally beat the game in between classes.
You say that, but have you checked the world record speedruns for that game?
I know they're like really good.
Yeah, it's crazy. No, that's the internet really checked a lot of egos, because I remember I used to think I was good at some of these games, and then I play online or I check the high scores online. Like, what the hell? Like, I think the closest I ever got to being like super proud of and my online accomplishments. Like, there was one I think it was like that reverse New York City map in Forza 2. I was like in the top 100 worldwide in the time trials for that track. I was able to break the top 100. I was so fucking proud of myself, but I was still like 5 fucking seconds behind first place. Like, how the fuck do you even do that?
Yeah, exactly. Like
my greatest and only video game achievement was Street Fighter Alpha 3. I had 999 victories in survival when the game first started, because there was rumors going around that when you did that, it unlocked a new ism and stuff. No one could disprove it, and the mods on the old forum at Capcom weren't saying. So I fought single life bar, top star difficulty, non-stop, live, 999 consecutive victories on a single motherfucking life bar on maximum difficulty. On the survival mode, and that's got like multiple fighters jumping down at you at once and shit. I was so proud of myself. I was fucking. It took me hours, but that was my one great achievement. I don't think I'll ever top that in a video game again. I sort of felt I'm done with video games now. I'm a big person.
Oh no, Toxic's got a good point here. Yeah, no, I did the same thing. Use save states to practice. Yeah, no, I did that with a few games actually, where I would. If I'm stuck at the end of like an hour long segment, I would cheat to replay that segment over and over again on its own. And once I got it down to when I'm beating it reliably, then I'd go back and fight fair and do it fairly.
Well, you don't have to worry, Rage. Nintendo now means if you fall down one of the little pits in Mario more than 2 or 3 times, you can just automatically have the game play for you. You know.
There we go. Now we're in demand. I guess we made it to 141K 627.
Congratulations, man.
Yeah, look at that.
A couple hundred.
1,487 backers, and then 1,488. Okay.
Man,
Not
if I can
many,
get,
not
if I
many
can get,
indie work.
that's amazing.
Not many indie work can maintain such strength after volume 1. A lot of indie work, they start out strong, but usually just the first volume and that's it.
Yeah, I'm just glad enough people liked the first volume to keep going, because like in my opinion that was key. Because I guess a lot of the people that only supported the first one to stick it to the mainstream, they may or may not come back and do it again. But those that actually liked the first one,
return.
Yeah, they'll come back. And that's why we like look this our interior art beats a lot of books cover art. So I think that's what we went for.
Hey man, what can I say? I just need more Zara.
Yeah, we're trying. I don't know if you were listening in earlier. Yeah, I just got to crack the whip on Honariel a little bit more to get that one out.
I was busy because I was with some other friends, but I was able to catch it right before Bob left. I was like, dang it, I couldn't tease him in chat.
No, well, he saw you came in, so he's like, fuck this guy. I'm not being on the same stream as him.
No. I messaged him later. He was like, "Oh yeah, I did see, but I wasn't expecting the stream."
Yeah. Well, actually, the only reason I sent the invites to Bob really is because he, like, when I was talking on my stream last week, and I said I'm gonna do it, or I'm gonna invite some people on, or maybe I'll invite someone I'm beefing with just to be funny. And Bob replied, "Hey, aren't we beefing now?" So I'm like, "Oh, you want to be on? That's fine. I'll add you to the list."
Damn, bro, I didn't know the drama's starting already.
Dude, there's nonstop drama. So Liam is for once not at the center of it. Like, he seems to have resolved his drama, but in his place now you got the drama between Ethan and Eric July. Then you got the drama with Kelsey and the rest of the Jack show. Apparently,
I don't know how serious that is. I was watching Kelsey's show earlier today.
Yeah, it could just be an act. That's true.
And he was giving a shout out. He gave a shout out to everyone and said how honored he was to be able to work with all the guys and stuff. And none of those guys were watching, so he wasn't doing it for PR purposes. I think that he just wants to do his own thing without getting caught up in the cyclone of drama that often permeates.
Yeah, no, if I will fully sympathize with him there, because I'm doing the same thing. Because, like, man, it's just so much better if you can carve out your own little group that you work well together with, and merry-go-round too, and then we just go off on our own.
Yeah,
I watched some of Eric's videos, but I don't know what happened with EVS. Not sure what was going on. But I don't really care.
Yeah, that was related to. So do you know the drama he's having with Dick Masterson, right?
Eric?
Yeah.
I know there was something going on.
Yeah, so it was related to that, because so Ethan leaked some DMs between the two of them for when so Ethan, Eric, and Dick Masterson were all on Flashcast together, and they were having their fight on Flashcast while Flash was making them shekels, which was the good business by him, I gotta say.
Good on Flash, but that is a pot of trouble.
Yep. But so then Eric messaged Ethan about that, and so like Eric's point was like, okay, if I don't let anyone talk shit about people I'm on good terms with on my show, but apparently you guys don't see it that way, so I'm going to start reciprocating, like something along those lines. And Ethan was like, "Oh, I view that as a threat," and he leaked that DM and everything. That's what started the drama between him and Eric.
That just sounds so weird.
Yeah, especially since this was right after Ethan did a cover for ISOM 2. Which so they must have been cooperating well enough then.
I have
So
no idea what's going
silly,
on. I heard
man.
today that Shane Davis apparently said that he regretted doing his ISOM cover because he felt like all of the Shane Davis fans paid $100 to buy an ISOM cover, and none of the Eric July fans came and bought any of his Shane Davis work. That's what he apparently thinks and feels. So I hear.
I saw. Yeah, Ethan brought that up right before my stream started. I remember. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it'd feel pretty terrible if you did do a cover and you expected, oh, this guy's got 1 million viewers, 1 million backers. Like,
go to sleep, man.
I'm gonna go doing this, and then this guy's I'm gonna get some, push for my own sort of book, and then nothing happens. I can understand the frustration, but
kind of like a reciprocation, basically.
Yep, yeah. and a lot of that too is just like I learned that. I think you Liam, you got the same issue I do with Comicsgate, in that like most of Comicsgate are boomers that prefer American comics.
Yeah.
And there is some, I mean, there is some overlap, but not that much between our audiences and most of theirs.
Yeah.
So not enough.
It's there. I know. I recognize people in the chat that are on my streams and Ethan's streams. They buy my stuff and his, but like honestly, there's not a lot of overlap between us. So
like the heart of the overlap is also not really true as well, because like we like anime and things like that, but
I love anime, I love manga, and I love Western comic books too, and I think most people do. It's like it doesn't need to be sides, and if it is sides, manga's gonna win. So like, fucking get on board or be crushed. Like, I'm sorry, but
like American comics are not really my thing. I mean, RG, you could probably tell, but like Eric's book, he's doing well with this. So I'm like, man, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. I don't wish ill on American comics. I just my only gripe when it comes to American comics is a lot of American comics fans have gotten into manga because American comics suck dick nowadays, and manga is the only thing that's good. So they get into manga, and then they try to do to manga what the SJWs did to their comics, because like they don't like all the stuff that's good about manga. They want to change it to be more like American comics. Like, no, fuck that. When I see that shit, I'm like, yeah, like this. I stopped recommending anime and manga to people that aren't already into it, because like the last thing we need is more of these fucking infiltrators, basically. In our hobby, and that's really what gets me too. Like, they just saw a group of outsiders enter their space and fuck it up, and we opened our doors to them, like, hey, we'll take care of you, and they immediately start doing to us what was just done to them.
Yeah,
like, fuck the whole lot of them.
It's like there's no awareness. I'm like, no, look, man, if Marvel Comics was just taken over by a bunch of fifth columnists, you can't go around and then do effectively the same thing because you didn't like the titties or the gore.
And see, but that's what I like about Comicsgate, though. If they want to make their own shit instead of ruining manga, I fully support them.
I agree, and I think Eric's doing a great thing by making his own. Here he's also tapping into some stuff that, like, I've always been interested in seeing someone put the effort into, which is tapping into African mythology. And he said it himself. He's like, why do we use all of these mythologies and then wash them instead of like actually tapping into more obscure ones? I was like, yeah, that's a good point, Eric. Why don't we do that? Why do we have to turn someone from Norse mythology black? I'm like, that's so weird to me.
Yeah, there's some really awesome African folktales, like a lot of stuff with Anansi. Like they've got a lot of really cool and obscure and wild stuff. I've been a huge fan of African folklore for quite a while. I have several books on it, a few animations that are pretty rare and limited over in the West that are adaptations of African folk stories. God forbid I like black people and black culture, though. You know, that makes me a criminal in some places.
What I
But,
really, oh, sorry.
Yeah, you know, but I think that they've got a lot of really interesting stuff. The same way Wonder Island is heavily rooted in Irish folklore and mythology, and that's virtually unknown. Most people don't know anything about Irish folklore, so I wanted to sort of bring over and adapt a bit of stuff in the same way that that Dragon Ball had adapted Journey to the West, and that One Piece had sort of adapted the story of Hanuman, essentially, which is a whole other thing, Indian stuff, essentially, a lot of Indian influence in One Piece. But I think that there's definitely plenty of rich folklore to sort of tap into for fresh new ideas. You don't need to sort of reinvent the wheel, I don't think.
Or you can just make something brand new in general.
Yeah, you could just completely,
Yeah, that's part of why manga is such a success. Like their manga is a mix of doing what you just described and tapping into obscure folklore, or even better, like obscure hobbies. And then it mixes that with just brand new stuff that you could, I guess, tell like, oh, this is inspired by this other stuff, but it's not like a blatant reference.
To be honest, that is one of the better things about manga as well. I haven't really seen any comic or anything here made in the West that has, just on the same vein of, oh, characters like to go golfing.
I think this is one of the funniest trope to outsiders when they look at popular shonen manga that takes on to this. Like they sometimes they like to take one hobby or activity, right? All the main characters and antagonists like to do it, and then raise the stake higher and higher to until the end of the world depends on it.
Yeah.
Children's card game, the fate of the world depends on it. And there's some other ones like Air Gear, Rollerblades determines the fate of the world.
Yeah, there's the soccer anime too.
It's ridiculous, but the world takes itself seriously, so you take it seriously too, and it's fun.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, that's the. And you know why the West can't do this? Like Midground is just bringing up, like, oh yeah, just doing a slice of life story about cute girls golfing. So look, the West can't do slice of life. I mean, there's a few people who can, but it's so here's why they fuck up. Slice of life type stories they have no plot, so they're entirely character driven. They only work with likable characters,
and they suck at creating those.
The West can't make likable characters anymore.
They
think all they need to do is, let's just insert this and this identity. But then the character is a completely unlikable douche. That's why the West slice of life fails.
Because likable characters are politically incorrect because they cater to straight white males.
Yeah, they're actively trying to make you hate the characters and then calling you a racist for it.
Yeah, they want you to be upset. It's sort of silly.
Yeah. What was it, like the words of Neil Cuckman? Oh, we don't use the term fun around here when making video games that are supposed to be fun.
But it's interesting. The sentiment goes a little bit further than the inability to make likable characters. There's an interesting thing I've seen in like the mainstream anime community, right? Do you remember when Bocchi the Rock came out?
Yep.
Bocchi the Rock was at the top of, and I know not a lot of us probably take it seriously, but my anime list, Bocchi the Rock hit the top. And, well, there was a lot of disappointment over it because they were like, how did this dumb slice of life anime beat Jujutsu Kaisen? Because apparently, right?
Better.
Apparently, shonen is everything, right?
Well, because shonen is everything because it's the biggest genre, so that's why it was such a shock to him, I guess. Like I thought we were the biggest genre with the most fans.
Right. So what was the reason? Was there anything in particular?
Because it stars likable characters.
People just like Bocchi the Rock.
Yeah,
that was it.
Rojigami says, I remember reading a manga on fishing and ending up learning a whole lot about the hobby. just last week,
Yeah.
you'll probably find this if you go through my timeline. Someone was going, you can't make a show about something boring like fishing. They're like sort of going on and on and on about how anime wouldn't do that, and that's why Western books are failing and all of this. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean there's no anime about fishing? I was like, I just dropped a bunch of links. I was like, look here, and they're all good.
Yeah, like, that slow loop anime that came out earlier this year, all about fishing. Yeah. No, that's great.
It's about it's about tapping into your passions, and I think that Hajime no Ippo is one of the greatest manga and anime.
I was about to bring that up as well.
Ever created. I'm not a huge fan of boxing. I did a little bit of MMA before it had a name.
Yeah.
I like fighting. Everyone knows I like fighting. But I tell you what, I fucking love boxing because of Ippo.
No, dude, I like almost all sports anime. Even if look, I cannot watch baseball. Like I do not like baseball at all, but I love some baseball anime, like Cross Game, for example. I fucking love that anime because it's not about the sport. I mean, and I learned a lot about the sports too, which I guess was great. But it's more about the stories that come out of it. Like, okay, look,
the character stories.
If real life sports games were as like suspenseful as all the games they show in these anime, like that's why I like the sports anime, because they write good stories for all the games, and I'm invested in the outcome of the game. Like that's something I don't get in meat space sports ball.
Yep, and like I think Liam was saying earlier, it's like you can actually feel the passion and the love that the author and the artist has for the show. If I remember correctly, I think I remember reading that the mangaka for Hajime no Ippo actually owns, and he does train people in the gym.
He owns a boxing gym. I'm gonna go there when I have my meetup in Japan. I'm gonna go and meet him.
But that also shows like they're a real fan. They're not just posing.
They're not fake geeks. Yeah.
Like they legitimately love
actually. Yeah, that shows just by the content they make, though, because and that just shows like again, we can enjoy stories about shit we don't care about personally, but that's because the person that wrote it, like they got their passion across so well, and they filled the world with likable characters. We're like, I watch something like Cross Game, like I don't really care that I'm not like I don't care about baseball whatsoever. But I care about these characters and their experiences with it.
Anyone's
interested. try tell that to Yellow Flash about basketball and slam dunk.
If anyone is interested, there's a manga I found that's really interesting. It's called Akane Banashi. It's about a girl that it's about traditional storytelling, theater storytelling in Japan. But when you go to like an opera, right? It's kind of like I'm just sitting here listening to things. But the way the author takes you into the way traditional theater is told, the idea is to get you immersed in it, and it kind of takes that.
There's been a lot of theater anime coming out recently. In hindsight,
but it's like I like that manga for a lot more than just the interesting subject and the characters, because it's also a story about redemption, failed dreams, and family, which are all very timeless things. And I thought it was very heartwarming because I was like, damn, that's unfortunate. Something very unfortunate happens, and the main character, she picks up the slack, and it's like, wow. Okay, and then now there's a story. It goes whole Shokugeki no Soma as well, because it's like
of
now,
course.
Because
the fate of the world relies on the theater performance. Yeah,
right. But it's not the fate of the world, obviously, but it's more like
the neighbor.
Her entire family legacy hinges on her success, taking after her father's shoes after he failed. Like this is all in the first chapter. Shokugeki is all about the school and everything, right? It's nice and contained. I don't mind like the end of the world stuff sometimes. I just think it gets a little overblown. So I like a lot of these contained stories that tell a very meaningful story.
It just helps you connect to the characters more because you see who the character, who they care about, rather than the fate of the world. Like, yes, the world is more important, objective, I guess, not
The
objective.
bigger you
I guess
On a
go,
grand scale. On a grand
yeah,
the
scale.
bigger
but
you go,
it
the
becomes
bigger you go.
insurmountable. You cannot really perceive all those people. Like, you care for them. You don't want to see the world destroyed, but it's a nameless face.
Yeah, I mean, do you care about
And the
them?
world is saved.
They're nameless, faceless people most of the time. It's very rare that they give a lot of time and attention to a population large enough that people would care about them. They're just disposable extras.
Hard
Whereas,
and also, sorry.
Yeah, so whereas if you focus more on like interpersonal relationships, romances, siblings, family, that's something that we as viewers can relate to or sympathize more with,
And I was just about to say, not just that.
Best one, Big Duck. Best one.
There's not just that, because the actual thing about saving the world is, unless you have like there's the giant big bad guy, right? Okay, those are obviously supernatural.
It would be more fun to end the world, though.
Yeah, what I was trying to say, though, is that in reality, fixing the world is on an individual level.
New page tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put that up on Twitter. But yeah, I've got to start wrapping it up here. So yeah, we've accomplished the goal. I think definitely there's a few chats I'm falling behind on again. All right, so the two there. So 140K people are gonna see my sexy sexy pecs at the back of the comic. Eh? Well, no, that's I guess 1,500 people. Mackie draws. So the 2 books there. No, hey man, it's been a while. Yeah, how'd you just backed it? I appreciate you, man. Dawnbreaker. So there are 5 there. If I was going to get an arcade machine, it would be an OG PC, OG Pac-Man or OG Rampage. Man, you're fucking old. Like, damn. All right, then Jackson. So there are 2 there. Canberra has made camps that that many of you lots got along with. Well, it's more that they just didn't do anything to oppose it, I guess. Aussies and Yanks are of a similar vein, but those made me wonder. All the shit talking aside, we had a couple of rumbles during World War II, and we're drinking buddies immediately after. And I'll take my hat off to the badasses that are Anzacs.
That's right, our Anzac boys. Lest we forget. Our boys.
I mean, are you still do your emu masters allow you to still praise some of these people though?
Excuse me. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
emu masters.
Yeah. I don't want to get you in trouble with the emus. So,
hey man, they did win the war.
Yeah.
I don't see any fucking victories in the U.S. military against emus. Show me one case where you've won.
Well, there's no losses either.
How many emus are in the United States?
We've just been at a stalemate, I guess. We've had 0 wins, 0 losses, but that's still better than 0 wins, 1 loss, though.
You'll say that, but until you've had to enter deadly combat with a giant flightless bird, you should keep your opinion to yourself.
Yeah.
Which one's worse, TBD or concluded?
There are 0 wild emus in the United States. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Yeah, we got our hands full with fucking alligators and pythons and
those things are just an alligator is just a more pussy version of the crocodile. And
we got those too. Yeah.
Yeah, and a python's just a little wussier version of like a carpet snake.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Although oddly enough, here in the U.S., like the real dangerous shit is the stuff that you normally find if you don't fuck with, like grizzly bears and moose.
Deer.
I'm gonna be honest
Jesus.
with you. I am more scared of moose and bears than I am anything in my country. I know I can handle anything in my country with a stick and a bit of Kenny. I have no fucking idea what I'd do against a bear or a moose if it decided to kill me. I went to the Australian National Museum when I was in Scouts back when I was like 13, and I saw a moose. And I remember looking up and then having to walk backwards to be able to see the top of it. And I thought, fucking Jesus Christ, it's like a car.
Yeah, moose is no joke. They range from 500 to 1,000 pounds.
Yeah,
Dude,
and
those are pure muscle.
If they hit you at full speed, you're
Yeah,
lucky to make it to survive to a emergency room.
yeah,
They crush cars, man.
equally as fun are the bison too. So
Gentle but steadfast bovine.
yeah, they're just big cows. How bad can they be?
Oh, you know, just pure muscle.
Yeah, yeah. Those they're herbivores. Don't worry about it. Just like in fucking Africa, the most dangerous animal is the hippo.
I love that concept so
Hippos
much.
are fucked, man. Hippos are yeah, they're not pretty animals.
King in the jungle, eat your heart out.
Yeah. Yeah, well, was it? Is it still true that hippos have the highest body count of all the animals in Africa?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
I think that's
Yeah.
the water buffalo.
No, it's the hippo. It's the fucking
Is it?
hippo. The
I
hippos
didn't
H
know.
is for homicide and H is for hippo.
Yeah, I
me
didn't know
tell you.
Chank moved to Africa. What the
Damn,
hell,
dude.
man? What? I've been out of it, man. I
He's
thought
been
he was
eradicating
still,
the locals.
Yeah.
Mosquito, if you include disease as mass of destruction, he's right. He's right.
Yeah, mosquito. That's true.
They do.
Well,
they
obviously,
kill the shit out
we
of
mean
stuff there.
we mean direct injury and a casualty by physical force.
Yeah, we're talking homicide here, baby.
Homicide. That was the guy in Australia did previously when we talked about. Yeah,
That's what I'll call the video.
he committed a homicide.
Yeah, I'll go Australian homicide.
Wait, was it the one that penetrated his intruder?
Yeah.
If only he said no homo before he did it.
Yeah.
Wait, did he keep the socks on?
Did he have his boot bands on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
That's
some
important.
conditions to make it not so
Yeah.
homo.
Yep. And so excellent. So the buck there. Argentina's inflation rate is over 120%. No wonder Steam said USD only. Well, it's that combined with like the rest of the world was buying on the Argentinian storefronts to save money.
Yeah.
I remember it got so bad where even the big popular VTubers who were forbidden by talking anything about geopolitics by the company had to step in and tell their audience, if you're not from Argentina, please do not donate $100 or above Akasupas through Argentina currency.
Yeah, it's getting fun. Now,
No
Jeff,
guy.
thanks for
I'm
the
sorry.
book there. Can you have Liam link some of his stuff in chat?
I can't because I don't have mod stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I can. Fuck. I think I can pull up his campaign here real quick. Fuck. Okay, their interface just gets worse every update.
It does, eh?
Okay.
Wait,
I
I
appreciate
just
this, by the way, RG. I know that it's your closeout and everything, but
Yeah.
it helps. You know, I don't have much reach, so
Yeah.
if these guys back, it helps me out in a huge way. Like,
Yeah, that's what he's putting out right now.
yeah.
So
this
let
is
me
what's
post that in the chat there.
Mhm.
Okay, there we go.
wait.
Yeah,
Just without chat. Once a campaign goes to in demand, it's what's the primary difference? It's any perk lost for good or?
Well,
Sometimes.
I'm
Sometimes.
but
It
that's
depends
up
on
to
the
that's up to the person running it. But like
For
in
Blade
my
Devil
case,
Volume 2,
yeah,
right? Your case, does anything change?
I didn't remove anything yet. I think I will remove all the I will remove some stuff as I place the orders, obviously. So
Right.
I think I'll probably cap and limit the mouse pads and the Dakimakuras because those are the first. I should be able to get those printed next week. So yeah, those I'll have to cap off, maybe if not remove, but otherwise no, it should be good. Yeah, cause of death, multiple penetration wounds in victims' rears. That's right. Shinrinken, actually, Buck there. In the USA, all the emus are locked up and the gators have to deal with Florida man. So checkmate. That's true. That's true.
Oh.
Yeah, we have emu prisons. They have cells in certain zoos around here.
And Florida man, who could forget that?
Who would win, Florida man or Saxon Hale?
Yes. Are you sure they're not the same?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Conspiracy. That Australian had to come from somewhere.
So this is my Dino King Edge of Extinction book. It's a kind of, I guess, sort of Hulk meets Godzilla style thing. You know, it's got a lot of heart. It's, you know, got a lot of gore. It's I don't want to say too much about it, but it's a monster book. You know, it's a little bit of mystery. It's a little bit of action. It's about this guy that essentially, this amnesiac that is taken in by a transplanted Japanese family and learns human values and what it means to be human, and in the process becomes more than what he was before, and gains a purpose. And yeah, I mean, I'm not doing the best pitch here because I'm feeling a bit crook, but it's a fun book. It's complete, barring a couple of bits of like art that I'm going to get done. Like I'm going to commission some stuff from Toxic Man Baby in a little bit, as well as a few other artists to just put stuff in the back so I can showcase a few extra people. And it'll ship out pretty much, I'd say within 20 days. Well, it'll go to print in about that time. Probably sooner. Right now we've only got like 78 backers, so I know you guys just backed Blade Devil and don't dig deeper than what you're comfortable with, you know, but I would love you guys to keep this in your mind for, you know, if you're looking for a good manga. This is a prequel to my Xenotype series, and it is part of the Xenoverse, so you can definitely get more story from sort of reading all of them as they build together, but you don't need anything else to read this as it is. It will stand alone, beginning, middle, and end, about 100 pages. So it is in black and white as well, and it reads like a traditional Western graphic novel, just like a Batman book. It doesn't read like a manga, even though it is black and white.
Yeah, that's another thing we're going to be doing too. We're going to be doing the black and white one next. Mm-hmm. Don't worry, Blade Devil's still going to be color.
I would love to do all my books in color. I just unfortunately don't have a big enough audience to do it, you know, or I would, you know. Wonder Island's in full color and looks beautiful.
Man, I gotta wonder, like, it's not just the cost of hiring a colorist, though. It's also the printing.
The printing costs about an extra $2,000, yeah.
Yeah, have you seen how some manga, they do it where the first few pages are in color, like the first 2 or 3 pages, then it's black and white? They must get some special deal because... the way that the printers work here, if there's even a speck of color anywhere in there, the whole project is charged as a color project.
Yeah, no, that's just your printers being assholes. Yeah, you should be able to get it. Like I could, in theory, print. I thought about it. I thought about having like 5 or 6 colored pages in there.
The way you'd have to do it is you'd have to print those separately as a separate order and have them all collated together after the fact and bound. It is doable. It just adds extra bullshit.
I know that my printer can do it because they've asked about it before. But I think that it's best to just keep colored color and black and white. If this did half as well as your Blade Devil book, if I could get like 300 to like 500 backers on this thing somehow through a miracle, I might do it in color. I might get it colored, but that would delay its release. Or maybe I'll do a colored version in the future. But right now,
maybe you just have to do like what Sentai Filmworks, like they're a company that releases, they're the remnants of ADV Films. I'm sure you remember them.
Yeah, I love
ADV. So what they used to do is, I mean, they don't really do it so much now. They actually dub things now. But right after ADV died and they were born out of it, they released quite a few anime sub only. And if it sold well enough, they released the dub later.
Yeah. That's where I'm sort of at.
They did that with one of the Fist of the North Star side stories. They did it with Leviathan. Yeah.
Yeah.
It might be the
And
best
down there,
option.
you'll find my my acclaim from everyone from Oda to Toriyama for our previous work. If you guys want to check that out on your own time, just go and see what they're saying about my product. If you like their work, you're definitely going to like mine. And there's cool, exciting stuff coming up in the future in the Japanese market. So if you guys take a chance on us, I'd appreciate that. It helps us here. Those numbers help a lot. Be sort of first in the door, help us make some waves and create some cool stuff. I couldn't do this without you. And it's, been great being here on the panel today.
Yeah, it's been fun, man. Thanks for being here for the last day before In Demand for Blade Devil. So
yeah, well, I love Blade Devil and I love your team,
in.
and it's been great.
Yeah, we made it past 142K. All right, let's see if it'll keep that up. Sweet.
If I buy the $25, will that be a physical copy? Yes, it will definitely be a physical copy, and it will come with extra stuff too. I try and over deliver. Again, that's the same for Murder Dolls as well. Kakashi Murder Dolls. If you want to check that out when you guys have the time off air and I've got a bunch of stuff there. They can ship straight away. I don't like doing digital format all that much because I just can't justify selling them for enough to make it worth the sale. I need people to buy the books because I've got such a sort of tight print order. But yeah, you'll definitely get physical media with this straight from the land down under to you.
With the blessing of the emu overlords. Speaking of that, yeah, Ryelnik. So the duo, we asserted our dominance over ostriches. USA wins.
Ostriches are nothing. Ostriches are just. Oh, I saw a video the other day about a guard keeper that was raped by an ostrich and beaten nearly to death. They ended up cooking it and eating the ostrich at the zoo. It was was it on Tom's channel? I can't remember, but that was a story.
Was that also in Australia? Like, what is it?
No, that was over in Florida. That was in Florida.
That makes sense. Yeah, Florida man was probably getting a little bit too handsy with that ostrich, and the ostrich got mixed signals.
Yeah.
If I were to guess, yeah.
So yeah, no. But this is really all about Blade Devil. I just was happy to have a chance to be here and get to meet you guys. It was awesome. And I won't be able to do this all the time when the wife and kids back. So this has been a special memory for me. So
that was just perfect timing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. And I can't wait to read Blade Devil 2. Chains of Blood. It'll be good.
It actually does play in there. It's just maybe not in the way you'd think. Speaking of Chains of Blood, but cool. With that, then I'm gonna have to go take a nap. So yeah, all right. I'm gonna play the boomer card. Yeah, I need to go get my half an hour of sleep. So I have to take care of that. But all right. So with that, again, appreciate y'all for coming over. Everyone in the chat, everyone on the panel. It's been a good time. Yep, I hope to do this again for the Ninoa plushies, which we will definitely have to put out. And yeah, see you guys later. Peace out.
All right, good night, everyone.